particular, and so does this other thing. Right.
Properties are universals.
What do you say?
Well, properties are universals. They would have tropes, not properties.
I'm using property talk in a deflationary sense here, so I'm not talking about some reified notion of properties anyway. But I can just not say property. The point is that
the same with relations and resemblance. They would need to be clarified to be a class of tropes. So a resemblance between my concept of a triangle and Judd's concept of a triangle is a totally different resemblance. The resemblance between one chair and another chair. Those are two different things, like a ball and a tree.
The resemblance between the two mental states? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the resemblance also needs to be a trope.
No, but I'm just saying that the two mental states, if you do think about a triangle, Judd thinks about a triangle, and you guys have these two mental states, you each have a mental state, right? And we want to say they have something in common, or something like that. They're the same in a certain way, and how do we understand that? Right? And the point is to understand that by saying there's this other thing, which is the concept of triangle, or even just the concept of thinking about a triangle. Okay, something like that. So it's a concept about a mental state, right? Certain type of mental state, right? And the two mental states in question stand in a satisfaction relation with that, concept.
And how to do those two meta concepts? How are they the same concepts? Because there's a third level.
Nobody's saying they're the same.
Connects them.
They're close. They don't have to be the same. It's close enough.
Which two are the same? There aren't two. I only have three things here so far, right? So we have your mental state and Judd's mental state, right?
Yeah, and you're saying
I have a
thing that connects them, but that connecting exists also for other.
There's a third particular, right? Now, if you were to then ask me about some other similarity, I am just going to say the same thing each time. You can say it's an infinite regress if you want to.
Yeah, we're just going to mention it. It seems that it's just going to go into infinite regress.
Yeah, I don't think it's a benign regress.
What's wrong with that?
In this case, it's a benign regress because the question is answered at each step. It's not it's not like an IOU. It's just that at each step you're just repeating it's technically a new question. But it's given an answer every time. So the fact that it's a regress, it's I don't see what the problem is, but there are vicious regresses where the point is that the question can't be answered without moving to the next step, and then it's never answered.
But didn't Delaney say that in order for Sully to have a particular of a triangle, mental state of a triangle, and not Jude to have a particular mental state of a triangle, there has to be triangles?
Yeah, he did say that, which doesn't make any sense, because we both have concepts of unicorns. There are no fucking magical horned horses. That doesn't mean we can't generate a concept of it, right? But it's also going to be true that your concept of a unicorn isn't going to be identical to mine, but they're both going to satisfy magical horned horses.
And they're both
or be satisfied by. I'm sorry.
And they're both under at least Sully's view. They're both mental particular. Right?
Well,
yeah, I agree.
What I'm saying is that there are there is the abstract object of a unicorn that's instantiated both.
No, there
your
isn't.
Mental state in my mental state. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a basis for correctly calling them both a unicorn, but not calling other things unicorn.
No, I know you think that.
No, but see, our basis. No, wait.
What?
Our basis is always still going to come down to having a concept of that abstract object. It has nothing to do with there actually being an abstract object.
Yeah, again, but the question is, how do you know that you're applying general terms correctly to that higher order concept? And you're going to say, well, because there's a yet a higher order concept. Well, how do you know that?
The point is that there being abstract objects doesn't give you an answer to how you know about them or how you know you're applying terms correctly.
Well, the answer is there is a property of the object that accounts for why you call it red. like there is actual property of redness in this ball and actual property of redness in this chair, and that's why we apply the term to both, because the redness as a universal exists in both. Like,
Anyway, Mills, you can go.
Fuck you, Sully.
Go ahead, Mills. Good.
I mean, Zeleny, it sounds like you're just saying nah, right? Like, I don't see. Yeah, it doesn't. It sounds like you're just
Oh yeah,
purposely
you didn't make an argument there, so.
There are no unicorns. I do not believe there are unicorns. Dead
yeah,
in
it's a
them.
nah, right? Basically.
What are we talking about dead in them?
Like, maybe you
You
don't
repeated
think like
the
it's.
claim that you need a universal for blah blah blah, but you didn't make an argument.
Yeah. So like, maybe you don't agree that things like you could have a concept without like there being some abstract object like actually existing. But like you're not giving a reason to think it's impossible other than just saying it's impossible.
I'm literally like pointing out the fact that when you say this ball is red and this chair is red, there is nothing that's shared by these two chairs. Like there is no thing that they both have that accounts for why you're calling both of them red, according to you. Like there is no.
They both satisfy the concept.
Present in both.
Yeah, they both satisfy like the concept.
The same thing applies to the concept. Why are we calling this concept in your brain like Harry Potter and this concept in my brain Harry Potter? Because, and according to your view, there's going to be nothing inherent in either of those two concepts that they both share that accounts for why we're calling them Harry Potter. You're just going to say, as Sally said, well, there's a higher order concept called the concept of having a concept of Harry Potter that accounts, which is why we're calling these two things Harry Potter, even though they don't share anything like inherent to themselves, like that makes them both Harry Potter.
Well, I don't know what you mean by inherent to themselves, right? Because the thing that is going to be the reason that will say that your concept is the same as mine, right, is just going to be because, like, the relation between the concept and the referent, right, the thing that's being called, this has the name, right?
That's
And
just what
let me
was
finish my
explained by-
sentence.
That's not true.
Yeah, but what's the problem? I don't even understand. Like, you didn't point out an issue. I explained why, like, even if it turns out to be a regress, it's a benign regress. You know.
But, like, are you just upset because, like, it's the relation is the thing that's making us say that they're quote-unquote the same and not, like, something in the concept itself? Is that your problem?
Yeah, that's the straightforward, common sense way that realism solves it. Like, why are we calling this object red and that object red? Because they both have the property of redness. That's it. But your answer is like, no. They don't have anything that they share in common. There's no, like, this common thing between them, this universal thing that they both have.
Yeah.
There's this third thing called, we made up that, like, we're going to call both of them red. And this accounts for us calling them red, and that makes it true that they're both red. Okay?
This requires bringing in a lot more, like, metaphysical commitment than what I'm saying. Because, look, if you want to say, like, red is a genuine, ontic item that can be multiply instantiated, and it's, like, instantiated in red objects. All the other properties of said object are also, like, instantiated in that object, and then they can be taken apart, as in, like, you can say, here's this red property, and that's not identical with the red ball or something like that, right? So, like, for any object now, you just have this, like, enormous set of ontic items that are its property instances that somehow, like, inhere in it, and they can be like distinguished from the object itself, or you can say, like, so then you have this question of, like, okay, do you have to go all the way down to, like, a substratum, or like a very particular, where you have like the object, which like because it's distinct from all of its properties as an on-tick item, it's a very particular because taken apart from all its properties, like
Yeah, that's a secondary issue. Like you could have a notion of very particular. You could have a notion of an object as a bundle of its properties. It doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, but okay, I don't. If you do a bundle, if you do a bundle theorist view, right? Now you have like questions about composition, right? It's basically like you're saying every object is like a bundle composite of properties, which are themselves like distinct individual, existing objects, right? And then I can talk about the properties of the properties and so on, And then I get some crazy like gunk thing going on. So like every object is like its own little gunk universe.
There's no hierarchy. You just get a hierarchy. You just get a hierarchy of categories, which is like all of this is common sense. Like people will understand properties right away. People will understand higher categories. Like if you say like, oh, this is a dog. Dogs are mammals. Mammals are animals. Animals are physical objects. Physical objects are concrete. Everyone understands that you're doing a nested hierarchy, like of concepts, and you're going to get to some root concept of like a thing or whatever, like existent. Doesn't matter. Like, okay, why is that like weird? Like there are like these nested abstract objects.
Well, they're not themselves. But I don't know. Well, you're saying that if you're a bundle theorist, you're saying properties are abstract objects. Okay, so concrete objects are like made of abstract objects. Is that right?
Well, they would be instantiations of abstract objects.
Okay. So is an instantiated property an abstract object or no?
So if that happens to you and you want a second go at it, feel free to raise your hand. Time permitting, you will be invited back up onto the stage. Unlike many of the other rooms in Clubhouse, in the Critical Thinking Forum, we speak one at a time, we don't interrupt one another, and we do our best to treat each other with a degree of decorum and respect, even when we vehemently disagree, and for that I thank you in advance. And if I or a moderator asks you a question, it's not an attempt to start a verbal fisticuff. It's just a question, a dialogue, so please take it as intended. So welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We're waiting for our guest, Wally Ferris, to arrive. So while we are waiting for that and for the top of the hour, I want to welcome also to the room Mary, LS, Annette, the other Mary, Maher, Met, the other Larry, Anon, Dark, Les, Austin, Matt, L, Rico, David, Book. Welcome to the room. We'll get to those whose hands are up in a moment. Kowarski, Madi, Monset the Maestro, Olga, welcome to the room. Mirad, Sue, and Pearl, Danica, and Progressive Liberal, welcome to the room. Okay, if Waleed is not here in the next 30 seconds, which will take us to the top of the hour, I will start as normal until he arrives, and then we will invite him up. I'll ask Scott to keep an eye out, help me keep an eye out for his arrival in the room to make sure we invite him up in a prompt fashion in case I miss it. Just seconds away from starting officially at the top of the hour, ladies and gentlemen. And we are now at the top of the hour. Welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We are here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. Today's guest is not yet in the room. Waleed Ferris, he's maybe having difficulty. He's never been on Clubhouse before, but for those of you who don't know, he is a former foreign affairs advisor to the President of the United States. And I invited him here to discuss the situation in Iran, which all of us are very obviously not just interested in, but concerned about. And so he has agreed to do so. That we haven't seen him here yet means he's having difficulty getting into Clubhouse, which we all understand the problems of trying to figure out a new application as he is doing right now. So while we're waiting for his arrival, let's talk about a little bit what's going on in Iran. And I used a term today that is seemingly contradictory. I used increasingly diminished options that the president has. That's how I view it anyway, that his options are increasingly diminished because everything he's trying seems not to be working so much. They're pretty, the administration that is, pretty transparent these days, which is not something that we've perhaps enjoyed so much in the past, about this current strategy, not the original strategy, not the various iterations, but the current strategy. It's pretty obvious that the current strategy is the carrot and the stick. They are offering the carrot, and when the carrot isn't accepted, they hit them with the stick. And the theory here is, and the press secretary just said so yesterday, the theory here is if you hit them with the stick soon enough, you beat that horse into submission. To continue the analogy, here comes Waleed. You beat that horse into submission. And we invited you up, Waleed. But I don't see you appearing on the stage. There he is. I knew we could make this happen. How you doing, buddy? So I was just giving a little introduction to what's going on, and I told folks who you are, a former foreign policy advisor to the president, an expert on the situation in the Middle East, with a particular interest in the threat that jihad has on our society, and not just our society, but globally, of course. And I was suggesting that I've been using recently a contradictory term. I say increasingly diminished, or some variation thereof, that the president's options are increasingly diminished. And my observation, for what it's worth, which may not coincide with yours, of course, is that the president is trying both the carrot and the stick, and when the carrot doesn't work, he hits them with the stick. I think the press secretary suggested that yesterday. That's actually the current policy, trying to get them to the negotiating table, trying to get Iran to agree to something. Most importantly, I guess, immediately for the president is the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. First of all, am I correct in my analysis? And secondly, is it really what you would advise him to do? Were you still in that position at the White House?
It's exactly what you're saying, but let me put it in perspective. Increasingly shrinking for the president is basically the time he has, if you consider the midterm elections, would be important for the future of the operation inside Iran. And most of us from all sides believe that certainly if one of the houses, one of the assemblies is gone, House or Senate, it's going to be extremely difficult for the president to carry on the war. It's not impossible, but it's going to be difficult. If he keeps even thin majorities, then the sky is the limit regarding what he wants to do with with the scenery in Iran. Certainly, the regime knows that. The regime knows that very well. That's why their battle since January, since the first wave of strikes, then they offered negotiations. Not that we offered negotiations, the brokers offered negotiations, which means the regime, the goal has been basically to gain time. I've repeated on national TV maybe 60 times that the goal of the regime is to gain time, and that's what they're doing. I even put July as the benchmark. And July came, July gonna go, and that's why I feel, I presume, that the president now is going full steam. I am not sure what is the plan. I know that they have to degrade more and more, but the missing link, ladies and gentlemen, the missing link is the Iranian people. I am not sure we have a full plan. Our agencies may have contacts, stuff could be done, but a full plan starts always by recognizing the interim or the transitional government of the other Iran, the Iran to come. And that, apparently, because it has to be public, was not done, which tells me that we can still do it. We're going to have to arm segments of the population. And let me say more, that there are some weapons that are already inside. Many of the millions, actually, of the Iranian youth have gotten training in their high school, military service, and they could be. But I don't see yet the strategic connection as the Allies had with General de Gaulle when he was in exile, and he had the Force Française Libre on the inside. We're not at this level, so that's why it's crunching. It is really crunching for the president.
Well, I've often suggested, and I do not profess to be an expert, but I do profess to be someone with great interest and well-read on the situation. I do have contacts, although, of course, lately limited inside Iran. I have a lot of contacts in Israel. And so I may be a little bit biased based on the perspectives that I'm getting from those folks. But I've always felt, and not just with this administration, but with previous administrations, that there's been a misjudgment, a misunderstanding of the mindset. Did we lose him?
Yes, we did.
That's not good. Especially in the middle of my most excellent question. Let's give him an opportunity to come back up. Let me tread water here just for a couple of seconds. Well, at least we got one good soundbite.
Can you contact him back channel on his phone or something?
Well, I'm sure he's trying to come back in. I can check the back channel here in a second, but I'm sure he's trying to come back in. Look, guys, I said in the beginning, this is an experiment. I know they used to do this on Clubhouse all the time. They bring brand new people in, famous people in, interesting people in. That was how Clubhouse got its initial reputation. And for some reason, that kind of went by the wayside with Clubhouse. I don't know. People find different platforms. I have no idea. I still think for this kind of interaction, this is still the best platform. And I gotta presume that those folks went through some of the same issues, growing pains, if you will, as we are having right now. So let's continue the conversation without Waleed, and then he can jump right in as soon as he comes back. So, Scott, I was going to ask Waleed, well, you know the question I was going to ask, and that had to do with the misinterpretation, not just by this government, the misunderstanding by this and previous governments of the mindset of the Islamic fundamentalists who are running Iran. And I was going to ask him, at least his opinion, about where he thought we can actually even go vis-a-vis negotiations, because I think, at least from my perspective, there's a trust issue.
Yeah, what's interesting, Gary? I don't know if this is on topic. You can flag me if I'm committing the cardinal sin. But when I think about that, about misunderstanding the mindset, right? And I just talk ad nauseum about the liberal society stuff. What's funny about that is, if you look at Trump's speech, which I'm sure he didn't write, no president writes their speeches, but I mean, he signs off on it and stuff. In Saudi Arabia, right? That was a speech that recognized this was not a sort of George Bush, Barack Obama, everybody loves freedom, the world wants liberal values sort of mindset. It was, hey, you do things differently. We're not going to come here and tell you how to run your culture, your society. You're prosperous and you've done it without Western do-gooder values. I'm editorializing a little bit, but, and if you look at his security document that came out, we talked about it last year, that was also very multicultural in its awareness, and it was a kind of a Huntington Clash of Civilization sort of framework where, again, it seemed to recognize that there were significant differences in the world and illiberal differences and cultural differences, and that was going to be taken seriously, that Western civilization, it talks about Western civilization in that document, and again, in kind of a Huntington way, which is, as I get older, there was a time in my life when I hated that book. And now as I get older, I find it more and more compelling. But, yeah, I mean, I thought what your friend Waleed was saying, too, was great about buying time, right? You got these people that don't buckle the way we would buckle. As we were talking about yesterday, just don't buckle the way liberal democracy would buckle, right? When you have to take poll numbers and stuff about a war, it's not the kind of operation they're running. And so, yeah, I think that it is interesting to misunderstand the mindset. And again, we're giving them time, which I think is an interesting thing that Waleed said, that's, the time is on their side. It's not ours from Waleed's perspective. I found that really interesting. Okay, I don't know what else I have.
Well, I want to jump on something that he said about his perspective, and I'm certain as a former Foreign Affairs advisor to the president, he has the contacts, some of the same contacts that he had while he was in office. These guys and gals tend to keep back channels going after they leave officialdom. And of course, he has his contacts in the Middle East, long-standing contacts in the Middle East. And he suggested, I think the direction he was going in was that there may be attempts for a support of a popular uprising in Iran, and we hear Alan and other expat Iranians raise this issue often. But I, for one, sometimes think, Alan, Amir, maybe he could speak for himself in a moment here. Is this just wishful thinking on your part? Or is this something that actually can occur? Remember, you're starting from a baseline of 0 weapon. I cannot imagine, with the number of weapons that are available to the populace here in the United States. I mean, I'm from Michigan, and I know when it's hunting season, there are more armed individuals in the woods of Michigan and forests of Michigan than some countries have standing armies, So there are a lot of people with weapons. I don't think it's possible, and I would say, thank goodness, for a popular uprising in the United States. I don't think it's possible. You can have skirmishes, you can have whatever one wants to interpret that happened on the Capitol, or in the Capitol, on November the 6th. You can look at all that and say, look what's happening. But in reality, an actual popular uprising, I think we would all agree, is pretty much, let's just say, here in the United States. Now you're starting from a big planet zero in Iran. Although he suggested that there are weapons that have been secreted into the country and put in the hands of the young Iranians who are fed up with this regime. But God, I gotta wonder, is that even possible?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, in the United States, like, despite all the guns we have, right? I mean, you'd have to have tanks and surface-to-air missiles, and I mean, look, it's just the sheer firepower, right? I mean, starting from where they're at. This is what my Second Amendment advocate friends always remind me, right? Like, you can't, it stuffs the stage of rebellion without guns. Yeah, no, I think that's, yeah. And also the fear you have, I think not just guns, but the fear that not only does the regime have such asymmetrical force, such radical asymmetric force, but they're not knowing in your consciousness that they're not afraid to use it.
Sort of.
Right? That they'll kill tens of thousands of their own people in a weekend. By the way, I missed those protests, as you noted yesterday. I guess I just dialed out on social media. I missed the protests on campus. I'm sure they happened up at NYU. I just didn't see them.
Right. Very, very well said. Waleed, I'm glad you're back. I hope your technical issues have been resolved.
I'm so sorry. I am. It's a technical issue. It's a new.
Well, I knew it. Look, you're brand new to Clubhouse. Some of us who have been here a long time sometimes have technical issues. So no apologies.
All the time that I promised. All the time that I promised, I'm with you, gentlemen, ladies.
Yeah, I know you are, and also believe me, all the people who are listening are absolutely understanding, because at one time or another, we've all suffered similar issues. So don't worry about it. I want to get back to the point that you were making, and that is that I was just asking Scott that, and I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. They're starting from basically a baseline of zero. There's no Second Amendment there. How do you actually have optimism that there could be some kind of a popular uprising in?
Well, input number one is I am deeply connected to the various elements, not just one major element, various elements. Should it be the older ethnic, territorial, regional uprisings? Of course, everybody mentions the Kurds, but I also have been interacting with the Arabs in the Ahwaz or Khuzestan, with Baluchistan, and that for the last 10 years. It's not only yesterday or the day before. And it seems to me that those components have already prepared themselves for a form of a guerrilla, but they have expected. See, at the end of February, they have expected, when the president made those posts asking all Iranians, including the Persian majority, which is the most important, that they need to continue to march. They need to identify their oppressors, which means, in diplomatic language, there will be trials, there will be courts for mass killings and war crimes, so on and so forth. And obviously, the term, help is on the way. All of this was basically convincing the Iranians, millions of them, to take to the streets. They did. 52 or 53,000 people were killed. That's, in sociology, that's the ultimate indicator that the population will rise. There is no way they're gonna coexist with the regime. The problem is that the regime has immediately went to Qatar and to others and told them, let's offer something so huge to the administration. And the administration, obviously, when they decided to negotiate, the president said, okay, we're gonna give them a chance, thinking that it will be resolved in a few weeks. What did the regime do? They went back to the population and crushed the cadre. They have been executing almost 2 or 3 a day or 4 a day since then. So they did a big maneuver, which is to calm down the clash with the United States, obtain that negotiation, which took too long, many months, made some mistakes, because I think their lobby in the United States is telling them, look, everybody wants the deal, Democrats and some Republicans wants the deal, so therefore don't just get the minimum, try to get the maximum. And that explains why the brokers, our brokers, will come back to the administration and say, well, they are determined. They want to do business with us for $300 billion. That's dizzying. And it took that long to realize that the regime is not in the business. The regime was in the business of pushing us to July. And now, of course, they're working on August to get us weak. us, meaning the supporters of the president, weak before losing the election as they thought. That was their plan. Now, it's critical between now and I would say mid-September, what the decision in the Oval Office is going to be. And the president said that we're going to crush their ability, strategic ability to recover. That's what they're trying to do now. And we know a few months ago, the administration was saying we destroyed the Air Force, Navy. I made that statement earlier on in the winter that they lost the strategic weaponry. What they have are about 475,000 militiamen, the IRGC and the Basij, and some of the mukhabarat, meaning the intelligence services. That is a continental problem, meaning, yes, we took out all these weaponry systems, and yes, they said, okay, now land here and fight us. So this is how they convince themselves and us that the American public is not ready for a fight on land. And on the other hand, they are disarming or they are deterring the civilians. It's going to take the president to decide that he's going to send our forces to destroy the remnant of the strategic ability. And meanwhile, as I said, the missing link, which I think is going to happen, but I'm not sure when, what day, what week, we're going to engage with the Iranian opposition and people and have them take to the streets.
Why? And the first question is, why did he? And the second question is, should he have? Why did he take the foot off the gas after giving so much hope to the Iranian?
You know, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I can't even answer the question because I'm not inside the wall. But I have my connections with the administration. I served as an advisor early on, so it doesn't count much now. But from analysis, from simple analysis, as I have analyzed the Obama-Iran deal, because we have now the information. We don't have the information about the negotiations now. I do trust the president that when he feels that he has been betrayed by the negotiators with the Iranian or the regime negotiators, he's going to explode, and he is exploding. So whatever the regime now think they have to do to take back the confidence, the confiance of the president, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. But at the time, I mean, follow me, and that's something very logical. Those who put pressure on the administration are of two kinds. Those companies and the insurance companies for the boats who were trapped in the Gulf during the last clash, they put humongous pressure on the administration, and the president is close to these milieu. He knows them well. They put pressure, saying that we're going to have a serious crash in the economy, and that would translate into a problem, economic problem here, not at 3-4 months from the election. That's number one. But number two, probably more important, is the fact that the same companies, the same financial interests who got engaged in the Obama deal have approached the regime. This is between information and assessment. I would say more assessment than information, but it has merit. Approached the regime and told them, look, we are ready. Because companies have no policies. They don't care if it's Democrat or Republican. And the numbers that we see, we can convince the administration and those close to the administration to present is close to $300 billion. That's twice the size of the $150 billion of the 2015 deal. Now, when you have that force, it's a lobby by itself. It's a lobby by itself, meaning it would present the case that the regime is going to moderate, that we killed, 2/3 of 2 generations of leaders. We have, or the analysts who made that conclusion said, we killed many of their leaders. They are afraid. They are on the run. And that's what mainstream academia and media have been trying to convince us. If you tell them this is a good deal, you'll survive, we'll make money together, then they may come. They came. And when they came, they barely signed the MOU. And the MOU did not do much details, but they revealed to us what was behind the MOU. It was $24 billion go straight to the regime. We assume with $24 billion, they're going to immediately calm down and not go to war because they'll lose that cash. But the most important one was the $300 billion. So with the imagination, what we can do with the $300 billion, well, we will have time to see how we can convince the regime to accommodate the population. I mean, that's where the theoreticians of that option have thought and were told by the academia. But the regime itself has a pressure group on the inside. The IRGC radicals, the Basij radicals, they fell, meaning those negotiators on the Iranian side or on the Republic side felt the radicalization that took place over the past 46 years. So there is a chunk inside Iran, and that chunk is in the IRGC mostly, that told their negotiators, yes, we will do a deal, but we don't want to appear as we have lost. So the narrative started in Iran by the regime. We're going to sign a deal with the Americans. The Americans have lost. That's why they are offering a deal. And we found out, actually, our intelligence first services, and then the president. The president is very pragmatic. They don't give a deal, we're going to give them hell. And that's what's happening now. But having said that, if we strike the remnants of their forces, and I'll repeat maybe for the fourth time, the only segment between us and victory is to mobilize the Iranian opposition. And to conclude very quickly here, we may also count on weapons that have been sent by the Artesh, which is the classical army of Iran, smaller in size, but they're still inside the country, and they would close in. That would be the equivalent of the French resistance and the Allies meeting mid-distance.
Well, it's interesting, that last comment, while you mentioned the French resistance and the Allies, the president actually did not put together what one of his predecessors called a coalition of the willing. Was this something unattainable, or was this something that he miscalculated, thinking that we could do it alone with the help of Israel? What's the story about that? Because I've always felt, and I may be wrong in my assessment, that if he had been able to put together a coalition of the willing, this might have had a different outcome by now.
That's the greatest question. Here's a timid answer to that, because we still don't know much about the details of what happened, but one can imagine, one can project it. We know how these things function. We know the lobbying. We just spoke about it. The coalition of the willing this time was more than enough. The sheer power of the United States is huge. And the sheer power of Israel. Israel is a small United States, but on the East Mediterranean coast, and both together, our two aviations and navies and missile force have, without putting troops on the ground, been able to destroy what I call the strategic ability of that regime. We were very close. In my own numbering or quantitative analysis, I would say we were at 75 to 80% of the win. To a certain point where some officers of the IRGC have been trying to negotiate through third parties, including Oman, including at the time Qatar, to see how they can, they message actually the administration saying, okay, if we break away from the regime, if we bring down that regime, they were lying obviously, but they were concerned at the same time, what would we have once that regime will go and we come? And you remember, some of our officials, including the administration, said, we're talking to the right people. Right people meaning those officers who sent messages and said they're ready to do it. They were psychologically very close from chaos. Imagine we had the demonstrations not happening in January, but armed demonstrations happening in February or March. It would have been very different. Now, your question is very accurate. Did we have a plan from the beginning? And I agree with you. I think we had a will, but not the plan. How do we know? Because the component of that plan did not tell us that they have been contacted and that they are going, on the ground to organize. Whatever they've done on the ground, especially the Kurds and some of the Persian elements, they've done it on their own. But I am quite sure that our agencies informed the administration that if you want it, we can make it happen. And by that time, the negotiators, I call them the brokers, may have been able to bring messages of good news, meaning the regime is ready. Didn't we hear from the president multiple times? We have reached them, they are messaging us, they are ready to sign, they are ready to negotiate, translate this into reality. I mean, he doesn't do the phone calls. Actually, his envoys are doing the phone calls. So the remnant of pieces of the regime told the envoys, tell your president, we're ready. And they did it at the time where they felt that their towers are going to go down. They waited till they lost all what they've lost. And and then they have been crushing the population. They were really afraid that even after 52,000 people killed, multiply this by 5, imagine how many vendettas, how many, probably about, you would have 200,000 to 300,000 Iranians on the front with their weapons. It doesn't matter if they had missiles. Missiles can win a revolution. AK-47s, individual weapons, especially from when Israel, at the end of that confrontation, started to target the checkpoints, the security checkpoints of the besieged, the lower militia, the lower SS, I call them, and the IRGC are the higher SS. They started to have losses, and the Israelis sent those birds, the drones, the mini drones or the medium drones. Every time the security, the Khomeini security would shoot against the population, the demonstration, the mini drones will go down and will eliminate Basij in the middle of Tehran. That was almost the pre-collapse, the pre-chaos. And we kind of saved them by giving them all these chances.
So I'm going to ask this question that will probably reveal my bias, and so I apologize for that a little bit in advance, but it seems to me that the president has been unsuccessful based on the pronouncements and all these quotes, especially from the Republican side, while they are anonymous, but they come from credible journalists who cover the Hill on a daily basis. That they're telling, not just the Democrats, but the Republicans are telling those seasoned journalists who they trust that the administration, even though they've been coming up to the Hill and having closed-door sessions, hasn't made a case for the funding of all of the above that you have mentioned. Is that a roadblock?
It's a roadblock, but I have followed the systems of the Islamic regime. Guess when? Since it started. I was at dinner with my brother. I was like a kid in Beirut, and so for all these decades, I followed their system, how they do it. They are very strong if the population hasn't made a decision to go against them. We could send all the missiles we have, short of nuclear, obviously. We could send all the the bombers that we have. Yes, they would incur more and more and more losses. But like North Vietnam, as long as they will be receiving from China and Russia and others resupplying, they would continue. They have two enemies. If we put troops on the ground, they will collapse. But our public opinion has been so much radicalized against the idea. Okay. But if we arm the population, basically, if they start a revolution, our public is not going to say, oh, stop the population because this will affect us. No, then that would be legitimate. So their fear, the extreme phobia that the regime has, is not a super arming of just clashes inside Tehran and 5 cities. Just clashes in Kurdistan, in Arabstan or Khuzestan or Ahvaz, or in the southeast in the Baluch. It's enormous. Baluchistan is as large as almost as France or maybe Spain. If other communities start to go in, if this imagine just 2 regiments, 1 regiment from the Artesh, which is the regular army, which doesn't like really the militias. If all of these at the same time, and we are bombarding, just imagine the scene, which didn't happen yet. We are in the air, hitting, and every time the RGC is coming close to a neighborhood that would have, let's say, been taken by the guerrilla, then Israelis and Americans from the air will hit them. The revolution, it won't be alone this time. The revolution will be marching with smaller weapons, lighter weapons, but up in the air will have the heaviest weapons ever that could destroy. So we would be doing, I don't like the comparison, but what we've done in Libya, I don't like at all for other reasons. We've done it for the wrong reasons, but nobody could stop the population with AK-47 and then having, B-2s in the air supporting them. That will take them. That's what happened in Afghanistan. Afghanistan, yeah, I was about to say in Afghanistan, we were on horses, right? Some of the special forces were on horses, and then of course behind them the Northern Alliance was walking, and the mass of the Taliban and the other forces were withdrawn because we were hitting them from the air. We had our commandos or special forces in the valleys and the cavern, the movies and the books on this, and then the Northern Alliance moving with very old equipment, and then they crumbled, the Taliban. They fled to Tora Bora, so on and so forth. In Iran, something similar but much wider and bigger in size. And I said something in the beginning. I think I'm going to re-emphasize that because I learned about it only a few weeks ago. So it seems that the regular army, the Artesh, in the essence, do not like those two militias, but will not move unless they hear one thing. And that's one of the missing links. President Trump, from the Oval Office, addressing the Iranian people, for whatever, connections they could have, that it will get there, and telling them to march. Because they have marched when the president posted 3 little posts in the beginning of the confrontation. They marched. 53,000 people were killed. If he addressed them at the same time giving the orders for our air forces and bring in the Israelis, it has to be united. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu together doing this. Have then in absolute support by moderate Arab countries, Europe, so not on this show, the other shows, discussing Saudi Arabia, the UAE, the Iranian opposition, the opposition inside Iraq, the Kurds. You will have the mother of coalitions, the feasible coalitions, to march at the same time against the regime. They will crumble, in my view.
Are the Gulf states developing an appetite to do something since they've been under attack?
I couldn't hear you well. Did you say the Gulf states?
Yeah, I know I set up my audio incorrectly today, and I apologize. And so, see, even I have problems with the technical aspects of it. I said, are the Gulf states developing an appetite for retaliation now?
They have the appetite. They have the history of aggression, especially Saudi Arabia, even more than the UAE or, and Bahrain. Bahrain, there were attempts of coups by the pro-Khomeinists inside Bahrain. Bahrain has a problem with 20% of its population, not just because they are Shia, but because they are penetrated by the Khomeinists and Hezbollah, etc. But let me address Saudi Arabia. It's a big square in this equation. Saudi Arabia was sandwiched between the missiles coming from Iran, the Khomeinists, and the missiles coming from Sana'a, from the Houthis. The Houthis are at 200 kilometers, maybe 100 miles or kilometers, I don't know, from Mecca, not from Riyadh, from Mecca. And the Saudis have suffered. But let me say one thing about the Saudis, because it's not well known within the American public. There are still struggles within the kingdom. There are still struggles. Remember, the Saudis have organized for President Trump in May 2017, the mother of all conferences, where they gathered for him, 52 Arab and Muslim countries. 52, minus Qatar, because Qatar had a different policy. But the bulk of the Arab and Muslim world was there, led by, at the time, the influential MBS, who was deputy crown prince. Now he's crown prince, and he is the prime minister of Saudi Arabia. And I don't know, but soon enough, he will become the king of Saudi Arabia. So they have offered the US, and President Trump took that offer and delivered 2 things. At least one was the withdrawal from the Iran deal. It was huge. It hits the regime in Iran, it hits the Europeans, their companies a lot. And second, what is very important, it designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization, redesignating it. Plus, at the end of his first term, he eliminated the head of the Quds Force, Soleimani, which is enormous. We were on the offensive. They were with us. The Saudis even more than the UAE. Now at this stage, because of the 4 years of Biden demobilized the US support to the Saudis and the Gulf. The Saudis were under the pressure by the Biden administration, and they were asked to withdraw from Yemen and to stop the bombing on Yemen. It was a huge setback for them. They were asked also to disengage from their war along with the UAE against the Muslim Brotherhood. So what remained in Saudi Arabia, the faction that follows MBS. MBS is with us. He's with the West. I'm not concerned about anything they do with China or Russia or this little aspirin deal they did with the regime in Iran over the past 2 years. They want to be our allies. And to those who were not certain that Saudi Arabia will come to the Abraham Accord. Of course they're going to come. Their ministers told me this when I was foreign policy advisor. We go back to 2016. Sat with them in New York, and they told me we cannot wait. The deputy crown prince, they cannot wait. But problem is, the 4 years of the Biden administration demobilized them. They were concerned because there are remnants of the Muslim Brotherhood in some quarters of Saudi Arabia. And it looks like some of them are, let me not go too much into the detail, but some of those quarters who operates from some agencies in Saudi Arabia are in connection still with the father, with the king. The king is ailing, but those classical, traditional, Islamist inclined who are against all these reforms are still around. So MBS cannot operate if we have not made a decision to bring down the regime. Because some of them told me over the past 2 months at least, see, we told you. You guys in America, you encourage us to confront the regime in Tehran, and suddenly your brokers come with a draft for a deal with them. We cannot play with our national security like that. So I would say at this point in time, the Saudis, though they have two wings, if we bring down, if we are serious, if we arm the Iranian people, if we mend fences with Israel, do that wide confrontation with the regime in the goal of bringing it down, not to bring it to the table of negotiations, Saudi will change. Saudi will be on the offensive. And I am interested, not interested, I'm surprised that the UAE has been engaged militarily. They have been doing most of the operations across the Gulf from the Arab side because they are the bankers. They have a lot of money which has been deposited by private sector in Iran. And they don't want to lose this ability. They don't want to see the regime coming and take it out that money. And then Dubai is all about stability. So they have more interest than the Saudis as well. So in a summarized way, yes, the Gulf will be marching not behind us, but to our sides if we decide that big overlord campaign, meaning the Normandy, meaning getting all the allies at the same time coordinating against the regime.
And before I let you go, you've been very generous with your time. I got two things to say. The first one shows my bias, and the second has to do with what you did up on Capitol Hill yesterday. I want to give you the opportunity to tell us about that. But you and I are in accord. This is Gary's bias here. You and I are in accord when it comes to the removal of the regime, because that's the only way you can stop these jihadists from terrorizing the Middle East. And as you point out, they're not just terrorizing Israel, they provide a threat. Look at Jordan. There's a huge threat to the Jordan kingdom there by those who would like to overthrow them because they don't see them as being carriers of the Islamic torch in the manner in which they feel the Islamic torch ought to be carried. So I would just add, to me, I'm with the Iranian people. The solution to all this is removal of the regime, and I think the president maybe, hopefully, starting to understand that after all these failures at the negotiation table.
I agree with you 100%. I knew him, of course, I was his advisor for a period of time, and he's a, let me put it that way, he's a real estate strategist, not just to sell and buy and, building, but he sees it as a map. He understands maps very well. When I showed him, I'm just gonna give a little bit of something that happened when I was advising him the first time in a briefing in New York, before he wins. I brought a lot of maps. I love maps, and I put them, and he said, give me the information on the maps. He can see the balances of power. He can see where the oil is. He can understand, so he will be sensitive if he has, sorry to say it, the right advisors at the right time. But then you have another pressure that comes, Mr. President, we can get the deal. He loves deals, but he knows the ground, and he knows when those deals are lying deals, that they're not gonna get him what he wants. So having said that, I would say that I imagine the president now, in his conversations with Pete Hegseth, with Secretary of State Rubio and others, and still the Israelis, he understands that this regime is not going to give him what he wanted, which is a partnership, business, etc. He knows that they're lying. So now he still hears, with 1 ear, he still hears what the negotiators are bringing, but the way he's giving those orders to destroy the regime, to do that, indicates that he's tilting towards engaging fully. I hope his advisors, I wish I can be an advisor now, I hope his advisors are presenting to him logical ways and very quick ways to mobilize the population, the people of Iran, and to close in with our military.
Well, I held you much longer than I promised to, so again, I want to thank you for your time. But before you go, please tell folks, because it didn't get the kind of coverage it deserved, yesterday's launch of the International Freedom Coalition on Capitol Hill and what that has to do with our fight that everybody here agrees is necessary against global jihadism.
Let me begin with the conclusion. Thank you for giving me this window to speak about an enormously important event. I was there, obviously, but historically speaking, this was the launch of the largest, widest coalition of NGOs, popular groups, political resistance in many, many countries in North Africa, Africa, the Middle East, South Asia, and elsewhere, who have formed resistances against the jihadists. All kind of jihadists, Taliban, Hezbollah, Hamas, etc. It's the first time that globally, what they call globalized intifada in New York, right? They mean globalized jihadist intifada. There is a response by civil societies. This is unique. Obviously, they have Israelis, you have Lebanese, you have Druze, Alawites, Kurds, Yazidis, and then you move to Sudan, Christians and others in Nigeria, all the way. There are dozens and dozens of movements. This has been a very patient, strategic work we were part of for the last many, many years. It just accumulated recently, and a meeting was called upon by Charles Jacobs, also a veteran of human rights from Boston. He started 25 years ago by going to Sudan and by the freedom of black Sudanese, Southern Sudanese from their capture. It's a whole wonderful project that is now underway, and they have formed a confederation of all what they call the victims of jihadism. It has never happened before. It happened on a smaller scale. So like the Muslim Brotherhood or the jihadists have an international network, like the communists before, they had the Comintern, the organization of all the communist parties around the world. There is now a confederation of NGOs, of political fronts, of almost all those who are resisting any form of jihadi oppression around the world, from, guess where? From northern India to Afghanistan. Give you a quick example. Afghanistan, they are the remnant of the special forces of the Afghani army, which was trained by us. We're not going to let any piece of our resistance movements around the world, civil society first, but even, guerrilla if needed, be forgotten, be marginalized. So they're all coming. And actually they came yesterday, including obviously another dimension, which is those who have been victimized by the jihadists in Europe. So in Europe, civil society, how many community groups have been trying to stop, or not even trying to stop, expressing their views, and have been, under violence by jihadists already in Europe, and of course in the United States. That big ensemble was declared yesterday. It received enormous support from the communities from the Atlantic Ocean till China. Coming together, and there will be a large number of plans and projects with the U.S. government, with the U.S. Congress, duplicating and connecting with couple caucuses, and as well as the European Parliament. So I hope we're going to have a lot of information to be shared with you, ladies and gentlemen, through this caucus as well, through your group.
So I apologize for coughing. I didn't realize my microphone was open. That's a Broadcasting 101 no, and so you can mark that down as the second technical faux pas on my part today. But the interview was fantastic. Folks, the main chat linked above on Facebook Messenger, I put a link there just now to the International Freedom Coalition website, which I encourage you all to go to right now and peruse. Wally Ferris, so thankful that you were able to overcome the technical hurdles that Clubhouse presented you and persevered. And this was a terrific presentation, and you're welcome here anytime that you have something to say. Just tap me on the social media shoulder and I'll set it up.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Waleed.
much.
Thank
Yeah,
you so
thank you all.
much. Thank you for
Of
the
course,
clarity and your commitment to tell the story to all of us.
Thank you so much for having me as a guest, and I'll be happy to come back.
We will be happy to hear from you anytime. Thank you, Waleed. So, folks, you heard it from the horse's mouth, somebody who actually knows what he's talking about, unlike me, who pretends to know what he's talking about.
Not true, Gary. Come on.
But I was happy to know that he affirmed a lot of my observations. It's always good to hear that from somebody who we can trust as a source. So with that, it's your turn to speak, ladies and gentlemen. So we will start with Scott, followed by Marshall.
Yeah, can you come back to me?
Absolutely, Marshall, followed by Ed.
It was quite interesting. I think I found the machinations of the administration probably the most interesting part of that. He at least seemed to have an idea of what Trump was thinking. And that's more than I have, so that's nice.
Yeah, I kind of like the anecdotal aspects of his presentation where he kind of pulled the curtain back a little bit so we could see what goes on in the Oval Office in the mind of the president. I had not heard, other than from our Iranian friends who join us on a regular basis, including Alan, that this popular uprising is something that is seriously being considered. He laid out a blueprint. I don't know how accurate it is, but he's obviously closer to this because he lives and breathes it. Wouldn't that be something if there were to be a popular uprising? I think he intimated that if there was a popular uprising, it would force the hands of Congress. He didn't say that, but I think it would force the hands of Congress to fund whatever the United States feels needs funding, Marshall, whatever the president does it.
Yeah, I imagine so, yes. If it turns out that way. I worry that it's Ahmed Chalabi all over again. Ahmed Chalabi persuaded us that northern Iraq was good, the Kurds would come out, and we ended up betraying the Kurds. And so I hope what we have heard, it really does demonstrate the thought in the Oval Office. That would be very nice to hear.
You know, he says he wishes he was an advisor now to the president. And I would say the president needs an advisor such as him to properly articulate to Congress and to the public the vision, because he agreed with my preparation that this administration has not been particularly clear in articulating that, and that's what causes the pushback, I think, a lot of it that we see. One of the other things that he talked about, and I was unaware of this, and I thought I was pretty well looped in. Maybe Abby knows about this, and let me go to this one.
Yeah, I'm ready, by the way, after Abby. I'm good.
Okay, sure. Abby, you missed it, but he said that in the initial prosecution of this war, the Israelis were using medium-sized drones. Every time the Revolutionary Guard or the militias set up checkpoints, they got attacked by the Israelis. Every time they turned their weaponry on the populace, killing, as we now know, more than 50,000 people, the Israelis were there pushing back at the oppressors of the Iranian people. Now, maybe the people in Iran recognize that, and maybe you are looped in to a greater degree than I am, or most of us are, with regard to this. But to me, this was news.
I didn't hear a lot of it, but I do know that the Israelis had a drone factory in Iran, that they were actually manufacturing drones there for their use. So it could have been part of that whole operation. I don't know. I definitely would like to find out. I'm gonna yield to the next person because I didn't hear a lot of what he was saying, but that one would be interesting to discover if that's where those drones came from.
Thank you, Abby. We'll go to Scott, followed by El Normal.
Yeah, Gary. Yeah, great. I hope he comes back. I mean, it's interesting to have an expert like that. I give him thumbs up. He was fantastic. Very optimistic about the United States coming on board, I thought. I was just looking up, the most optimistic polls are that 60% of the countries against the war, right? It goes as high as about 70, depending on the polling sources. So, I mean, to say that if we saw an uprising, I mean, again, I think what you were saying is and I was just repeating you. The unlikelihood of the uprising with no guns. I mean, that's just it's just difficult, right? I mean, it's just when you have not just a heavily armed regime, but one that people know are not shy about using them, not shy about killing tens of thousands of their own people in a weekend. I mean, that's just a weekend at the office for these people. And again, as we noted before, I was thrilled to see all the protests at places like NYU when that stuff happened. It was wonderful. Students are very conscious of global injustice these days. But I think that's it was interesting. I thought also you contextualized Trump very well. The map stuff, right? You want to get to Trump, show him real estate, and that was a very interesting insight, right? That how different presidents think, and just how personality shapes people, right? Like how the team of rivals people versus the real estate people versus it doesn't matter the temperament of the person in the office, not just the information they're getting, but just the way they see the world emotionally, psychologically. That was really interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is. I appreciate his optimism, right? I don't know that I share it. I don't know I don't know that where we go from here. And again, this is not to diminish a significant weakening of the conventional forces of the Iranians, right? I mean, I think we could continue probably to do that, right? I think if Congress will fund it, which again, that's another question that we have to consider as we assess where the conflict's going. But if Congress would fund it, I think we could pummel them. But as we talked before, will that bring them to their knees? And does it get us closer to the nuclear dust? I call it the nuclear decade. Doesn't get us. I don't know that it gets us closer to that. I don't know what the end game is here. I don't know what a victory would look like. I'm not saying there isn't one. I'm just saying I don't know what it is, right? What is it? We talked about, is it regime change? Is it simply Daytona? I mean, is it after we've pummeled them, getting to a point where this regime is demoralized enough that it will deal, that it will be less of a pariah? I don't know. I mean, these are open kinds of questions. I mean, I think the president certainly seems to believe that that's what's on the other side of the game for him, of the actions they're taking right now for him, right? That they're going to buckle and then they'll be willing to deal. And I mean, that would be great if we get a favorable deal. I mean, it's been costly. It's been costly, and I think, as we've said before ad nauseum in this room, I think that the American people, I mean, the rallying around. This is post-Afghanistan, post-Iraq too. Post Iraq One, I think the American people would have been in a much different place. That's not to say that you can't bring people along. Maybe, but that's certainly not Trump's skill, right? I mean, of all the skills and personality quirks and strengths and weaknesses he has, this is not in his wheelhouse, right? Bringing people along, especially the unconvinced, the middle, the possibly persuadable. That's not who Trump is, right? Trump is a go to the base, rally the base. He's not somebody that's a consensus builder. So yeah, I don't know, guys. Those are my rant thoughts. Great guests. Love it when you have guests. Keep them coming, my friend.
Thank you for that, Scott. When I'll go to El Normal, followed by Emir.
Hi there. I will keep it uncharacteristically brief. This was a coup, Gary, for you and for us, and for Mr. Fares, Mr. Walid Jun, which is a term of affection in Farsi. What an encouraging presentation. What a great perspective. I'm delighted to hear his inside view of the solidity of our coalition, including the United States and the Gulf nations and Israel, against jihad and against the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps. The Persian people are a noble and brilliant and millennia-old people with wonderful art, wonderful cinema, wonderful food, wonderful culture, wonderful music and theater that are under the heel of this oppressive, bizarre, suicidal, apocalyptic regime. They're not even indigenously from Persia, these crazy people. And they need to go, and the Persian people need to be free, as do all the Iranian people, including the Baluchi people, and the Yazidi people, and the Baha'i people, and everybody else they've been oppressing. And the people of the region need to be free. Lebanon, of Hezbollah, armed and funded and trained by this horrible regime. And Syria, they're already out of. Yemen, they need to leave. Iraq, they need to leave. The United States, they need to leave alone. Europe, they need to live alone. These crazy people need to go, this IRGC. And Gary, thank you for bringing this note of encouragement as we head into Shabbat. And thank you to Mr. Walid Jun, who took his time to share this with us. And please, many more, Gary, and let's join that coalition for freedom against this horrendous attempt at worldwide jihad. Finally, some encouragement after the betrayal of my party, Gary, the Democratic Party, and the horrible mistakes made by both, unfortunately, Barack Obama, for whom I voted, and Biden, for whom I also voted. How they can be wrong, so wrong-headed, and so treacherous, I do not know. But let's turn it around. I'm surprised to hear how highly he spoke of President Trump, but then I am delighted to hear it. And I'm wishing us all success in this struggle against oppression. Thanks again, Gary.
Thank you for those kind words, Lord. What's tempered, he did point out diplomatically that this is not the art of the deal, buying and selling an apartment building or a hotel in New York City. You're dealing with a different type of mindset, and the president, he says the president went in and said, look, we can all win from this. And it sounds great. Anybody else would have grabbed it. It's actually a lifeline to them. But that's not how they think. And he's now starting, the president, as Walid told us, is now starting to understand that. And I think most importantly, when he characterized it, he basically said, not in these words, the president's getting pissed. And I think we all know what happens when the president gets pissed. And I don't think it's a pretty outcome for the people he's angry at. So let's see where this all goes. I will note that one of the things that Wally Ferris points out is that this is not just about Iran. It's not just about Israel, as many people are trying to frame this. This is not even just about the region. This is about jihadism globally. It's a global network. And now we have formed, and I think he's at the helm of this, the International Free Coalition. There are representatives of jihadism, including middle Christians, Yazidis, Kurds, Americans, Europeans, and other groups from across the world. This is valuable if for no reason that they may be powerful enough to take this message and re-educate people who have been led astray by propagandizing as to what we are dealing with. When, I remember offering a symposium at the United Nations, and the lady's name immediately went right. Is the beautiful African woman. She was an international model who was forced into genital mutilation. And the witness describe what it's like under this fundamentalist Islamic torture of people. I got sick to my stomach and it brought tears to my eyes. That so many women are through all of this. This is the real genocide that's going on in the world. And the lies are repeated, and we learn this during if you tell the lie over and over and over and over and over again, it becomes a truism and people believe it. Your only real counter. We're not going to pick up arms. Norm isn't going to pick up a gun. I'm not going to pick up a gun. Stop the jihadists. Our voices, all of us, whether people we associate with are oppressed, or more importantly, even if they are not, our own people aren't being oppressed. Our voices are so important in this fight against global jihadism, because that's what it is. And I pray that this group is successful in getting that message out. And we're not talking about unintelligent people. They're not dumbheads. Some of the people who I've written about are lovely, lovely individuals. You would think that some of the words coming out of their mouths shows that they are full of hatred. No, it's actually, for many people, their misguided commentary is motivated by concern because they don't know any better. And in our liberal society, and I don't mean politically liberal, our liberal society, we hesitate to call things out for what they are. Maybe for fear of not being fair to groups of people. Well, here's a here's the counter argument to that. The people these human rights violations in the name of their jihadist agendas, who are they being fair to? They do not deserve our empathy. The people who suffer because of them deserve our empathy. If we as a society can redirect our attention a little bit to understanding what I just said, and I challenge anybody to show where I'm wrong about what I'm saying, I'll gladly accept the critique and acknowledge if I'm wrong, but I think everybody here knows I'm right. So, God bless him and his program. That's all I got to say. Thank you, Norm. Amir, followed by Dave.
Hey, Gary. I think you've got an intermittent connection problem on your mic, by the way. I could sort of interpolate between what you were saying, but you were breaking up.
I know. I screwed up. I apologize. I'm going to fix it while you're talking. Go talk for a couple seconds, and I will come back, and you will be able to hear me. And some people are going to say, darn, Amir, we were doing so well not having to listen again.
Right. Well, great guest. Thanks for inviting Walid. That was very, very informative. That was very good. I've just got a couple of points to make before I have a little criticism to what Walid was outlining as a model or a strategy. First point about what you said, it was actually the Basijis that were hit by Israel during that the first week or so, that window that I think was the second week actually. The issue was that it was not coordinated basically. What I mean is that Trump at that time had actually asked people to stay at home. Now, had that been done during January uprising, then the whole thing would have been very different. So the timing was not coordinated. When the Basijis were hit on the corners of the streets, the people were actually asked to stay at home. So that was the flaw there. The second point that I like to make was just something that Abby said about the drone factories in Iran. She's absolutely right. They were drone factories. They were set up by Israel apparently. And during that, I think it was a week or two that these were flown, and they were launched actually from the back of trucks within Iran, which had taken everybody, with the officials, by massive surprise, because they couldn't detect them coming inside from external borders. So this was kind of similar thing to the sort of what was it called, the pagers scenario exploding in amongst Hezbollah members. It was a similar sort of technique which had been worked on for years and years and years, and then it was actioned again. It was actioned at the time that it wasn't coordinated with other things. So, and I come to my main points regarding Walid June, as El called him. Now, what was missing, I think, in his model and in the strategy he outlined was the lack of solidarity, especially amongst Iranian diaspora. I mean, we have several sort of parties which are monarchists and constitutional monarchists and royalties and so on, as well as a couple of dozens of Republican sort of parties which do not believe in monarchy, and we have also the national parties and the lefties and the Mujahideen Khal and so on. And there is no effort at all to sort of coordinate or form some kind of solidarity amongst the diaspora outside Iran. And this is kind of reflected inside as well. So, if you manage to do a kind of create a solidarity outside Iran, then that will reflect inside as well. And that's very, very important. In fact, you cannot really recall a modern revolution that has been successful without having a solidarity, a solid solidarity amongst the diaspora. Think about the Islamic Revolution itself. When Khomeini came to Paris, just about every single party left
I mean, extreme left. These guys were, the Fadais, for example, Fadaiyan Khalq. They were the Mujahideen Khalq. What they call Benli Mazhabi. They were people who were Islamic, but they were nationalists. They were people who were 100% Islamic. All of these guys, they basically put their allegiance with Khomeini, completely aligned themselves with Khomeini, and the technocrats were the spokesperson, the spokespeople for him. That is why we actually had the Guadeloupe in January 1979 amongst the French, the Germans, the British and the Americans. That is the time that they decided to back Khomeini. And why? Because they could see the revolution is getting out of the hands of Shah, and this is the potential of the countries to go to the Russians, the Soviet Union at the time. So they thought, let's back him. Now, if the solidarity had not been there, they would not have done that. Now that's very, very important, and this is an important lesson for Reza Pahlavi, who is claiming to be the leader for the opposition during the transition period. Now, if there is no solidarity, Trump is not going to back you, and that's very important message. And I think that is why Trump basically looked for someone within Iran to replace the current regime, rather than sort of put his chips on external, because there is no solidarity behind it. And if you look at other revolutions, more contemporary ones than the Islamic Revolution, you will see the same thing. I mean, we had the solidarity movement, the typical one in Poland, and in there, what you had the Communist Party, the Left-Wenzel, who was the leader of the workers, this was a communist people which didn't even believe in God. They were in solidarity with the church, and Church of Poland is more Catholic than the Rome. So you can see, and everybody in the middle basically gathered together and gathered behind Lech Wałęsa, and that's how they managed to win that revolution. Similar sort of thing in Serbia, the Otpor movement. I remember that well because I used to be a student at the time, and they had their slogans all over the university. We've enough. We want to live now. I think that was one of the main slogans that they had. And in Poland, they had the slogan that there is no freedom without solidarity. At the time of Islamic Revolution, we had the slogan, the Shah must go. Very simple slogan, and this is the sort of thing that you need to gather people around, and that's very, very important in a successful revolution. You need to have the right slogan, you need to have a solidarity and a leader and a movement, and that's how you're going to succeed. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Amir. I was referring to Waris Deary. She was a Bond girl, actually, but more importantly, she was an ambassador at the United Nations against female genital mutilation for a number of years, and that's when I met her. And she really touched me with her story. I put two links. One, a CNN report about her story. The other, the Wikipedia write-up on her in the chat, which is linked above. Thank you, Amir. We'll go to Dave, followed by Murad.
He lists who are the jihadists. It's like Hamas, ISIS, Houthis, and Hezbollah. And then he also talked about the new formation of anti-jihadists. And they are from different parts of Middle East, Europe, North America, right? So if we look at the world map right now, if we exclude the war going on between Ukraine and Russia, much of the trouble in the world right now are caused by jihadists, right? And both in Nigeria, in Middle East, and the question is, this jihadist is anti-West, anti-America, anti-Jews, anti-Zionist, right? So once we get rid of them, we get rid the root of the problem, and we will have world peace. And the way how these jihadists work is, when they look at the map, they infiltrate the left, right? Many left are infiltrated by this. And we see this in what the Walid said, right? And also what El Norma said, right? He was, El Norma regretted that he voted for Obama, voted for Biden, and he said treacherous, right? So this is why we see when Trump come back second term, he fired a lot of people, and potentially these are infiltrated by the ideology of jihadists, and so basically, once we are clear that jihadist is the root of anti-world peace, and now we are anti-jihadist, we are talking about the beginning of the end of anti-world peace. So we have to help the left to wake up from all the indoctrination, infiltration by jihadists. And by doing so, we will end up an important step to, lasting world peace. And the Ukraine and Russian war will just a matter of time. But the root of all problem right now in the world, anti-Jews, anti-Zionists, all these are the root of jihadists. And they infiltrated the left.
Hello.
You have to wait your turn, Miriam. Thank you, Dave. We'll go to Murad, followed by Nasser.
Thank you, Gary. Gary, unfortunately, I lost the precious speech of Mr. Boris, but I try to speak to the point about the strategy. Gary, my heart is deeply saddened by 50,000 Iranians slaughtered by the Iranian regime the past, and in the past few days, this pain has been renewed. The 4 young American soldiers killed in Jordan by the brutal Iranian regime brought tears to my eyes, especially the innocent eyes of Isabella Gonzalez. But yesterday we had two beautiful twin sisters in Iran, 20 years old, who were executed by this regime in Isfahan. But this is about the strategy. In my opinion, the further we go, the more deranged the Iranian regime's strategy will become. A regime with a sick ideology that instills in its people that I am the successor to the promised savior, and perhaps in the rightful place where I am sitting, the promised savior will appear this Friday to help you and me. So I see no obstacle to bomb Doha, Dubai, Kuwait, Manama, Riyadh. Even if the US military soldiers enter Bandar Abbas, I will shell the citizens of Bandar Abbas and American soldiers together with a clear conscience. In contrast, President Trump recently confirmed my claim in his words. We have not yet shown the Iranian regime anything. We have not shown the Iranian regime anything. Let us not forget that the United States even has technologies that it has stored for the next 50 years to unveil. This is a step-by-step work by the United States. The Abraham Lincoln is grinning on the deck and lower decks on the IRGC's speedboats, just Musk team is capable of disabling the entire IRGC's communication equipment. What is Trump's strategies that tolerates this regime animalistic nature to such an extent? I think that this war will continue for various reasons in the next 18 months until America being a state of severe war and ultimately with a glorious victory. On severe war status, the US Supreme Court is convinced to keep Donald Trump in power and postpone the presidential election due to war conditions. But now let us all get past the Democrats and maintain our unity for the victory of freedom over terrorism. That's what I wanted to tell you, Gary. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, you had me until you talked about the possibility of suspending the elections because we didn't suspend elections during previous wars. There's no way we're going to be, I hope, is suspending elections this time.
We're not going to suspend elections. We held elections during the midst of the revolution, during the midst of the Civil War. We will hold elections, come rain or hot water.
But I want to ask also, Murad, have you heard that the Rahimi girls actually have been executed? Because the latest I heard is that they were tried in a kangaroo court, I think as recently as yesterday. But they and the 14 other people who were also tried, there were fears that they would be executed, but I have not been able to find anything that shows that they have thus far. Do you have information that I have not been able to find?
I saw on Instagram yesterday the news of execution of those twin sisters.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to hold off until we know for sure. Maybe it happened. I hope not. I will read you this paragraph so that people know to whom we are referring from Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. And again, if I cough, I apologize. I don't know where this cough came from. Anyway, here's what they write. 16 people are facing charges connected to protests in the Iranian city of Isfahan in January, during which a colonel in Iran's Revolutionary Guard was killed. Rights defenders are raising concerns about the legitimacy of the case, including the charges against two young twin sisters, 20-year-old Tarena and Romina Rahimi. Sources in Iran told RFE RL's Radio Farda, I think that's a Farsi broadcasting entity from Radio Free Europe, that authorities used torture to extract confessions from the defendants, and there are concerns that they might face the death penalty. Maybe they have already, and the word has not made it to the media as of yet. Let's pray that they have not. Horrible. Thank you, Murad. The real genocide is against their own people in Iran. More people killed in a 2-month period than 2 years in Gaza. Think about that. And who's being called a war criminal? Nasser, followed by Miriam. Nasser.
Are you talking? Sorry, my microphone was not opening.
That's okay. I think a lot of people are suffering little technical glitches today. It's okay.
Yeah. Yes, thanks, Gary, for the time and letting me to speak on this stage. And hello, everyone in the room. For the first and foremost sentence that I'm gonna refer to as the President Trump's recent words about people who are asking the foreigners or the foreign countries
to bomb their own country, he says, I hate people who want their own country bombed. They're such stupid and idiot people. So unfortunately, we are dealing with those type of Farsi speaking so-called Iranians, who unfortunately there are my country's people, and they come to your stage and they justify the war against their own country and their own people. Shame on them.
What are you talking about? No, sir. What are you talking about?
Oh, Miriam, you gotta wait your turn.
I'm also from Iran.
I know you are, and I want to hear what you have to say. But I will now, because this is our protocol, ask the same question. Nasser, what the hell are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about people who are justifying strikes and attacks to
Mariam.
Yeah.
Let me handle it, okay? Please? I'm the
don't
moderator, not you.
Gary,
Nasser, go ahead.
I don't even want to talk to these kind of people.
Well,
because
either you're gonna explain yourself, which I'm giving you the form.
Which kind of
Miriam, please.
I don't want to talk to traders.
Nasser,
these people are traders to their own homeland.
Do the Iranian people who come here feel like they have to take over the moderation of the room, no matter their position? Do you want to take over? Do you want me to give you a hat? Nasser, do you want to run the room?
No, I don't.
Okay. Mariam, do you want to run the room?
No, not sir.
Okay. Okay. Wait your turn. Please. I don't think it's asking a lot. Nasser, please try to explain what you're saying, because I am as confused by your position as is Miriam, although I may not yet be as disgusted as her, but I'll give you the opportunity to bring me to that point. Go.
Yes, please don't let the people interrupt my words.
I'm not letting them interrupt your words. I'm asking you for your words.
Okay, please. Because when someone interrupts me, all those...
I don't want you to talk about how the room is run. I want to hear your point. Get to the point, please.
Okay, my point is, first of all, as an Iranian, and most of the Iranian people inside Iran, we haven't given any power of attorney to U.S. and the Israeli government, IDF and
Have
U.S.
you given
Army.
power to the regime that's killing people by the tens of thousands?
Now you are interrupting me.
I am moderating, Nasser.
I know, but...
Okay, so as the moderator, as the person running the room, I'm having a dialogue with you. Okay? Did the people of Iran authorize the Islamic Republic of Iran's mullahs and the Revolutionary Guard and the Basij to kill over 50,000 people in 2 months?
First of all, the number 50,000 people is a big propaganda that...
Okay, thank you. Mariam, followed by Soren.
Sir, you're lying like a bitch.
See, you could see. See, did I handle it okay, Mariam?
Yes, you did.
Okay, go ahead with your point now.
No, I don't want to, because he's so fucking...
Everybody who heard him knows that was bullshit propaganda coming out of his mouth. Everybody knows that.
Bullshit idea.
Right. But go ahead with your point that you initially wanted.
He just doesn't recognize that people were died. People that I know were died. And he's just saying, no, these were like people that we don't know who they were.
Right, but you didn't come up to the stage to talk about him.
I'm talking about the realization that I have seen with my own eyes. Are you serious? What's your point?
What's your point, please, Miriam? When you first came up to the stage, this was not in your mind. Please tell us what was in your mind. I'm anxious to hear what you have to say.
My point is that for the decades, this Islamic regime has ruined our life ever and ever. Like, from the beginning, when I was like a little kid, they ruined our life. they just implanted something in our mind that it's not true. Like death to America, death to Israel, death to whatever. And this man is actually the same people that I'm very scared of, because they are saying the same thing right now in front of my eyes. Even after 47 years, they are saying the same things. And it's not okay. You should not allow them to talk at all, because they are fanatics.
Right,
They are,
but Miriam,
they are telling that
people have to reveal themselves to me. And as you saw, the minute the nonsense came out of his mouth, he was shut down. So you trust me. I'm not going to allow for that kind of propagandizing here. Not on this, not here. Maybe on other rooms on Clubhouse, or if he wants to open his own room on Clubhouse, he can do that.
I don't even know him. I'm telling you, I know his mindset. This is the people that say this to America.
Okay, did you listen? Did you listen? I'm going to try one last time.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, did you listen? No, wait, Miriam, I'm going to ask you a specific question, if you don't mind, please. Did you listen? Did you hear to listen to Waleed Ferris, and what did you think about what he...
He's saying bullshit.
Waleed Ferris said bullshit too? How so?
All bullshit.
What did he say that was bullshit? One thing.
I actually don't want to comment on that.
All right. If you're gonna accuse somebody of saying bullshit on the stage, and then I ask you what it is that you object to, I think you're obligated, since you made the accusation, to explain what upset you about what he said. Because if he misled us in any way, and you have knowledge that he did, then we would appreciate it if you had taken the opportunity when presented to set the record straight, but you just lost that opportunity. And hey, this is a group who listened to him, so this is a group who you should want to hear your voice, and I don't know why you did not take advantage of that. But I will move on to Soren, followed by Philip.
I'd like to start.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, just 1 second. Gary, I think you misunderstood. She was actually talking about the previous speaker.
She was not listening carefully to me then, Amir. Soren, it's your turn.
Look, I'd like to start with sending the condolences to the families of innocent schoolgirls. I've just recently...
I know, I feel the same way. Thank you for expressing your condolences. Philip, followed by him.
Hi, thank you so much, Gary. You know, I really appreciate the way that you give all sides, an opportunity to speak and try and understand what the truth is. And the truth is not easy to find, of course. I am concerned though, because I've heard several speakers in the room, including yourself, say that 52 or 53,000 people were executed by the Iranian regime. And I'm just wondering if you actually have fact-checked that, because it's not a completely verified true statement. According to the Iranian regime, around 3,000 people have been executed.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on, Philip. Are you going to go by the numbers that the perpetrators give?
No, of course not. I'm just saying they say. They say around 3,000, and they say 53,000 people have been detained. But I mean,
no. If you read Time Magazine, if you read Iran International, if you read the reporting of various different news organizations, if you read the independent verifications from a number of human rights activists, of course their numbers are going to be higher than the official regime figures. You are absolutely correct in saying the regime, the people who actually pulled the trigger, claimed that they killed over 3,100 people because they were rioters and foreigners who interfered in the internal workings of Iran. Now, you can perhaps counterbalance the 50,000 figure with the Iranian figure. I would say probably the truth is somewhere in between the two, and I would give more credence to the outside observers who are trying, and of course it's going to be unverified. Who's your source? You want to verify how many people are dead? Normally you go to the government. When a plane crashes, you go to the cops and you say, how many people died in the plane crash? That's verifiable. But when it's the government killing the people, you have a closed society, of course the numbers are unverifiable. But it's, on the low end, they're saying 30,000 to 36,000 people in a 2-day period only. January 8th through the 9th were killed.
I appreciate you sort of clarifying and justifying, that's...
I'm not justifying, I'm just saying that what credibility is there in what the Iranian government tells us about the number of people who were killed? How can you go there?
I want to see you as a kind of a credible source, and not saying simply as a fact that 53,000 people have...
Okay, I will put it this way. Credible news organizations have quoted higher numbers on the number of people who were killed. The more moderate number that is being used by Time Magazine and Iran International is that 30,000 to 36,500 people were killed in a 2-day period, and this was verified. That's all the numbers that they could verify in spite of an internet blackout. So if you want to argue... no, it wasn't 36,000, it was 35,000, or it was 30,000, or it was 20,000. I'm going to quote Hillary Clinton. What difference does it make? They still perpetuated a genocide on their people. If in your country, your government killed quote-unquote only 3,100 people who were protesting over a 2-day period, would you say, it's only 3,200?
No, of course not. I said
okay, so why do you even bring it up?
Because I don't like to hear misinformation in this room.
Well, it's not misinformation. It
is if you state as a fact that 53 or allow other people to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to rewind, and I would ask, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to disregard when I said 50 to 52,000 people were killed. And I would like you to readjust your thinking to believe that what I said, the proper wordage that I should have used, and Philip is exactly right, 50,000 people were reportedly killed. That is accurate.
And then my last point is just, you can't fight fire with fire, and violence begets violence. So give peace a chance.
Okay, that's good. When the guy is pointing a gun at me, and he's gonna kill me, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sing, all we are saying is give peace a chance. Amir.
Phillips.
Remember how they clapped during that song? I'm still clapping because I can't remember the rest of the words.
Yes, you did very well. I think Philip's comment, if we were to follow his line, I think the world would be ruled by the Hitlers of our time. It's very simple. That you cannot just have peaceful, without when a person against you is about to kill you. Anyway, that's that point. So that's just a romantic nonsense, if you don't mind me saying, Philip. So my 2 points about the speaker Nasser that came here. I just wanted to mention that I have come across Nasser, people like Nasser quite a lot. They basically they fall into two categories. The first category is the NIAC. It's a very famous National Iranian American Council. They are funded by the IR. I'm not suggesting that Nasser is, by the way. I mean, you can give me thumbs down, thumbs down all day, Nasser, but that's a fact. NIAC is funded by the Islamic Republic, and they are lobbyists at the Congress, and they're very well, very well placed people. I mean, these guys work at top companies, top multinationals in America as well. So they have a lot of influence. So beware of NIAC, National Iranian American Council. That's the first category. The second category are basically the people, Iranian people on the left, who are prepared to sacrifice the country and the people for their fight against imperialism. And they see America as the arch enemy. They are the same people who supported Saddam against America, the same people who supported Gaddafi, and anyone who rises against capitalism and imperialism, these guys come into the arena. And that's he cannot fall out of one of those two groups. Is either that or is directly being funded by Islamic Republic. I reject both of those, except the fact that he is very much on the left, and he is prepared to sacrifice Iran and the Iranian people for his ideology, which is dead against capitalism and imperialism. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Amir. Mariam, I brought you back up to give you a second opportunity, but please speak to what I asked you about what Walid brought to the table today. Walid, the guest.
Sir, I have not been listening for the past half an hour. So
Okay.
So let me listen a little bit, so I know what are you talking about at the moment. Okay.
Well, it's the end of the show for the week, but we're on this.
Is that okay for you?
We're on that. That's okay, but it's the end of the show for the week. But this is the kind of thing that we talk about every day almost here in the Critical Thinking Forum. So I invite you to come back, folks. We are here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time on Monday, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everyone be well, and as John Leno and Yoko Ono would tell us, peace out.
That's what's up. Awesome. I don't know who Fahim is. Will, you want to come up? Or you still?
Okay, so first of all, know the definition of what aboutism. Aboutism was if I'm bringing something to avoid your criticism, and I'm not. I'm answering your criticism.
You showed me a video of random kids who had just, every single kid is homeless in Gaza.
We're talking about the Palestinians, as far as I know.
Gaza. You took some kids in Gaza, which are irrelevant.
It's maybe irrelevant to this specific case.
Then don't bring it up.
It's not irrelevant to education. No, it's not irrelevant to the education.
We're not talking about education now. We're talking about, forget the education part. You took kids that you're responsible for, their safety. You took them into territory that they're not allowed in. Illegal.
Okay,
and now, listen, it's not just that you endangered kids. It's not just that you're teaching kids to hate and kill. It's not just that. It's beyond that now. What they've done is they've taken kids to help them launch, to do a provocative event that is about to launch another front.
No, that's where I disagree. I don't
the
think it was a
Palestinians are going to
provocative
take
event.
this sitting down.
I don't think it was a provocative event. That's what you say. That's what your lefty mind tell you to say.
Adib, you don't know what's happening tonight. There's 15 villages on fire right now. Okay.
That's nothing to do with the kids coming. And now
Yes,
you're
it's
jumping.
an It's Nakama. You didn't see the WhatsApp group. You're not on it. You didn't get the
but
notice.
it's
You
nothing
get the
to do
invite
with
to go burn down villages tonight.
Nothing to do with the kids coming there. As
Could
in,
you guys stop and monologue,
Nothing
please?
to
Could
do.
you guys let
Yeah,
us
it is.
speak, please? Could we just move on? Is that possible?
She's insisting talking about it. I didn't talk about it.
Adi, I'm just
You
saying
are just in her room. You can leave, my friend.
No,
No,
Adi,
if she's talking to me, I will answer. Thank you.
Adi, I think you need to get. Tan, I don't
Don't
care.
tell me what I cannot.
Tan,
Who are you
we're having a
anyway?
conversation here, okay? We're in the middle of a conversation. I think Adi really likes when we give agency to people who start attacks that end up spurring wars and lots of people die. So now they took a bunch of kids to do a provocative act in a territory where they did not belong, with no coordination from the army or permission, right? And they did that. They went rogue with children to provoke World War III, and now everyone there is in danger, including you. You are sacrificing your own.
I don't know if
These
you're kidding or
parents
not.
zero agency for what they've done.
I don't even know how to
You don't
react
even
to
know the
it.
severity of what they've done here.
Are
You
you
have no idea
serious?
what they've done.
Do you think they went there to
Adi,
What the hell? What the
Adi,
fuck?
this shit is gonna come to your door. I
What the
promise.
fuck are you talking about?
Adi, this shit you could have just got before. Adi,
Having the trip hiking in Judea and Samaria, provoking World War III. What the fuck are you talking about?
Adi, you said there's a sign you don't cross. They crossed the sign on purpose.
I didn't say they should go there. Listen to what I say for God's sake. If you have a brain, use it and listen and analyze what I'm saying. If you have one. And they should not go there. I never say they should. However, they did not go there in order to provoke somebody in his private land. First of all, I don't even know if it's a private land. It's something you said, and I didn't see any proof for that. Second, yeah, they were hiking, and maybe not in an area they should, but it's not act of provocation. It's act of hiking. They came there to travel.
Adi, you don't think adults that are responsible for them are responsible for them not going to Area A? So
I think yes.
So they don't get into conflicts with the residents there?
I think yes.
Okay, so Adi, here's the thing. Here's why it's not in your interest to frame this as a terrorist attack against Jews. Because what the result is going to be, Gaza used to be a problem for you, not anymore. West Bank, not so much, right? You have less problems with the West Bank. Now,
Many tourists in the West Bank.
okay, now you've basically given them perfectly justification to defend themselves, to take up arms, because what you've unleashed now is a series of just like widespread pogroms across the place. And so this, Adi, because of these children, these innocent children taking a hike, it's going to come to your door.
You think they
And
need
you give
this?
them no agency,
in
you give
order
them no
to want to kill
responsibility,
us?
just
What
inside.
about the terrorists? They try to murder us, and I'm talking only West in 2022.
It's going to come to your door, and it's going to be legitimate, Adi, because of what they did.
What the hell are you thinking? They were trying to murder us for years now from the
Wait,
West
in the West
Bank.
Bank, no, they weren't. They've been sitting ducks, waiting to force them out of their house.
Not true. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Read about the 23 wave of terror.
I mean,
You don't have idea what you're talking about.
You guys made the claim that tons of Jews have died this week, and you found 0 Jews that died. So.
No, I didn't make this claim. It's Norm.
You're blaming Norm.
There was terror attacks, and Jews were definitely injured, not killed. Yeah, and we're sorry the Jews were not killed.
But
We're sorry.
do you know how many terror attacks there were the other way though? No, you don't, because you don't get that in your IV of propaganda.
Okay, and I'm not claiming to know anything in the Palestinian side. I care about my people.
I'm saying it hurts your people when this comes to your fucking door. It's gonna end up on your doorstep. You think you're far
When you say to my doorstep, you mean that you will do terror attack in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv?
No, I'm saying that eventually they're gonna need to protect themselves.
How? By attacking my doorsteps?
By grabbing guns away from your hands, yes.
By attacking me in Rishon
LeZion? By grabbing guns out of your hands. Eventually they're gonna have to grab the guns away, yes. That's what people do to protect their families.
By coming to us, yes or no? By coming to us, to Israel?
You came to them. You're in their space.
I'm asking you.
You came to them, and villages have been wiped off the map like the Holocaust.
They are living there. Yeah.
Adi, where my family's from in Lithuania, there's no Jewish villages left. They've been wiped off the map. That's what they've done in the West Bank. There's dozens and dozens of villages. Look at the map on my PTR. Wiped off the map, just like the Holocaust. Okay. They went door to door and wiped villages off the map, exactly like the Holocaust, exactly like they did to my family in Lithuania. There's nowhere to return to because of what.
Exactly like the Holocaust. Yeah, of course. Yeah. You're so dumb, honestly.
Maybe it's because you don't have ancestors who were in the Holocaust, but it rings.
Maybe if you were talking with your ancestors from the Holocaust, they were ashamed of you. By saying that. And I have friends that they have family members in the Holocaust. Yeah, and I was in Poland and see the gas chambers. Yeah, exactly like the West Bank, right? Exactly like the West Bank. Of course, you're right. You know, you can say it's a wrong thing, and I agree. What I mean is wrong thing, it's a wrong thing, without mentioning the Holocaust, like being cholat Shoah. You know what? A Holocaust seeker.
I get called a capo every day by the Zionists.
But when you mention the Holocaust like that, of course people like to call you a capo. What are you expecting?
Adi, what is the practical difference between wiping off villages off of the West Bank and in broad daylight on social media where everyone can see? The only difference between that and what happened in Lithuania is that was done before social media and nobody could see and nobody heard about it until they got a telegram 3 months later. The only difference is it's being live streamed. And you think that, and you only see, and you're looking at it through like glasses that say, oh.
Bachelor of Science school ever.
And the sad part, I wondered just to see the conversation as my daughter, 28, soon to be 29, she has had Botox. Mm-hmm. She's dabbled around. She can't afford it, number one, so don't even go there. But what's so sad is that, I guess, is this the phrase looks maxing? She tells me, you have to start now, Mom. You have to start now. And
so that's what. Yeah. That's what they tell you. Now I will disclose to the room in a non-replay room that I had a couple Botox.
Oh my God!
But hold on. But it was interesting because one of the things it really helped me with is it's not so much for the looks part, but it helped in keeping my eyes from like drooping on the.
What is happening in the West Bank?
They're wiped. They're disappeared.
Not even close.
You know what? You are willfully distorting history. Even you know that's not what's happening in the West Bank. So to compare the two, it's like apples and bowling balls. It's not comparable. Okay. You lose credibility by making that comparison.
Okay, so maybe it's apples to oranges. Let's together.
No, it's not. It's apples to bowling ball.
All right, Randy, so give me an example.
lose credibility when you say things like that.
About it. I have your word for it, Randy. Give me one
Right.
example, please.
Okay. They're not killing children in the West. Israeli
Yes,
soldiers
they
are not killing
children. Who were
children.
killed.
No, they are not.
I'll show
Number
you some
two,
videos of children. who were killed.
Number two, Palestinians can go anywhere. They can leave. The Jews in the Holocaust would have loved, Anne Frank would have loved to have left. You know, the big crime that you say is that they're destroying towns and people have to leave. Anne Frank would have loved to have left Amsterdam and gone somewhere else. Okay? Some major differences, and you need West Bank. Because it sounds like you're shooting from the hip. You know? Or why you feel compelled to slander your own people like this. But you need some real research and thinking about what you're doing when you make these random messages. Why
I'm
are
going to
you
read from
keeping that?
ChatGPT now.
What kind of validation are you seeking?
Listen,
You
I want
need
to dissect the
validation
facts with
from
you,
these
Randy.
Muslims?
My friend, let's dissect. Let's go through the facts, okay?
Yeah, let's slice and dice it.
I'm open to
What's happened in the Holocaust is a million times worse than anything the
Fair,
idea
you're right. There's
ever
always
did.
a scale difference. I never said apples to apples.
Okay,
But there
okay.
are
You know what?
similarities in
Why don't you focus on that scale difference?
Randy, let's have a conversation. Calm down.
Scale difference. But you
Randy,
didn't say
Randy, my friend, calm down, please. I'm going to read something from ChatGPT about the villages, okay?
Buttercup, my friend. Buttercup, my enemy. Okay? You want to call me your friend? You're my enemy.
He's calling
Okay, I don't have to be down. You're being really disruptive, honey. All right, so 44 communities have been completely uprooted or forced to leave their homes since October 23. 13 additional communities were partially displaced during the same period. 117 total communities facing full or partial displacement pressures and restricted land access in Area C, according to Amnesty International data. And most of it is because of settler violence, nighttime raids, physical intimidation, outpost expansion, rapid and military measures that restrict movement. So those are the facts. While there's always no two genocides are the same, and there are always differences. Of course, there's differences in scale, right? In the Holocaust, 2 million European Jews were murdered. That doesn't change the fact that there are many common characteristics, and it's a warning. You know, anyone whose family experienced displacement on a systematic scale like this can see it, knows it when they see it.
That was beautiful. You should say it one more time, but they may get mad at you.
It's an unfair and ridiculous comparison. I'd avoid it.
I understand, Pearl, but I feel that Pearl, there are some Jews that think it's taboo to compare anything to the Holocaust, and there's many of us, the way we interpret our Judaism and our culture and our shared trauma, Pearl, throughout our lives and in our Hebrew schools and in our communities, is we see the Holocaust as instructive about man's capacity towards evil, and it's a warning for the capacity of man to hurt other people, okay? And so many people, including the founding Zionists, saw in the militarization of Israel something that smelled familiar to them, to the people who had just survived the Holocaust. So I'm not the first person to draw this analogy, and I won't be the last. And part of the way we interpret what happened to us during the Holocaust, Pearl, is by learning lessons and being vigilant against this ever happening again.
Brain rot, bitch!
And we're not that person, but similarities would be a betrayal of our heritage and our family history.
And you live in US, right, Buttercup?
What do you say?
And you live in US, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am really sorry that the country that I am coming from is hurting your bombs and your soldiers. I apologize for that.
What country are you
Emrose
from?
is back, by the way. Emrose is back. I think she should come back up on stage.
You're from Iran?
It doesn't matter. Like, I guess some Nazis killed your ancestor and we have to pay the price. And I'm really sorry that, we heard your bombs and...
I think he might be.
He's trolling.
So,
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, so.
he's saying, why would someone like Randy take it out on Palestinians when they had absolutely nothing to do with the Holocaust? I think that's his comment, but that shouldn't be directed at you because that's not you're arguing exactly against Randy. You're saying we should treat the Holocaust as a lesson for all people. Never again applies to all people. That's Bardakov's position, which is the opposite of Randy, who's trying to use the Holocaust as cover to try and downplay the genocide of the Gaza. Just to be clear, that Barakov is not agreeing with Randy. She's disagreeing. Well, I don't know where she stands with Randy, but he was trying to deflect, trying to use the Holocaust, classic Zionist tactic. We've all got to constantly, the whole world has to feel guilty about the Holocaust, and therefore nobody like the Palestinians can have any sympathy, because nothing could have been worse than happened to the Jews in history. That's his fucking argument, and many people are getting fucking sick of it, you know.
Hey, Bubbles, you want to weigh in on the incident this morning in the West Bank, or what?
No.
Okay, smart.
Roth, I don't trust your intentions. I think you speak.
Yeah, I don't really give a fuck what you fucking think, you stupid cunt, so shut the fuck up.
I'm so
My
sorry.
intentions
You
are my own fucking
you gotta go down.
Alright.
That was an easy one.
Well, how did Pearl get Maud?
Pearl is my friend.
Talking about. Why wouldn't
Pearl and I
I'm just saying, like, I've known you so much longer, Buttercup.
No,
Yeah,
you
but
haven't. I've known her a while.
No, I've known Buttercup.
It's not about time.
I've known her. We've known each other around the same amount of time.
Oh, I didn't know you guys knew each
I
other.
also I'm also easily persuaded by two things in her profile picture.
I knew you would be.
I'm just kidding, Pearl. I'm teasing you.
I don't think she is.
The cross?
No.
That was the third thing that I mentioned.
Her picture looks AI.
You look hot, Pearl.
Thanks. Is that Samira? Just invited Samira. Where'd you go?
I didn't see him.
What happened at the West Bank today?
Oh boy. We have to start this again. Basically, I'll just tell you the abbreviated version. A bunch of settlers brought their teenagers on a hike through Area A, area that they're illegal to cross into. Although sometimes it does happen with Army coordination if they're going for a particular purpose, but that wasn't the case here. They just went there willy-nilly into restricted territory, crossed over into someone's property. The guy, an unarmed farmer, there was a confrontation with some unarmed farmers. A Palestinian farmer who was unarmed, and then some settlement security guard joined in with a gun, and started hitting. There was a scuffle, and the Palestinian farmer tried to take the gun out of his hand to protect his property. And one guy who had pointed the gun at him turned out to be like a big, famous, notorious terrorist, got shot and died. And that's what went all over Israeli newspapers and TV. Everyone's like, oh, there's a terror attack in the West Bank and a Jew died. What actually happened is 4 Palestinians were shot in the fallout. Our soldiers showed up. There's videos all over the internet about it. And you can see the scuffle where the unarmed Palestinian tries to wrestle the gun away and then shoots the guy who had attacked him. And because of that, Adi and others here are saying it's a terror attack against Jews. A guy that wrestled a gun out of his assailant's hands and then shot him. They're saying is murder. They're calling that murder. And because of that, it's unleashed a wave of violence.
She didn't provide any proof. It's actually private property. She's just saying that.
But even if it was public property, to wrestle a gun out of your assailant's hand and then shoot them is completely okay.
People fighting each other. It was not only the guy with a gun.
He was an assailant.
Again, the Palestinian terrorist is the one shot first.
Yeah, he shot the assailant who had a gun with his own gun. He shot the assailant with his own gun. I don't know how. In like action films, when you see the person being chased by the perpetrator, and they need to like be a hero and save themselves, they turn the perpetrator's gun on themselves. That's exactly how you save yourself, right, Dundee?
It was on
You
the
watch any
ground.
action movies like where like you have to like escape like bad guys? That's what you do. You wrestle the gun away like a hero, and then you turn it on the perpetrator. That's how you save your life.
If it was not hijacking, like taking the gun, no other gun was pointing it. The fact that an Arab.
By the way, the
taking
number
a gun,
of dead is not 4, it's 6. We killed 6 people.
Because afterwards there were rampages and so 2 more people died or something, right? Anyway, so now Mohammed, all over the West Bank, like 15 villages are on fire. There's been like a mass organization among these settlers to like burn down Palestinian villages in retaliation for what they consider to be a terrorist attack, which in fact was a guy wrestling a gun from a perpetrator and then turning the gun on the perpetrator. But Adi, we've been fighting with Adi all morning because he still thinks that this is a cold-blooded murder, unjustified cold-blooded terrorist attack.
it is.
You don't watch enough action movies, Adi. Go watch some more action.
Yeah, I will watch Avengers and then
Quentin Tarantino lives in Israel. You should watch some movies, see what happens when a perpetrator turns a gun on victims.
I'm waiting for Doomsday, and after that I will change my mind.
That's how it happens in every movie. That's how what heroes do. They take away the perpetrator's gun and they shoot him in the head. That's what they.
Yeah, honestly, you're just being un-American right now.
Who, Adi?
Yeah.
He's saying, like, if you're an Israeli and someone points a rock at you, that's fair game. But if you're.
Why were they bothering the hikers in the first place?
No, the hikers they took children into areas that were illegal and contested territory. Why did they do that, Bubbles? For a school trip? And then, while the shooting was going on, there's videos, Bubbles, of the kids laughing and cheering at the violence. The kids
I
were
just watched it.
You saw the kids cheering and whistling?
Mm-hmm.
It's awful that they raise their kids that way, right? Their kids are celebrating a horrific bloodbath. But the most responsible are the parents that dragged them into that situation and is now going to set off like a whole...
These are weird settler kids in this video. These are not regular Israeli kids, I would say.
No shit. These are settlers, but they're terrorist settlers. They took kids, not the teenagers, right? Like not the hilltop youth. These are children who are in school, who adults are responsible for, who took them into this contested territory on purpose for a leisurely hike. And then when they encountered an unarmed farmer and a scuffle ensued, they tried to shoot the farmer, and the farmer turned the gun on the perpetrator.
Yeah, we need more information about that.
He was not unarmed. The moment he took the rifle, he's armed.
That's how you fend off a perpetrator, you fucking dumbass. You shoot them in the head. That's what you do when someone's trying to kill you. You don't know that, Izzy? What do you learn in the army? You did basic training. What do they tell you to do if a terrorist attacks you? Do you take their gun away and shoot them in the head, or you let them live?
The moment he took the rifle, he's not an unarmed.
It's not like he's in handcuffs. You guys shoot handcuff people. This guy is attacking him, and he tried to assault him with a gun. Yes, you're allowed to shoot someone who's actively assaulting with a gun.
The guy attacking him after he took the gun from the other guy. And he was on the ground, by the way. He was not need to shoot.
I know. He should have taken it and then give it back to him so he can shoot.
Adi, your soldiers shoot people in cold blood that are handcuffed.
Not take the gun from the first place.
Adi, yes, there's a famous case. Adi, who's that guy who there's a lot of protests because he's like the one Israeli soldier who was like arrested for shooting a handcuffed Palestinian detainee?
You mean Arlo Azai was not handcuffed?
Yeah.
But
people are very upset that he's been arrested.
Again, you're not telling the story too much.
They're trying to liberate. It's become a political touch point.
He was not handcuffed. He was neutralized on the ground, and he shot him.
He shot a neutralized guy. So it's the same thing, same situation, right?
No.
No, it's better or worse what he did? Who did a worse crime? The guy who was an unarmed farmer, or the guy who's a soldier shooting a neutralized terrorist on the ground?
Well, Elor Azaria acted against the orders, and he was sent for jail, like, properly so. He was not just sent to jail.
However, I would suggest he did the justice with a terrorist. However, he should not take the law into his. What's happened today is a Palestinian terrorist taking a gun.
You're not a terrorist if you come unarmed, Adi.
The moment he decided to shoot.
The problem with people like this, they would never ever admit that they did anything wrong. It's always the other people's fault.
Listen, anyone who's outside the situation.
They would never look in the mirror and say, maybe something is not okay, is not right. Never.
Okay, so Bubbles is like half American.
Because just in this conversation today,
Israelis, they can't compute, right? Their brains can't compute. It's obvious to everyone except them.
Out of your ass, of course.
You're an Arab from Iraq, sorry.
And that's what you know to do, talking out of your ass. Yes, and yes.
I mean, I don't think that you can grab a gun out of a security personnel's hand and shoot.
He was being hit on the head with the gun, Bubbles.
That's not what I
He says security personnel, the guy was a terrorist. He's a well-known terrorist.
Grabbed the gun away that he's being hit with.
He was not just a tattler.
Yeah, because he was being rowdy and trying to yell at the guy.
He was responsible for the security of the.
What would you do if you're in a crazy crowded street, people yelling, and someone's pointing a gun at you, telling you to get the fuck away? I would turn around and walk away. That's not what these people did.
That's not what's happening.
Bubbles, it's not. They trespass on his property.
No, this not the guy who shot people's property.
Of course, she's.
Yes, the farmer.
That's not the one who took the gun.
The one who took the gun is a farmer, whose property it is.
She didn't
was being hit by some random security guard and a bunch of kids.
No, that's not the. I just watched a video of it.
But she didn't provide any fact. It's a private property, and she tells you that like it's a fact.
I'm not reading that it has anything to do with the property. It was near a mosque.
Can someone put the link in the chat of the video, please?
Sure.
There are two angles. I've seen the angle from the Jewish side and the angle from the Arab side, because the Arabs also filmed it.
Wait a minute, you just went from his property to behind a mosque?
This article says near a mosque. I'm just trying to figure out where it says mosque. I don't know.
Well, Buttercup said it was his property, which obviously changes the whole thing.
It says a clash erupted near a mosque as dozens of Palestinians tried to push them out of Tel, which is the name of the town. I'm not seeing anything about a farmer. I'm not seeing anything about property.
I don't even know why did the word mosque come into play anyway. There was no mosque.
Because it's not the mosque. It's about like where this occurred. By the way, the person who shot the Israelis is just someone random in the clash who decided to take the gun.
No, it was not someone
do something.
in the clash. No, it was not.
Who is he?
He's a terrorist. He was on his land. When this guy. And he was smacking the guy on the head with the butt of his gun.
It doesn't say that they were on his land. It was just someone in the clashing.
If you're reading an Israeli narrative, yeah.
I read it 15 times.
It's going to say a mosque, and it's going to say terrorism. It's going to say the usual shit.
It didn't. It didn't say that.
Apparently they tried to break into 2 houses.
Yeah, that I read as well.
The Fatah says that 20 to 30 settlers tried to break into 2 houses there. The residents came out to confront them and they opened fire. A half hour later, they returned and attacked the western part of town. That sounds
it just said one of the Palestinians grabbed the rifle. It doesn't say who the Palestinian was. It doesn't say anything about the Palestinian.
Wait, I'm going to post this in the chat. I'm trying to read the actual reporting now that its time has passed. But more details are coming out, okay? Times of Israel you trust, right, Bubbles?
It's a random guy who seized the weapon, so it makes him a terrorist. I mean, it makes him a...
No, okay, listen, you never watched a movie where there's an assailant, so what do you do with an assailant? You turn the gun on themselves, you wrestle them.
Not an assailant. I'm sure they were yelling at them to get away and disperse, and they didn't.
Why are you sure about that? You don't know that they burned down
houses? Because that's what they would do in this situation, is yell at them all to leave,
you didn't know that they poured gasoline on babies? You didn't know that?
I'm talking about this specific situation where there was a group of very rowdy people and 2 guys with guns trying to tell them to go away. One of the random random rowdy people took the gun and shot the guy. You can't do that. Just go away.
No, that's not what happened. They came into their property, but the settlers came into the Palestinian property, into town.
Property. There's like 30. There's 30 guys there yelling at the two guys with guns.
No, there's 30
Israelis
kids.
with guns.
30 Jewish kids.
No, they're not kids. No. There's also 30 Palestinians standing there yelling and making a crowd. That's where this all.
This is the
Watch
town
the video.
saying stay out of our town because they broke in.
And you have to take a gun and shoot the guy because of that? Just walk away. I mean, it's like
called trespassing, Bubbles. Why are you trespassing on their property?
To a town?
Yes, an illegal town that they're not allowed to go to.
Okay, that's a problem. But I don't think it means you take the gun and shoot the guy telling you all to disperse because it's very rowdy right now. Yeah, that's crazy.
Guy hit him on the head with a gun, apparently.
I didn't see that. I just watched the video. Watch the video.
Well, if he did hit him on the head, then it's self-defense, right?
Yeah, because they're approaching them.
If they're approaching, why are they crossing into territory without any authorization? Here, read the Times of Israel.
First of all, it's not clear if it's area A or B. It says
okay, I'm going to read the Times of Israel because it's taking, just to settle this, okay? This is now all the facts are out, okay? 2 Israelis and 4 Palestinians were killed Friday after a Palestinian snatched a weapon from a group of settlers who had raided a Northwest Bank village and opened fire, leading to fears of reprisal attacks throughout the territory. The incident began when several dozen settlers entered the outskirts of the village of Tel on what they claimed was a hike. The town is located in areas A and B, which are off-limits to Israelis, unless they coordinate in advance with the army, something the IDF said the settlers did not do. After illegal entry by the Israeli group, including armsmen and miners, a clash erupted near a mosque as dozens of local Palestinians tried to push them out of Tel. So they're in this town illegally, right? Assam Saifi, a local leader in the Palestinian Fatah party, tells Tel that he got it in a call that 25 to 30 settlers initially attacked the eastern area of Tel and tried to break into 2 houses there. The residents came out to confront them, and the settlers opened fire. Half-hour later, Safi continued, the Israelis returned and attacked the western part of town, striking a miner with a weapon. They struck a kid with a weapon, okay? Around this point, a civil defense squad from dispatching Chabad Gilad settlement was dispatched to the scene, along with our artillery soldiers stationed nearby, the IDF said. Upon their arrival, footage taken from one of the raiding settlers showed an armed Israeli firing his weapon into the air amid shouts of revenge by young Israelis looking on. A pair of Palestinians was then seen confronting one of the armed Israelis, Chabad Gilad civil defense squad member Benayahu Mellet, 32. Unfazed by Mellet pointing his weapon at them, one of the Palestinians grabbed his rifle and quickly opened fire as a gunfight ensued.
Yeah, you can't do that.
He had a gun pointed at him. That's exactly what's
No, if you watch the video, you can see that the 2 Israelis walk away, and those 2 guys that took the gun keep going towards them. You can't do that. Why are they pursuing these 2 guys with guns?
In an adrenaline situation, who knows why they shot the gun? But the confrontation.
No, I'm not saying why. I'm saying why were they?
Who started the confrontation?
But just watch the video. They were pushing into them. Their guys with guns, and then they stole their guns and shot them. What the fuck? You can't do that.
Bubbles, do you think it's normal for a group of 35 men and children and armed people to barge into a town and try to break into?
No, but I also don't think it's normal to steal a security personnel's gun and shoot them. I think that's also not normal. If the gun is being
pointed at you when they're invading
it's
the
not
town?
I don't think it was being pointed. I think it was
They're invading their town. They're illegal. They're
holding the gun as they're approaching a gang of 30 people who are very rowdy. That's normal. They're not supposed to use their guns at all? Where's the gun supposed to be?
They're pointing guns at unarmed people.
Pointed to the ground?
They're pointing guns at unarmed people.
Because they wouldn't go. But watch the video. I mean, it's all in the video. I mean, everything I believe is in the video.
Okay, so why are the kids screaming Nekama?
I don't know. They're stupid religious kids who probably are.
Okay, so you don't think it was an act of revenge what they were doing in that town?
No, I think they're stupid religious kids.
They're stupid religious kids. So when they go into houses barging in with guns, it's not an act. It's not a crime. This is like an organized trip of 30 people. It's not just kids, it's kids and adults and armed people.
No, I don't agree with it, but I also don't think that you can steal someone's gun and shoot them.
This is like an organized educational program.
Yeah, I don't like it, and I also don't like the Palestinian
grabbing the gun. It's an organized educational program. Let's go and see how we can kill some people and steal their shit and burn their homes.
I don't agree with any of it.
I don't even know the terms you're using is like an outing. This is not an outing. Those people don't go out on outings.
Right, they claim.
They go out
using
to
the term
terrorize
cheap,
people.
quote unquote, outing.
And they're idiots. They're like
claiming it was a
going into
innocent
this
hike
town.
and barging into houses.
I don't agree with any of
When you
it.
go for a
I
hike,
think it's
you
all
barge
bad.
into houses when you're on the hike.
It's all bad. It's both bad. It's all bad.
But who's the perpetrator? Who started it?
I guess the Israelis who were in the town. But I still don't think you can grab someone's gun and shoot them with it. I think that when they're just trying to disperse a rowdy crowd.
How do you know that's what they were doing? Do you know
because I watched the video 25 times and I read the article.
Have you ever been in a settlement? Do you know how they operate?
It doesn't matter. You can't First of all, the guy was walking away, and then the other two Palestinians keep going up to them and then take the gun. Of course, if you're approaching people with why are you approaching him if he has a gun pointed at you? It's weird. Go away. Like that, I don't understand. That I think is an act that didn't need to happen. Also,
If somebody walks into your house with a gun, you're just gonna walk away,
somebody
right?
walks in your house. There's Israelis who are there
Somebody walks
causing
in a house
trouble,
and
and then
points
they're
a gun
trying
at
to
your head.
disperse them.
If someone walks into your house and points a gun at your head and he hits you in the head with the butt of the gun, what do you do?
That's not what happened in this.
That's exactly what happened. That's exactly
No, it's not.
That's
No, it's
exactly
not.
what happened.
The shooting happened. The shooting didn't happen in this house. That happened 30 minutes earlier. Literally says in the article. No, read the article. It doesn't matter. You can't take someone's gun and shoot them with it if they're trying to disperse a crowd. Just watch the video. It didn't happen in the house.
See how they're starting the story in the middle? It's always the middle. She's never mentioned how this is a fucking illegal entry, and you should start there.
No, we did mention that. Were you not listening?
Same way we
Okay,
mentioned
I'm looking at the video and here's what I see. I see the security guards charging at the Palestinians, and then I see the Palestinians grab the gun away, and then I see a fight, like chaos ensue. So I don't see a cold-blooded murder that Adi is describing, okay? I see chaos ensuing and people getting shot, and in fact, many more Palestinians died than Israelis, right? The only guy that died was a guy holding the gun.
Where's my link? Why did I get
typical?
Do you guys want to get an idea of what an outing is like for a terrorist settler, a bunch of terrorist settlers? You want to know how it looks like? A bunch of settlers will walk into your house, uninvited, and sit around and do some damages. That's their idea of an outing. And if you say, what are you doing in my house? They say, fuck off. You get the fuck out of here. Oh, otherwise, this is their outing. This is their idea of outing. It's not like they come to your house. Hold on. It's not they come to your house, bring you an apple pie. They want to have coffee with you. They come and they roam around. They burn things. They steal things. They'll shoot your dog. Maybe they'll kill your goat. Or they'll mix the contents of your kitchen, and they just, that's the kind of stuff they do. They're very, very peaceful. They're on a fucking outing.
Listen, Jinder, as comical as you put it, I would really like to hear from Bubbles. Is this an Israeli guy's idea of an outing?
By the way, the gun wasn't
if you call, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters, or are you going to call the Israeli army? And the Israeli army comes, shows up, and they surround the house, and they keep an eye on the settlers. They don't do anything. They're just waiting for them to commit more aggression, more acts of terror, more acts of shit. And if a Palestinian says, get the fuck out of my house, he gets killed. Or he gets picked up and, put in jail.
Bubbles,
that's the idea of an outing for a settler in the West Bank.
But Bubbles, you like living in Tel Aviv. You like your peaceful life far from the West Bank. Why would you not be upset by the unrest that's being caused by these people?
I am. I just said it's all bad.
Hold the people who are responsible.
But I also think there was aggression from these men who were going against the guys with guns. I don't really.
They were not aggressive. They were defending their property. I saw the video. They were charging.
But you don't need to take a gun and shoot.
This is what I saw. I saw in the video
a security officer trying to handle a situation because you don't like the situation. That's not okay.
The situation was they were defending their houses. The boys were
no. The situation in this video is that there's these two. What do they call them?
Palestinians.
What do they call it? Civil.
The security guards or something.
Whatever. Civil security. Okay, they're trying to calm the situation down, right? And then these guys are freaking angry. Obviously.
Is that how you calm the situation down? You charge at people with guns?
They got to get them dispersed.
With guns, it's not calming.
How are they supposed to calm them down, Buttercup?
Do you think pointing a gun at someone's head calms them down?
I think you gotta disperse the crowd and get everyone away, right? And they're holding guns because they're security.
Why are they dispersing the invaders, which are the kids who are trying to break into their house?
That's a dumb question. I think that in this video, there is clearly a group of like 30 men there and kids on the side, and they're trying to get rid of the crowd. And they're telling them to get away, and then two of those guys come up and steal the gun and shoot them. It's weird. I don't agree with it.
I thought it was just a DNR, but Bubbles also has an IV of propaganda in her veins, and she's only been there 10 years.
Not propaganda. I'm literally saying that I agree, and I agree with both sides.
Reality. Like anyone in America can see that, like when someone points a gun at you, you have a right to shoot them in the head. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Bubbles.
Not if it's a security personnel.
What do you mean security? He's just like he's a security guard in the fucking.
No, he's not. He's a
security guard.
Yeah, he's telling everyone to get away, and they're not gonna go away. I don't see what.
No, he's nothing. He's a terrorist. Call him what he is. He's a terrorist.
No, he's not. They're trying to disperse the crowd.
Read his bio, by the way. He's a terrorist. He's done a lot of terrorist shit.
I think he's trying to disperse the crowd.
Terrorists are praising the guy who died.
Bubbles is going through something.
I have a question for Bubbles.
Oh,
so do you think Israeli society is radicalized more today than it ever was?
Yeah.
So you understand how this is more of a systemic problem rather than just saying like, oh, just a few stupid religious kids. I mean, it's very much a product of the system that's not just enabling it, but encouraging it. I don't think it's fair to say that, oh, it's just, a couple of like a few bad apples of these, very aggressive settlers doing these horrible things. I think you have to look at the bigger picture, and the system quite literally, either directly or indirectly, encourages this.
Is it the system, or is it situations that have occurred over the past 5 years?
Well, the situation that occurred over the past 5 years is also a product of the system.
I don't agree with that, but I do think that the kids that live in the West Bank who do these horrible things should be separated from the rest of Israeli society.
Why are you finally fishing for excuses, Bubbles? You're in a privileged position to be in Israel, have citizenship, to live in Tel Aviv. You can actually take a stand and fight for a better tomorrow. Why are you?
Yeah, I don't like the Palestinians. I don't like them, so I don't care, really.
Yeah, but they're inflaming shit with Palestinians. It's gonna end up on your doorstep eventually. You won't have your nice piece.
Oh, but it gets inflamed anyway. I don't know. I don't really think it's affecting it that horribly.
It's gonna show up in Tel Aviv eventually. They're gonna fight back. Theirs is their homes.
Maybe not. I don't know. I think they're angry today, and they were angry 5 years ago, and they're angry all the time.
To do Bubbles when people break into their homes.
I don't agree with the kids who do this shit. I think it's dumb, and I don't agree with it.
But should they just let their houses burn? What should they do?
Bubbles, what do you think of the Palestinians who live in Israel that we all call the Israelis?
They're not Palestinians.
Why aren't they Palestinians?
Oh my God.
They're Israeli Arabs.
What's the difference?
Bubbles, don't get hung up on that fucking activity.
No, I'm curious. What's the difference?
I don't want to get hung up on it. I just think they're citizens, so it's different. They benefit from Israeli society.
Okay,
they're members of Israeli society.
Israeli Arabs only, so you're gonna get hung up on semantics. I don't think Bubbles is really hung up on the identity.
Maybe they live a relatively more normal life than people in the West Bank, regardless of the fact that they're both Palestinians.
Okay, what's your point, Wade?
My point
I know. My cousin is an Israeli Arab and I'm a Palestinian. I know.
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
He's playing semantics, y'all. He's playing semantics.
No, my point is, you're gonna put blame on things in the West Bank because they're acting aggressively. Well, no, I think they're reacting to their situation. But if you look at Palestinians who you call Israeli Arabs, their situation is a lot different. And if you can't recognize that there's a astronomical difference in there, not to say that life for the 1948 Palestinians is perfect, but if you're going to compare, I think you cannot just ignore the difference in their situation. One lives a relatively normal life, and the other one is living under constant security threat and surveillance and military occupation. I don't think you can...
There's no military occupation in Area A.
There you go.
This occurred
What
in
do you
area
say? Like, what do you say to someone like this? What do you
Of
say?
course, the experience is different. Of course, and I don't agree with these people, these crazy people living in the West Bank who are creating chaos there. I don't agree with it. I don't know what you want to say.
And you
But I
just
still don't trust. I don't trust the Palestinians. I don't.
There's no occupation.
And I agree with all the checkpoints and all of the military actions occurring right now. That's my point of view.
Okay, all the stuff that took place today is in Area A. You say there's no occupation in Area A. What would like?
There's no military, whatever he said there.
There's no military.
Are Jews allowed to go there?
Are you okay? Are you sure? Do you know what you're talking about, or you're just?
So were they trespassing? Was it an aggressive act to walk in there?
Yes, yeah. I mean, like, I don't know why we're so hung up on this. I already told you I don't agree with it. I don't know what you want me to say more. I think it was idiotic and stupid and
deadly,
provocative, and I don't agree with it. I mean,
and deadly.
But I also think you can't steal the gun of someone who's trying to disperse a crowd. I agree with both sides.
Why? What happened to you, Bubbles? Like, you like your life, stand up for
both sides. Why can't we play both sides?
Kids in Israel, you want it to be safe for you, then don't attack a population that's trapped. They're sitting ducks.
I just watched the video, guys. So those security guys, is it like Palestinian know those are security, or is there a way to know that those are security, those are not settlers?
They're settlers and security, they're both.
No, I understand. So I think Bob's point is that those security guys, they just want to deter us because it's their job.
It's like a weird distinction she's making.
No, but like Palestinians, can they distinguish that those are security?
No, and that's part of the problem in this situation too.
So how do Palestinians know that those people who point the gun at them, they are not settlers, they are security?
And there were also people in the group who had guns too, right?
So I mean, the question is that if Palestinians don't know that person who's pointing the gun at their head is a settler or security, so why should they?
Well, there were people in uniform there.
No, I know, but in the video that I watched, that person who pulled the gun was not with.
Yeah, the people who shoot, they were in regular clothes, Bubbles. Anyway, I'm exhausted. And I'm worried for.
It's a really unfortunate situation. I do believe that every single one of those Palestinian men, though, probably would want to destroy my life if given the chance. So, fuck them. But it sucks.
Oh my god.
I don't think they notice you guys.
Sorry, that's what I believe. I wouldn't go as far as destroying their homes or going in places where they live.
Wait, how is this surprising to you?
That's the radicalization of Israeli society that the one guy was talking about. I don't know who was.
It's like Bubbles, she's a she moved there 10 years ago. She's American. She understands the stand your ground culture that we have in America. She understands that people don't have right to just trespass.
Yeah, Bubbles living a bubble.
Okay, listen, hold on.
Her dad
live in a bubble. I love my bubble.
Buttercup. Despite the fact that Jews in America tend to vote Democrat traditionally, especially now there's shit.
I hate when you explain Jews to me, Penny.
Yeah. In Israel, they tend to be a lot more right wing. Just because you accept
I'm talking about Bubbles specifically.
Yeah. No, but this is common among, this is the mindset of the kind of Jew that would move to Israel.
I heard because she's a friend of mine and I know where she comes from and her political.
I'm just not surprised.
Well, because you don't know her very well. You're stereotyping her with all the Jews like you always do.
No, I think that this is quite common, actually. Like, what Jews want for America and what Jews want for Israel are very different. They want a melting pot culture for America and a very, ethno-national state for Israel. This is quite common.
Bubbles is well educated. Her family has most of them are liberals, right? She has her sister who's lefty and opposes the occupation. She's able to think broadly. She can stretch her mind to understand multiple perspectives. And yet, she buys the bullshit, She drinks the Kool-Aid, and it's very interesting to me.
Well, living in it is different than biting the Kool-Aid. I mean, you live in it. My points of view are shaped through my experiences in life, which are way more traumatic than the average
Tell me something
American
traumatic
Jew.
happened to you recently, Bubbles.
I've lived in Israel for 10 years, so everything that's happened in Israel the past 10 years has been my life.
Okay,
I mean, that's a totally different experience than an American Jew just trying to figure out what they want for Israel. But I live here.
Your life
Yeah,
seems
but you live
pretty
in Tel Aviv,
idyllic.
which is the equivalent of living in Los Angeles. You live in La La Land.
No, it's not. We experience terrorism, we experience wars, we experience everything.
Only recently, after the Iran war.
No,
which you
no.
support somehow.
What do you mean only recently? There's ongoing missiles from Hamas every single year. Every single year there's ongoing missiles from Hamas to Tel Aviv. Every year.
They've never Hamas has reached Tel Aviv before?
Yes, every single year I've lived in Israel for 10 years.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, didn't you know Hamas reached Tel Aviv before October 7th?
Absolutely.
Have they ever actually reached there, or they were intercepted before?
Yes, yes. What do you mean? Did they reach or were they intercepted? It doesn't fucking matter. You're in a bomb shelter because there's missiles being detected in your area.
How often?
Who cares? You don't think that's more traumatic than a New York Jew getting on a subway?
In 2012, rockets hit my city, Rishon LeZion, and hit a building from Gaza.
Okay, listen, I agree with you. It is a tough place to live.
But it shapes your point of view, and that's why, I mean, the one guy here says it's radicalized for systematic reason. I think it's radicalized because of lived through experiences, or both.
Bubbles, I also see you as like, listen, you're a person who wants to raise a family in Israel, right? You're a person who wants a better future for your kids. You probably don't want your kids to serve in the army, and yet you're not interested in anything. You're kind of blasé about things that make things worse, and don't do anything to make it better. I just don't get that. Why would you want to? If you're invested in this country and you have the privilege to actually make things better, why are you just shrugging your shoulders at the people who are making things significantly worse and more violent?
I'm not shrugging my shoulders. I don't agree with it.
Yeah, but you also don't give a shit because you've already stereotyped the people they attacked as hating you.
No, I do care. I do think it's bad. I do think it's provocative.
But it affects
you. I don't think
and
it helps
your kids.
anything.
Your kids will continue to be fighting for their lives because of you being blasé about it.
I'm not blasé.
Well, then it's protest the settler movement. Go and help farmers, defend them. I don't know, fucking do something.
I'm not helping Palestinian farmers. Fuck that. But I don't agree with the people doing what they're doing.
For the hostages, to free the hostages?
Of course.
Did you protest against
Those are my people.
Supreme Court reform?
Yes.
You did? Okay, good girl. Did you, did you protest against the children who were murdered in Gaza?
No, I don't care about them.
You don't care about children, the babies, like the protest.
I'm not having this conversation with you, but it's not my people, so I don't really care.
Wait, why do you have to care about the babies, the children that in Gaza, but she's Israeli, so like...
Because it's bad to kill children. You don't think it's bad to kill children?
I only protest for my people. I only give money to Jewish homeless people.
You only give money to Jewish homeless people?
Yes.
Damn, you're really brainwashed. What do your parents think about this? Your dad must be so disappointed in you.
Nobody, your children in Gaza, like, for sure, like, Israelis.
He's just disappointed I'm giving my money away.
Wait, hold on. I'm actually kind of interested in Bubbles. Given your history, what made you, adopt this identity or like?
Because we're sick of it. We're sick of the terror. We're sick of trying to make deals. We're sick of trying to do this.
You were in America.
If you have lefty parents, or your dad at least.
I don't have lefty parents.
Okay, they're moderate parents. They don't believe in like settler crazy shit.
Uncle Buttercup fucking exaggerates everything.
I love Buttercup.
No, they're lefty compared to her.
Well, like they're not communists.
Only half of my family is. But Buttercup, I don't really want to share the politics of my family with this group of people I don't know. It's like...
Okay. You just speak about your personal experience.
I have a sister who made Aliyah who reminds me of Bubbles. Bubbles has an older sister who's critical of the occupation who reminds her of me, and that's why we're friends, because it's like engaging with my sister when I talk to her, and that's why it's like a little. Sometimes it pains me a little bit when we find these like insurmountable differences,
Yeah. Well,
what can you do?
What's the topic of discussion?
A cottage. I want to know why Bubbles have pictures of so many cottages.
Because it was the best day of my week, finding it.
I heard there is lack of cottage recently.
There's a shortage in Israel, right?
And there was a shortage, yeah.
Yeah, and then I heard that the ones they're putting out now are actually bad and sour, so I'm nervous. Anyway.
Cottage cheese looks too much like discharge, which is why I find it so disgusting.
Anyway,
And what are you, sir?
Anyway, Benny, you have.
I can't say it. If I say it, I'm gonna get moved out.
No, just personally, just I don't want to talk about the politics of my family and the
As a matter of fact, I want
family members I have.
As a matter of fact, I want you to repeat to everyone in this room what you just fucking called him.
A beater.
What?
He called me.
He's a beater.
A beater?
Beater.
Oh, that's not nice. You have to go down now because that's racist.
Okay, but I'm a sandbagger.
Okay, you're going down.
Yes! Got him! God, that was so
I have a
awesome.
hard and fast rule. Benny, in 5 minutes after timeout, you can come back up.
Man, that was so cool. Buttercup coming to my defense, man.
Who is this, Goo?
Yeah, it is.
You're like a Latino, that's why he called you like that?
You're just going down because you're Goo.
No!
Oh, Goo.
Ah! You heard like a yell on the way down.
I only had one conversation with Goo, and he was very misogynistic in the conversation.
He's disgusting. He's been like disgusting to me from the beginning, and then then I got doxxed, and all of a sudden he's like, if I knew you were hot, I would have been such a dick.
Ew. That's so gooey.
Yeah, gross. I felt dirty. Alright, I'm sorry, Goo, you gotta go from this room.
You see better that I'm screaming at you even after you've been doxxed.
You're what? Yeah, I know. That's how sincere you are.
Yeah.
In your beliefs.
Of course.
Adi, I just want you to know I talk to you harshly because like I talk to my family. It's because I think you're a good person underneath it, and I think there's hope for you. Still, after all this, with all the brainwashing and all
Don't say hope. Don't say hope.
Oh yeah, hope is bad. I don't know what Israelis hope for. They might hope for my destruction. You know, I'm scared.
Honestly, that was kind of worth it.
A good throwback. What, throwing Goo out?
No, saying what I said to get moved down. That was kind of worth it.
Greater Rome?
Yeah.
Why?
It's the dream, man.
I thought the dream is to make the greater Syria.
Well, I'm willing to accept being subjugated to Greater Rome.
Fuck Rome.
Let's burn down the temple again, baby. Come on.
I were in the...
Did you fast for the, what's it called? The Tisha B'Av? Yeah.
No, I didn't fast.
Why not, man?
Because I'm not religious. But still, fuck Rome. I don't need to fast in order to hate the Rome.
Fuck Rome. Rome.
You think you're gonna win this time?
Hey, Buttercup. Buttercup.
Hey.
Hello. Oh, you're under Bubbles right now? No, wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Bubbles is my twin. We have the same voice, but we're not the same.
I know, but you weren't here, so I said hi for you.
Oh, okay. I said hi, but I was on mute.
Just want to say, heads up, Buttercup. Your room is being streamed by John Kitover.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Good. I hope everything I said was recorded. And they give me a medal. Hope I get a medal from BB for my work tonight.
Are you worried ever that they're gonna record you and send you the... What?
Why would they not? They would agree with everything I say, no?
Maybe. Well, maybe you don't like the settlers. I don't know. You're right. You're very vanilla. You stick to the party line all the time. Rafi, what did you say?
Yeah, are we taking the West Bank and the fucking Gaza already? How long do I have to fucking wait for this?
Alright, this room is going downhill. Nice to see you. Bye, Latov. Bye. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
but I'm still sticking to my guns. I don't say
usually where people don't want to be around these vulgar ass weird people.
Here's a left-wing person that finally did want Reese Waters to take on it.
Hello? Did you not hear me fucking talking? Let me go on mute, yo. I swear to God.
I heard you. Tim Pool took and had a cake. Oh, that was a year.
Why do you care about conservative versus liberal when we're talking about people fucking disrespecting each other? Are you slow?
Well, it's insane to disrespect somebody.
Bro, it has nothing to do with conservative or liberal. Most of the people walking around disrespecting people are liberals. You're not ready to talk about that, are you?
I'm happy to talk about this woman disrespecting
Shiloh.
and then another grown man on camera. And she got charged with disrespecting this grown man on camera.
I don't think you should get charged for disrespecting somebody. That's what I'm saying. Like,
you know what the charge was?
A disorderly conduct. I heard it.
Was it disorderly conduct or disturbing the peace?
No, disorderly conduct.
Was she acting in a disorderly?
That's not what a disorderly conduct charge is.
Let's look up disorderly conduct. What state was this in? Minnesota or New York?
That's like going to jail for cursing. You can't get charged for cursing. You can get charged for cursing loudly.
Whoever does any of the following in a public or private place, including on a school bus, knowing or having reasonable grounds to know.
What?
No, I don't give a fuck if you're done. So going up to someone with a camera and asking them to call you a nigger because you just saw them call someone else a nigger.
He didn't ask her to call him a nigger.
Yes, that's what they just said.
He did not ask him to call her a nigger.
Yo, didn't you guys say he went up and was like, well, call me that? Why are you calling that little kid a nigger?
Yep. That's not what he did.
Bro, yo, Florida, can you go back to chillism?
That's not what this guy did.
Can you go back to the pits of hell in which you came from?
I could.
Please?
I could.
Go back.
I don't want to right now. That's not what this guy did. You're not that smart. That's not what this guy did.
You're not that smart.
That's not what this guy did.
So what did he do?
I'll play the video. How about that? You
I don't know. No. I want you to tell me what he did.
Let's just play the video so we're all on the same
I don't want to hear the video. If you play it, I'm going to leave. I want you to tell me what he did.
We'll just play the fucking video of what he did.
Bye.
Well, that was easy.
Explain.
That was fucking easy.
What were you saying, Adam? Yeah, I mean, can someone explain what's going on?
By the way, I want you to know, Matt, Florida actually uses the N-word. So this is what I'm trying to say about these dumbass liberals, bro. Dumbass fucking liberals.
Did you call the child the N-word?
The dumbass
It is not business. You call him an...
He acts like he gives a fuck when Florida uses the N-word. Did you just hear him say, why don't you say it to me?
He said, why don't you have the balls to say it again?
Dumbass nigga.
He said, why don't you have the balls to say it again?
He's alarming her and making her agitated. By making her repeat something. Listen.
He was alarming her.
Listen, that's why the charges were dropped. That's why the charges were dropped, bitch.
Against the kid, not against him.
It was dropped in general, bitch.
She was charged.
Because she did not act in a disorderly way.
She did act in a disorderly way.
You know what's more? Disorderly is walking up to a bitch with a camera and trying to make her reenact something she already did. That's why the charges were dropped. Dumb fuck. Dumbass. I just don't want to hear from no man that call people nigger on an app and maybe in real life try to like, what the fuck do you care, bitch? This bitch just like you, Florida.
You angry.
Liberal, and she probably
You angry. I can't argue with you.
argue with you.
I don't want to hear nothing from no stupid Uncle Ruckus nigga.
You angry.
Fuck all the motherfucker. No, fuck a bitch that
Hello?
you. I'm not clicking up with nobody black just because they black.
Hello?
I'm not clicking up with a nigga that hate Donald Trump just because they
Hello?
white. I don't give a fuck. Fuck all y'all weird ass people. I'm only clicking up with Americans that want America to come first.
Hello?
Those are my type of folks. If you love America and you want America to be first, you've got me as a friend.
You
like honky? Left side, right side? Fuck you.
Shit.
Give a fuck. Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative.
Hello?
I don't give a fuck if you a straight cracker or white or.
Jazzy, how do you feel about Kitover stealing your catchphrase?
Well, I took it from someone else. I don't care.
That's fair.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew right away after I was in the trenches in a ghetto room and I heard other people saying hello, it wasn't special to Jazzy.
Yeah, the trademark that.
I heard it in a New York room. They were like, hello. And it was really funny.
Yeah, the way you do it's the best.
I know, I can't even do it no more.
Hey, real shit. How it feel to be white? Honestly.
It was this guy.
I don't know, but like, yo, I swear to God, it's
Hello?
always.
Shit, but just keep swearing to God.
Hello?
Fuck your God.
Shit. You angry. I can't argue with you. I'm happy. Leave me alone. Hello?
It must suck being stuck in Chicago with a bunch of ghetto black people. He's always imitating black folks. Like, it's the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
You know, for somebody who just said that Florida uses the N-word,
Somebody.
you use the N-word a lot. N-word.
Somebody who had their balls up in the air with 30 phones in front of them in front of a desk, right?
Yeah.
And calls himself grown-ass man. I don't know how you still show your face here every day. Your balls are so swollen from no sex, right? You're back the fuck up. There's semen in there enough to start a shitload of children, right?
You know what they say when you make assumptions, right?
Richard, did you want to say something? You came off mic there briefly.
There's a lot going on right now, sir. I want to just let the foreplay happen.
No, please talk.
I don't know, Dr. Jasmine, she's making a lot of sense with this previous conversation from like 3 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago with Florida. Obviously, I didn't know if, like, I've seen Florida, I've heard him talk before, but I don't know too much about his personality, but he's apparently like a leftist, according to Dr.
Yes, who uses the N-word, hate people that voted for Trump and hates Trump, right? But we'll call you a
Did you watch the Trump Correspondents' Dinner?
I just fucking announced fucking audio recording. Withdraw, like no ceasefire, like there's no firing, and then fucking immediately after Bibi Netanyahu in Israel, they fired missiles upon Iran or whatever, like Libya or something, and he's like, what the fuck is that? Live TV, dude, and it's fucking like recorded. That was so fucking
like they've been fighting for so long they don't even know what the fuck they're doing.
That's exactly what he said.
That's exactly what And then, like, he just recently, like, talked shit about Bibi Netanyahu. Like, he was, like, talking shit about Israel. And so it's like, a lot of people are accusing, a lot of left people are accusing him for being, like, a dick sucker of Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. But he just recently, like, said, like, some shit, like negative towards, like, his actions. I apologize, guys. I'm getting ready to eat dinner. I can't talk much.
Yeah, this lawyer, though, is funny. He's sounding off, going on and on and on, and then when he leaves, the people are like, did you smell that on his breath? Was he sober? I think he's drunk. He did kind of lose. He did kind of seem a little off his kilter, but I mean, he's probably just so fucking pissed at the judge, the prosecution. He kept saying, get rid of this woke bullshit. You people are the problem in the media right here. You won't print it. He went off.
Yeah, what everybody's saying is like he was like fighting the defense and the judge. Like that's how it was like a battle between his group and their group. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't like it was abnormally weird the whole trial, I guess.
Judge won't even let him file or record his, what do you call it, objections. You have to record it during their breaks. She wouldn't let him do that, like basic stuff. Jazzy, if a judge disrespected you, would you mouth off if you were working a case?
If I can prove it?
Yeah.
Like, for example, like, if it's just blatant disrespect, yes. But if it's, like, subtle, no, I would shut up. But if I can, like, everything's recorded, so.
And then she says, Jasmine, I will hold you in contempt if you don't stop. One more word.
I would say one.
I just want to say that this woman, Shiloh, they wasted her time. They wasted the court's resources. Those woke faggots in Minnesota wasted everybody's time. This piece of shit should be deported. He raped, 13-year-old girl, 16-year-old girl. This guy's a danger to society. He should be deported. Fuck it. He should be executed. Get rid of pieces of shit like this from our midst. Send them
I think
back.
Shiloh should
Goodbye.
be getting rid of, too. She's just on another level of
Really?
shit.
Really? Projection mirror says what? Projection mirror says what? You fat fucking piece of shit, loudmouth fucking piece of trash? Loudmouth piece of trash, fat fucking pig bitch?
I think people like that should be set down. Along with people that rape 13-year-old girls. You gotta go to. But Shiloh's no innocent person. She didn't do what he did, right? And I don't think she should have went to court at all. But I'm glad it was exposed that she calls little black boys the N-word. Thank you, Shiloh.
She's not. But I can't help it. I mean, she's one of those women that, like, you find attractive, but you're mad at yourself for finding her attractive because she's, like, white trash, you know? And it's like, you can tell she's white trash, but there's still, like, an angle that, I don't know, it's hard to explain.
Yeah, she's hot. I get it. Listen, unfortunately, you can be a piece of shit and be attractive like this. It's actually very comforting.
You see, Shiloh accurately diagnosed the piece of shit filming her. He is an N-word, and Shiloh was in the right. And the fact that the court is now censoring people for calling pieces of shit what they are. Hello? Go look at my underwear photo, fat ass. Go look at my underwear yoga photo, fat pig. Go look at my underwear photo, fat pig trash. Fat pig trash giggle, what? Projection mirror says what, fat fuck? Fat fuck, what? Hello, fat ass?
I mean, who can't call a child something like that? Even if he's trying to steal from your... I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought...
Yeah, you're wrong, dude. When somebody kills somebody, when somebody commits an act of violence, that's breaking the law. Calling somebody a derogatory term is not breaking the law. It is the law that you can say provocative things to obnoxious, horrible people. It doesn't matter if it's unethical or moral. It's not illegal. So fat pieces of shit who are sensitive about an N-word but don't give a shit about the crime problem in this country, don't give a shit about the rapes, the murder, the harassment, the abuse, the never-ending homeless cocksuckers on the trains lighting people on fire, slicing their fucking throats. They don't give a fuck about the crime. They're more concerned about sensitivities and getting called an N-word Hello? Hello?
Called your child a vulgar name, I'm pretty sure you would beat their ass.
No, dude, I don't randomly attack people like N-words on this app. You know, if I got a problem, the first thing I'm doing is getting the fuck away. Or I'm pulling out my phone to film the fucker, to put him on social media blast, to get my social equity justice on the internet. I try to avoid violence. Unlike fat fucking piece of trash loudmouth cunts out of Florida and their drug dealers in Baltimore, fuck that fat piece of shit loudmouth cunt. Fucking pig bitch.
What are you talking about? Buck?
Something about Jazzy.
Jesus. Why did Jazzy deserve that, man? Jeez.
Hey, what's up, Edmund? What's going on, man? Fever.
How you doing, Zen?
Just zenning out.
Alright, that's always good. Do you have any thoughts on the title, or do you know anything about it, or no?
All I know, it seems like it's the free speech restrictionists. Like something that's happening in Britain. I'm kind of all about.
You're kind of in the blender, bro. How you doing, AP?
What's going on, man? What's up?
Just chilling. It's a Friday night. Hanging out with all the crazies on Clubhouse, you know, the usual.
Yeah, we heard about that crazy on Clubhouse for a long, long time now.
If you just think back to all the big rooms, like with Nelson Apega or, Grant Cardone and all these, super successful people, and you listen to what they talk about, it's just arrogancy. It's just raw, ruthless. It's not educational. It's just basically flashy, like flashing your value, your fake value. What's the word I'm looking for? It's all fake. It's like a bunch of like people with no self-esteem, inflating themselves, and never talking about anything. It's just this app.
They're grifters, right?
They're grifters. But what I'm saying is, it's like vanity. It's like the vanity show.
Did Graham grift away, or did he grift away?
Who?
Grant. He said Grant. Book said
Grant. Grant's on a different app. He's on the other social audio app a lot right now.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, somebody told me that Nelson Apega and Jonathan Bing had a fallout, so he's no longer on Chatter. But I heard nobody is even on Chatter, and X is just taking everything over. I think this app will shut down eventually. The gold transfer system, the gold coins, is completely not adopted. Nobody gives a fuck about it. And I had an account where I did the whole verification with your fucking social security number, and they deleted my account. So it's like, if they're deleting a power user's account over and over, and obviously these faggot retards that run this app don't give a fuck about like the long-term value of it, and whoever the billionaire, primary investor is, he's unaware of what these faggot retards do on this app. This is just like another cool little logo in his portfolio of investments. So I think this app will shut down.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, one day you just wake up.
Damn, I guess I better stop paying for this shit. As soon as you said that shit, let me stop. Let me go ahead and cancel that shit. God damn.
Tomorrow, AP, you'll wake up and it won't use your computer anymore.
You can see AP.
You know what? Does anybody remember the clown?
The clown?
Yeah, early on Clubhouse.
John
Anybody
Kitover?
remember,
Edmund
he
Dakin?
had a clown.
This is
He had the clown. He had the clown face on his fucking profile. Anybody remember that?
Nah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Conservative.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's exactly the name right there.
He croaked.
Yeah.
He did.
By the way.
Oh, he's dead. Whoa, shit, I had no idea.
But see, AP, why do you pay for Plus? Do you want to see who looked at your profile? Like, what do you use your Plus for?
Well, they just, I don't know, they started, a couple years ago. I don't know how long ago they started. But yeah, pretty much.
Because
when you spoke, I'm getting rid of it.
Well, see, I use Anonymous to go into rooms that I'm blocked from to live stream that room onto other platforms. So it has value to me. But if I'm the only one using it to basically re-platform content, well, how can I, if I'm the only one doing it, their product is worthless. Like, there's just, it can't support the amount of data transfer and cloud they have to buy to fucking facilitate non-stop conference calls around the fucking planet. Lots of people sucking up all this fucking bandwidth. No advertisements. Not enough profit. Like, this thing is shrinking. It's shrinking and shrinking. Eventually it will they'll pull the plug on it and be like, it was a great experiment, guys, but we're sorry, we've got to shut it down.
Yeah. Any moment. Great. Let's get back on topic. I suspect we have people on stage that might have a little disagreement with the title, but AP, I don't know if you want to take a shot at it. All opinions are welcomed. I won't be judgmental, but I think, in my opinion, there's some facts that aren't there for a lot of these things that seem to make a certain group of people portrayed a certain way, but I don't know if anybody wants to take it, but go for it. D, you can do it too if you want, D. Don't be shy. I won't boot you. Maybe. Everybody's thinking about it, I don't know. I guess the F is dead. What did you say? Guess the F is dead. Yeah.
Did anybody see this Young Washington movie that came out in the beginning of July?
No, I hadn't even heard of it, no.
It's a great movie, and historically, Washington was trying to become a British officer, according to the movie, and he slaughtered and killed all these French in order to fulfill his ambition. And then it's such a crazy twist of fate that we're battling the French, slaughtering them in these French-Indian wars or whatever, and then we turn on the British, and then the French forgive us and arm us to the teeth to fucking kill the British. So it's like, I don't know, it's just a good movie. It's good battles, good actors, a lot of blood, and it kind of shows you maybe who George Washington was. I think there's probably a lot they leave out, but you should look up the film. Just go on YouTube. You'll enjoy the clips on YouTube. I'm not going to see the movie, but the clips enough.
He was born in Britain, and there's one other president. I can't remember who it was. It came a few after him.
I know Jefferson Davis and Abraham Lincoln, who fought each other during the Civil War, were both fighting I think in the Black Hawk Wars here in Illinois. Like they were fighting the Indians to the death, and then they ended up fighting themselves to the death. So it's like all this violence is retarded. It's a waste of time, waste of money, waste of effort. And when you don't do guerrilla warfare and you do this lineup bullshit, this gentlemanly war bullshit where you're like, present arms, look, fire. I mean, people did gentlemanly murder, like, and they died themselves. Like, if you were a fighter, wouldn't you be a guerrilla fighter, like running through fucking ravines and doing sneak attacks, never meeting the enemy in open battle? That's the strategy. That's the terrorism strategy to basically fulfill your political goals and stay alive to win the fight. But if Trump deploys to Iran, and the moment we deploy, it signals to every one of our enemies to start sending supplies to that point of incursion on the mainland. And that's when our soldiers start incurring tremendous amounts of energy to destroy them. So keeping a distance and not winning quickly, it's a strategy. I mean, we are in perpetual war, and we're spending 1.2 trillion a year. We're not shrinking the budget for military defense. It's only expanding, and it's never stopped. So we are basically an empire policing the world, regime changing here and there, and it's just not going to stop. It won't stop. And the liberal progressives or the Democrat socialists, even if they get in power, it still will not stop because that is outside of their control. You might think politicos call the shots when it comes to the multi-trillion-dollar United States military defense industrial complex, but they do not. They are outside of that boundary. They can't penetrate that. So in a way, we have like this third government, this third economy, this third America that you're a part of or you're not a part of it. But you can't stop it because on military bases, they got UCMJ. They do not operate on the same platform that the United States of America has to operate on. So I'm just trying to accurately diagnose and identify what I view as the reality in which we live in. Hello?
So we went to war for Zionists?
No. See, that would be a summation or a condensing, in one statement, which is not accurate. The more accurate diagnosis is that America is the Zionist entity, and little Israel is just our little mouse fart in the field. We are the elephant. Israel is the mouse at our foot. But if you don't see that the enemy is within, here in America, that we are the global hegemony, the sole survivor of the Cold War, look at Russia. It's burning. Moscow is on fire. The petroleum industry is in ruins. Iran is in ruins. Saudi Arabia is standing strong. Syria, regime changed. Like, we have terraformed the planet. You think that Lebanese Patriot attack was just the Israelis? No way. That was CIA operation, maybe in conjunction, but the CIA carries out international targeted assassinations of what we believe to be domestic or international foreign terrorists. It's the reality. We are a militarized society pretending that we're liberal progressives. But that's what the faggot retard liberals want you to think. Because they're just cosplayers putting out spam videos all day, every day, nonstop on all platforms. Every senator, every congresswoman, everybody in this woke leftist bullshit, they're just doing communication consulting, but they don't stop nothing. In fact, they just want to spend more because they know they're going to get more donations. It's grifter upon grifter. We have like a fucking honeypot mountain of grifters. You could say the president is the chief grifter, ruling from the White House. We have an interesting government. It's unlike any other historical government on the fucking planet. It's a system. It's a platform. And it's all run out of Washington, D.C. and Wall Street. I mean, those are the two pillars of our society, is Washington and Wall Street. I am complete. I am a book. I am what you should be doing and reading instead of listening to a book. And you should be reading a book instead of, wasting all your time here repeating yourself like you have brain rot from being a boxer and a 4'11" Corsican anti-Semite. It's very easy to say, we did it for the Zionists, but you fail to see that America is the big Zionist, and you a part of it. Hello?
You dipshit. You can't be an anti-Semite. You're European.
Yeah, a resistance. A guy's so stupid he attacks an innocent person in the street because he's got a yarmulke on. A man of God, an innocent person. This anti-Semitic, low IQ piece of street trash attacks innocent people in the street.
How you don't know that he was a pedophile?
You're a fucking moron. You attacked an innocent person. What kind of a criminal hurts innocent people? You're a stupid fuck. You're a stupid, retarded fuckbag. You're shit.
Norm said he showed up. You're supposed to meet up and fight him.
Norm's a bitch just like you. Norm would never meet up with me because he know I'll knock his teeth out his mouth like I did Yusuf Haddad, the other fake Jewish faggot nigga from Israel. They have videos of me knocking his teeth out his mouth, just like I would do to Norm.
That guy was on the app?
No, he's in Israel. He's fake, his famous Israeli propaganda.
Yo, your room is shadow banned.
Israel that comes to New York.
Your room's being shadow banned.
Are you being serious?
I definitely did not see it in the hallway.
That's impossible.
It was the first room that showed up for me in the hallway.
I'm reloading my hallway, bro. I still don't see it, and I'm in here.
You got bad Wi-Fi.
Somebody had you blocked.
Someone has you blocked. Though.
Either you or Beaver?
No, he can be anybody on stage now. Right? I remember right there.
I don't know anybody else on stage other than Pepe.
I know you, Florida. Florida, I gotta say, I think Jazzy was inaccurate.
If you click on my profile,
Hello?
you have me blocked.
Hello?
You see how if you click on my profile, you see it says you can message me. That means that we're not blocked.
No, I get it. It's fucking Kitover.
Did you just call Kitover a K word and make an anti-Semitic slur against a Christian? My mother isn't Jewish. You white trash, low IQ garbage man. My mother is Christian. Does that make me Jewish? You're calling me an anti-Semitic slur.
Look, did you block him?
Who? I don't block people. Are you kidding me?
Did you block him or no?
I don't block people. Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I don't block people on this app. I get my accounts permanently deleted every other fucking week. What are you talking about?
I think it's just shadow banned. Everybody refresh your hallway.
Now check Florida and see.
Oh, now it's there.
Okay, he was blocking.
That's
preposterous. What a kike.
I'm not blocking.
You can't be anymore now.
No way. I'm not blocking. I'm not blocking anybody, bro.
Oh, now let me refresh again. It should be gone. Oh, it's gone. No, that's not. That's crazy.
But if you call somebody else a K word, is that projection? Like, that's like calling somebody an N word. Does that make you an N word? Is that who you are as a man? Is that how you live your life? As a man? As a rational, intelligent human being? Hello?
Charge me for disorderly conduct.
Well,
Norm, you show up to fight you. That's just he should be smarter than that.
Yeah, Norm's crazy like that.
Do you think that? Oh, he's still here. Resistance is still here. I was going to talk shit, but no, I'm just going to talk shit. But do you think that's a real story that they were going to meet up and fight, or what? Resistance, are you there?
It's not a story. Anybody who was there knows. I was on the park, on the app as I'm talking now, while in the park showing the pictures. Norm is a coward-ass 60-year-old man. I will slap the soul out of his body in real time.
Wow.
He's
I'm
a
just
bitch.
curious though, like
He would never meet me.
But why would you see? I'm in my 40s, and even I would not assault like somebody in their 60s. I just wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I can't see myself doing
I wouldn't assault a normal elderly man in his 60s neither, but he's a Zionist piece of shit racist. Them you could persecute.
You could be like a what do you call it? Black Hebrew Israelite saying, "Fuck the white man, kicks my shoes. You crack a fuck your little white girl."
I violated the fake
and
ass.
I still wouldn't touch him just because
I
it's
violated. Well, it's different. The Hebrew Israelite, if he's in his elderly, I don't think he'll make idle threats. See, that's where it becomes different. If you're gonna run your mouth and make fake idle threats, then I'm gonna punch you in your mouth.
Aren't you, a grown-up? And don't you know that this is a free conference call app for lonely, bored retards?
Do you guys actually believe any of this?
Hello? I mean, resistance, like, nobody really is taking what you're saying seriously. This is all just stupid hypothetical.
Why would I give a fuck about what he's saying on the app?
Well, why would anybody give a fuck what you have to say on this app? Ever.
This how we know you're just a fucking synthetic cokehead. I don't give a fuck.
Resistance.
Is that projection?
Why should you do that? I don't really trust that.
I don't trust like
give a
that.
fuck about what any of
I don't
you
trust like
say
that.
on here.
I don't trust that way.
I don't trust like that.
Matters.
Yeah,
What
I don't trust that way, man.
If any one of you bitch niggas ever threw your mind to meet me in a New York City, I would be like shit out one of you in real timing.
Wow.
I don't care what you crack and say on the app. That's the only time you guys can say something is on the app.
If Mondani...
bitches in real life.
Goofy goofball. That's all.
That's why white cow is like you. Only stay around white.
That's all I can hear from you is that you're.
The reality is you a bitch in real life. I would slap the shit out of you in front of your mother and you wouldn't do nothing. Cause that's the type of white people are like that. They're pussy.
Wow.
That's just the facts.
Wait, is this the
90%
next...
of white men are bitches. You can grab their wife. You can grab a wife's ass in front of them. They won't do nothing.
I'm not gonna lie, but I doubt that I could probably fracture your face and you would be knocked unconscious before your head hits the floor.
The only thing you're gonna fracture is your skin tone.
You would not even notice
being inside of that sun ray.
I just think it's funny.
The only thing that you would fracture is your skin from being under that tanning salon. You're a bitch. You tan your skin. You wouldn't be able to beat no one.
How would you even?
That's just a fact. I beat the shit out of you in real life, in real time. You're white. A white nigga will never beat me. I'm too violent. I will fuck. Resistance. What is your height and weight? I'm 6'1", 220 pounds. And I will beat the shit out of one of you white boys.
Do you have any boxing experience?
Yes, I do.
What's your
and grappling experience and gun food too, and knife game.
What's your arm? 60 inches or you got
That's as long as my dick.
Well, I have the 74-inch reach. He's bigger and taller than me, but I quite frankly,
You're white.
You would even see the
you're
punch
white.
coming.
Pep, you're white. Get this through your thick skull. You're
Okay,
white.
Kennedy Golovkin. We can look at
You're white.
Yes, do you think Canelo Alvarez is white? We can look at all of the white boys. Ricky Hatton, all of these fucking boxers that would fuck everybody up. They're literally.
Ricky Hatton got my shit beat out of him.
Canelo Alvarez is literally he's fucking.
Canelo Alvarez is Mexican. He's not white. Canelo Alvarez is Mexican. He's not white.
He's a white Mexican.
No. He's Mexican. He's not a white. You're a white
Mexican
European.
is a nationality, not a race.
You are a white European. You're not Mexican.
Yes. Once again, you can be European and be a Mexican.
No, you fucking cannot.
Yes, you can.
Mexicans were not raised, not born, their lineages, their history don't come from Europe.
No, you were talking about their
Hello?
And their ancestors aren't from Europe.
I just want to say that peace comes from within.
DNA of Mexicans is
And
literally
always pray for other people's peace
Yeah, they're mixed
before
DNA.
your own.
Mexicans are not from Europe.
This is pure brain
Never
rot
happened.
and a total waste of our time. Gentlemen,
Resistance has diarrhea of the mouth, guys.
gentlemen,
Only
gentlemen,
when your mother sucks my dick.
But you know what's funny though? Like, I don't talk about beating up people in real life. It's just not something I do. But I think it's funny. So many people do it online. And look, I know boxers that would beat the fucking. They would take. I literally know world champions, gold medal Olympics, people that would fuck me up easily. And you know, I just to put things in perspective, I'm not a tough guy, but I just think it's really funny when people think just magically because they have this attitude that they're tough and they're prepared for a fight.
That fucking white boy theory don't work here. I'm tough because I do tough things.
Oh, that's
I don't give a fuck about none of that fake white.
You know what it's
psychology book. I'm tough in real life. You're white in real life. If you see me in a dark street in New York, you cross the street. You're white. Just deal with the facts. You're white boys.
You know what I think is funny?
Ain't none of you cracker niggas ever hang. This is how you know. For example, you as a white cracker in New York, you would never in your life go to Brownsville, Brooklyn at 2 or 3 a.m. and hang out. You wouldn't do it. You're too cowardly. You're scared. You wouldn't go to any parts of the Bronx.
Probably wouldn't.
You wouldn't go to any of the inner city because you are a white boy. It's in your DNA to be afraid of those type of things.
Oh.
See, I'm a pure nigga. I grew up around violence. That's
you're brown.
Nothing to me.
No, I think you look like a Puerto Rico. I wouldn't say you're a real nigga.
We're violent in Puerto Rico.
Okay, where would your dark brown ass do on? In the 1980s, you wouldn't have gone into Bensonhurst Road at night.
Yes, we do. We know.
Because they would have literally fucking banged the bullet.
The white bitches and bitches around the white bitches.
In the 1980s? Yeah, right. You don't even realize that.
1991. Yes, when hate crimes were okay in New York City. We used to go gay bashing. Yes. We did that to you crackers in downtown Brooklyn. Bensonhurst, Avenue T. Yes, I know all those places. We got it. We fucked you white shit. You out hating and you Greek motherfuckers up. It's the wild you from Florida. I'm sure. You're white.
You know what's really funny is why is it that
all these Italians used to get away with shit because they had the mafia then.
I know, it's almost like the whites can form gangs that actually have power and pull, unlike you fucking
And the
retards.
Russians used to do their little thing too, Cameron.
And guess what? They
Hello?
get their money, but they don't act like
Hello?
Yes, they do.
Hello?
Right. Yes, they do. They act like cocaine, degenerate scumbag, alcoholic piece of shits. They rape women. Yes, they do.
You're just a cheap Puerto Rican spit. Shut up.
Yeah, I know. Y'all used to sniff all of our coke, you fucking junkies.
No, you guys didn't. No, it wasn't.
Junkies.
It wasn't you guys.
Junkies.
No, because the Colombians and the Mexicans bring it in.
Yeah, your girls hooked on that cocaine and sniffed it on our dicks.
That's a lie.
What's going on, KB? What's going on, fam?
KP, can you send the Avengers over here to mop up resistance? KP, how would you diagnose resistance in society as a man, as a contributor to society, or as a communicator here on Clown House?
Look, you're the diagnose this dick into your sister's mouth, okay? Diagnose that.
Is that the truth of the earth, my N-word? I was asking KP a question. KP, what do you think about resistance as a man?
I'm sorry, go ahead. It was too much going on. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that resistance here is a foul-mouthed, low-IQ piece of street trash. I'm just wondering what you think about him.
The ancestors and your grandfather was a fucking homo.
Fuck it. You know what? We'll talk about this much tonight.
Well, I can see the Hennessy's having a good night.
You're just mad because white people are inferior to Latinos. That's all it is.
Oh, you think I go through...
I don't get it. Now all of a sudden I'm not Mexican. I love it. It's so weaponized against me.
You're a white Mexican.
Oh, I thought you said there's no such thing as white Mexicans.
Those are the Mexicans that think they're white. Carlito Alvarez don't think he's white. You don't act white. You act white. You bleach your skin. You do fucking...
Yeah, I bleach my skin.
Donald Trump.
I bleach my skin, yet I go to the tanning salon.
You
accuse me of two different things.
Shit, my nigga. That's the most gayest white boy shit you can ever do.
I go to the tanning salon, then immediately bleach my skin afterwards.
And say you don't go to the tanning salon, Pep. Say you don't go into that fucking machine and let those fucking...
Oh, I've done it before, for sure.
I know you have. You're gay.
Yeah, super gay.
Is that a projection?
Say that's the most gayest shit.
but you allow your sisters to go and get some fucking fake eyelashes, fake hair.
Women can do that. What the fuck that got to do with a man doing it? You probably shave your asshole and you shave your fucking
You're a dumb.
leg.
Yeah, but Kay, he's Puerto Rican. He's not one of you nappy-haired people. He's not that kind of a Puerto Rican.
So you want this big barbaric bitch standing over you with this motherfucking hair down to her asshole, telling you
Yeah, we Afro-Latinos, man. We Afro-Latinos. Fuck is you talking about?
Isn't it amazing the diversification and the discrimination, the discernment? All I gotta say is,
That's because we fuck all their women.
just when you think you've heard all the trash
You
talk,
like to fuck men. You want to fuck them.
You're gay. We can hear it in your slur. You drunk a 6-pack of Budweiser and you're looking for men at the bar. Shut up.
What?
it's projection,
It's
KP.
police.
The projection alert detection system.
It's just a fact, man. You white niggas squeeze each other's asses like that shit is funny.
Projection mirror says what? Projection mirror says what? Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know that projection.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to know that Book used to squeeze his little brother's balls and then make fun like that shit was a joke because he's a weird white boy.
Projection mirror says what?
White boy.
Projection is what's called making ad hominem projection onto somebody else
It's not ad hominem. It's
because
fact.
of your own self-esteem
White
issues.
boys do that. You go to any junior high schools in America, white boys play
Projection
those fucking silly
activation.
games where they punch each other in the nuts, slap each
Projection
other in the ass.
detection.
That's gay white behavior.
Projection
That's what y'all do.
activation. Projection
do that in the
detection. The projection activation detection system has been activated.
Y'all gay.
You didn't go to a good fucking high school.
Yes, I did. In my high school, niggas ain't slap each other in the ass because that shit is for
No,
faggots.
you just jump off the goddamn high school table and fucking elbows.
When we went to your high school, y'all was scared to death because we used to fuck your bitches.
No, you motherfuckers in the hood.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to point out the way that resistance laughs. If you've heard,
a little over half Mexican, and they would have no trouble knifing a dirty spick from Puerto Rico because they don't like you guys very much for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, the
Whoa.
Mexicans scared to death of us because we fucked their Mexican boys.
whoa, what is this West Side Story?
That's what I'm
Mexicans
asking.
and the reality is Mexicans are pussies.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step away from the mic.
57.7.
Matt Beaver, it's a pleasure as always, but I'm going to go into the real world because this is a faggot retard faggot conversation, and the projection activation system has been activated. The projection detection system has been activated.
Shut up. Go to that real world, you bum.
The projection detection and activation system will record all projections.
Nice.
We don't need to hear no announcements about where you're gonna go. Get the fuck out of here, you bum.
Projection activation detection system.
See in this butthole.
The loser can't leave. He's a loser. He loves Clubhouse.
The projection activation detection ad hominem system has been activated and is
He's a
recording.
loser. He can't leave. He'll be lonely. Loser.
You know, let me ask you a question. Black man. How do you get so offended when a white person speaks? Tell me.
Because white people ain't got shit to say. They're a bunch of fucking clowns.
Why would you say that?
He's just saying this shit. He's just fucking.
Projection activation projection detection system is recording.
Oh, you still here, loser?
No, let me go with this. Why would you say that when white folks gave you your fucking freedom?
White people ain't giving me shit, nigga. My fucking people die with the sword in their hand.
And us beaners need you guys.
The only thing we ever did for the white people is give them our cocaine and let them OD on
What is you be talking about?
White people, motherfucker, they don't do sniff coke and sniff heroin and touch little kids. Fuck the white man.
Guess who would get strong at niggas. I guess
To be sure, the blacks ended up becoming the crackheads, and they're the ones who got fucked the most over by cocaine. If we're being honest, the Latinos did pump it off to that group the
That
most.
ain't cocaine. That's crack. That's
Yeah, well, okay, it's a derivative of cocaine.
Exactly. It ain't pure coke. Coke to a certain.
Still all comes from where? Latin America.
Exactly, my people. We're gonna make sure you crackers die.
Oh, but you ended up killing off the niggas, and
so what? There's gonna be casualties, like you always say in America, right? Casualties. There's gonna be casualties.
Well, you're stupid. Stupid. Jesus Jones.
It's just like when the white man created AIDS. They thought it was only gonna be, given to the black population or the Africans. The little they know, white niggas are a bunch of faggots, like going up to people's rectums, and that got
pretty sure AIDS started with faggots. It didn't always say
white faggots, white ones.
Oh, from Africa? So the first person to have AIDS was white.
Was a white person who spread it to the Africans. Yes. You know the Europeans were there fucking the black.
That was the first white person that acquired AIDS. I'm pretty sure AIDS existed in Africa. If I recall correctly, no, it did exist in Africa before white people.
No, the white man gave the AIDS to the Africans.
No.
So why you bring your ass though?
Oh, tricked them. They gave them.
I just want to remind everybody, welcome back to Clown House and President Trump Room with Resistance. A premium clown.
I like it. Their sisters and eating their buttholes, as Resistance likes to say.
So you bitch your asshole over. See how dumb you sound. Conversation over. Thanks, Beaver. Love you, brother.
The title of the room is Incredible because it's a perversion of fact.
Okay. Well,
the woman who was accused in this case of disorderly conduct, etc., was not only shouting, she was shouting loudly at a kid using racial epithets.
She was found not guilty of that part, though.
And then she was also doing it to an adult as well.
There's no evidence. Guilty. Just let you know, there's no evidence.
Fuck off.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
Talk to yourself. You take care.
No, fly.
There's no evidence of the child being told anything that you're mentioning right now. Of course he ran. What a pussy.
Yeah. Goddamn. Sorry, yes.
If you don't mind me asking, why are y'all talking about that weak case, which is a misdemeanor, instead of talking about the case that happened in Georgia of the stupid white bitch and her white boyfriend that just got convicted and got 20 years and 15 years from flying the Confederate flag at an 8-year-old's birthday?
That happened years ago, though.
Yeah, they got convicted today.
So
20 years, dumb bitch got another, and the other one got 15 years. Good for them crap.
They got convicted.
And they got crying like bitches on the courtroom.
No, they got convicted several years ago.
Today, motherfucker, not several years today.
No, because I remember they were.
I watched this shit. What do you mean?
Was it an appeal and they got sentenced again?
I don't know if it was appeal or not. It was convicted today. I see that.
Convicted, officer.
They were convicted of hate crime. Obviously, you jackass. That's the only way you can get 15 or 20
No,
years.
I'm asking you. I don't know. I'm asking you.
Don't be fucking asking me questions. Use your fucking computer like everyone else or ChatGPT. Typical white people always want the answers to everything so you can steal the ideas and then profit off.
He's actually dark-skinned black, by the way.
And he's a white monkey.
No, I'm pretty sure he's like black, like Caribbean black or something.
You okay? Where in the Caribbean you from?
No, I'm white.
Well, we know you're white, but where part of the Caribbean you from?
I'm from America.
You're from no fucking America. You're from the fucking British Islands or something. From St. Thomas or some
The
shit.
Caribbean Latinos and the Caribbean apes are fighting.
What's up, D? FB Resistance.
What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, man. You're just rock and roll, trying to feel much better. So,
Yeah. Are you sick or something?
Yeah, I've been sick, but I'm out of the hospital now. They admitted me over the last weekend.
What did you have, if you don't mind me asking?
They don't know yet. They still don't know.
You've been shitting out your ass.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Yeah, because I've been puking the last 4 days and shitting all over the place.
Did y'all see the other news in New York City? How Kite got stabbed by a Puerto Rican?
Yeah, I saw that. Was he a convert to Islam?
You know, these piece of shit Jews lie that the fucking speaks at Allah. Like, that nigga is a retarded Spanish nigga. And this is what makes it worse. This is why I hate those fucking Jews here. He also stabbed a Chinese or Asian guy, Japanese guy.
I heard that.
Prior to the Jew. He got the Asian guy first. And check this crazy shit out, because this is how scum they are here in New York City. They give him a regular stabbing crime to the Asian guy, but they uplift the charges of the Jew and call it a hate crime.
Well,
how
if they can't prove,
I don't know.
if they
Pepe is not
can't
somebody you
prove,
should have on stage. Pepe is weird.
Oh, Pep's a Jew. Pep's got his ass so far up the Jew's ass, it's not even funny.
Yeah,
I talked to Matt and Beaver, and I kept it real with them.
Amazing.
Pepe is not somebody you want on stage. Pepe is weird.
So safe and
Sad.
Sad. Sorry about that, sad. But before you guys were having a conversation, we were talking about my health, right? And you guys just decided that wasn't important at all.
No, I know. I wanted to hear it. It's just that other kids.
That is weird.
Go ahead. No, I got it. It's just kind of about situations that you have no contact with, but you have a person here talking about what they've been going through. But so for the last 13 weeks, I've been having some different disease spells going in and out. So my doctor ordered a battery of tests, and it's not neural. So the next person I got to see is the infectious disease doctor, where they're going to run a battery of tests and see what's causing it. I did my MRI yesterday. They've done a whole bunch of different tests. I was losing blood, so they admitted me to the hospital for 3 days. But they found out what it was, and they actually patched that part up so the bleeding would stop. So I was at 14.3, and I dropped to 10.6, and lost a lot of blood, but made it to the hospital in time. So that was so right now I'm on the mend of trying to get my blood count back up, and thank God they didn't have to do a blood transfusion. So I'm very happy about that.
Amen. Amen. Are you okay? Are you doing better now?
He said he's waiting to hear.
Shut up, Pepe. I'm talking to
Why are
him.
you coming in here to fight? We're not fighting.
I'm asking him a question. You the one that started speaking.
What was your question?
I asked him, are you doing better now?
Yes, much better. I'm doing much better.
Amen. Amen. Can I pray for you, sir?
Yes, of course. I take all the prayers in the world, man. God still heals, guys. And doctors can only do so much. But
absolutely.
You was losing blood to where, though? You was throwing it up?
No. It was coming up my bottom.
Oh.
So did they think?
How's Mama doing?
So did they think that? So did they think that it's because of maybe like an infectious disease, like for example eating bad food or something?
No. It was nothing to do with food. What happened is they believed that there was a vessel that burst inside my colon, but by the time they went in there the second time, whatever was happening was already closed. No, Joe, they checked that. It wasn't the kidneys neither, nor my prostate. So they checked out the PSA. They did a bunch of tests, but what triggered it was my dizzy spells. Because I went to the doctor because I was having those, and they were happening more frequently. But now they're like 1 a day, which is great because there's like 3 a day, and they were like lasting 15, 20 seconds. Even when I was driving, I
was it like triggered by like you standing up or getting up suddenly?
Yeah, that's a few times. But even when I sit down, it happens several times. But right now, we just run everything out. So.
Thank you, Lord, for making sure that Mr. Edward is good. You know, he's gonna be better.
Amen. I appreciate
you. You will remain in my prayers. Thank you, Lord, for that. You're going to be good. You're going to be good, and you're still going to be on Clubhouse talking shit. Feel me? So I'm gonna make sure to pray for Mr. Edwards in my prayers.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now, Mr. Edward, do you mind if I share your help that, coming through this with our other brothers and sisters?
Oh, no, you can share. Go on, man. You know me, bro. You can share it, bro.
You like my big brother.
Yeah, I know. Come on, man. You and I go for it back, man. You refer your family to me. That's a serious thing.
Like what, 8 years now?
Yeah. I don't take it lightly when you ask me to assist you with someone in your family.
But still have to do it.
So I don't take this stuff lightly. So, just confidence, knowing that my company will serve families very well, and I thank you for trusting us.
Now you might want to close your ears for 25 seconds. You jackasses that's on here that don't know Mr. Edward. A good friend, brother of mine, assholes. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Beaver. Matt, Pippin. I'm sorry. Step me into those. Man, I've been missing the heck out of you.
Yeah, you can share.
What's up?
I haven't been on the app, so off and on. At late night, I try to get on and just listen to you guys. But Matt, you guys, some of the conversations are pretty. I don't know where you guys going. But
I haven't been here in a while. It's done like 6 years ago.
KP, you've been around.
What's up?
Yeah, you haven't been much around at all. Yeah, I think the last time I saw you was like 2 months ago, I think.
Yeah, I just been chilling. Just because of this kind of BS. S. You hear the S. Been hanging out. No, I just went through some things in my life and I don't talk to nobody. Now I'm ready, man, to go there. Back to the OKB. And down, it was nice to talk to you and say hello. I'm gonna mute and listen.
All right. What's everybody want to talk about? I changed the title. Feel free to jump in and throw something out. I don't know.
Over discussion.
Your Minnie Mouse, Pepe.
I say, KP, you're way too fucking intoxicated to be in the room.
All right, I'm out. I go to the audience.
Good seeing you, man.
Yes, peace.
Peace.
Nothing personal. It's happened to me at times.
I don't think I could drink that much and go on a public app.
Have you guys heard me drunk before?
No. Have you been? Oh wait, you did maybe one time. But you actually got drunk? I thought you don't.
Oh yeah, I've been drunk like several times.
Shit.
If anything, getting drunk, I like with me, I'll open my mouth a lot more. Like I just
a lot more. A lot more? How's that possible?
You know, like how do I
He's coming back. He's coming back. Hold on. He probably wants.
Like I end up so in other words, I usually try. Part of the reason why like you hear me stall when I'm talking is because I'm trying to think of like a way to put my thoughts into words, but like when I'm drunk, it kind of takes away that filter, and so like if anything, I'll actually talk a lot faster, and the words will come out just. It's because they're coming out like very unfiltered. So you may not catch it because of that, but yeah, generally it's I'll be more. I'll say things that like maybe ruffle feathers a lot more.
What do you drink? Is it hard liquor or what?
Just beer.
But you get all riled up over beer like that?
What, like double IPAs in particular?
Hey, Edward, this
You
is...
get a bad book. Do you drink book? What's going on?
Edward, I sent you that deep relaxation recording by Dr. Marty Rossman. And, this app really fucks up people's central nervous systems and their emotional responses, etc. But a very powerful hypnosis CD for deep relaxation and deep breathing is, the way to go, because these stupid doctors will put you on a treadmill, have you max out your heart as if you're some kind of a fucking treadmill marathon runner and say, oh, well, we've done a diagnostic, we've done our experiment. Edward, this app is for fucking faggot retards that like sadomasochism, are lonely, are bored, or are retarded faggots. So do the deep hypnosis, deep breathing relaxation, and ignore this piece of shit dog app with people like Resistance who are here to ruin your fucking spirit, to ruin your central nervous system, your psychology. These are retard faggots, lonely loser, profane, vulgar people that are not social people. That's why they're here. They can't communicate with people in the real world politely. They're low-class trash.
Yeah, I'm gonna take your shit there. I don't know who the fuck this person. Because that asshole out of Chicago. There you go. So you made another fucking really, bro? We're just having a conversation, man. Comedy.
I'm just a book. What do I know? Well, I know a lot more than a lot of faggot retards on this app. Because I read books. Knowledge, information,
very nice person.
Wisdom
I do.
From a book.
I do.
From books.
I think you're a very nice person. But damn, 7 books or more. Come on, man. Stop it.
Well, I apologize if I upset you because I'm a book. But you see, it's a big world out there.
No.
In the world of books.
You did not upset me. I think it's weird. You always feel a cool friend of mine. Always. Just weird. But okay. What's up, Joe? Alright, peace.
See, people say weird when they have no more evidence to discuss, their theory or their postulate or, what their point is. They say, that's weird.
No, because shut the fuck up. The owner of the room said, "Hey, I got drunk. Okay, I'm out." So okay, yeah.
Well, I just want to dedicate this little song to Donald Trump, our glorious president, so brave. Nearly took his head off twice, but he's fighting the deep state every day. A lot of faggot retards in that deep state. All right, everybody, just take the deepest breath of the day.
Anybody watching the White House correspondence? I had to check in on it. Supposedly it's good. I should have streamed it. I don't know. I just completely forgot about it. Oh, Joe watched it. Okay.
Come on up, everybody. It's an open discussion in the President Trump room. There's a YouTube live version of the room if you'd like to watch the room on YouTube. Production by Norm Green and John Kitover at the White House Live with Donald Trump and the new bunker. This is the President Trump room. We are the antithesis to the...
The hell was that?
I think John said something Ravoid or something.
There is a YouTube live version of the rally.
Johnny boy. Norman! Norman! Coming, mother.
Rich, if I could ask you a personal favor just for tonight only, if you could review the YouTube community guidelines on protected classes or protected groups, and then help police that speech so the YouTube Live doesn't get a community guideline strike, I'm relying on you, buddy. Thanks.
I'll take it into consideration, and I'll get back to you. Norman! Norman! Coming, mother. Wait, you guys don't like Norman Bates?
Nobody talking.
What'd you say, Beaver?
How come nobody's talking?
Oh, John's being coy. He's being shy.
Well, if you'd like, I could read a little poem before I head out for the night.
No, we'll talk. We'll talk.
Okay, great. We'll get back to work, everybody. Interrupt you.
Just go drink it.
Don't let me interrupt you. Keep working, everybody.
Johnny boy.
Just go out drinking less. How? Oh, Jesus Christ, not you. Oh shit, please come up. Please, God. Othello, I'd rather listen to you. Okay, thanks. 3x1, I don't know who you are, but I appreciate you. Oh, you say this every time, Edward. I know. Well, thank you for letting me be me. Yeah, every time we interact, you're like an Jack. You're like, I don't know who this guy is. I can't remember voices. Well, I don't remember your voice, so sorry. No, I know. So Edward is the right man. Edward, maybe you can like talk down everyone and be condescending again. Okay, I appreciate it. Now you're Edward. No, oh shit, Edward, goose. It's all good, guys. Yeah. But the question is, with this democratic socialist, do we see the difference between the policies of what they're proposing and not? Or are we just going to ignore it as conservatives? I'd rather listen to this communist troll.
Anything to say? I'm sorry, Edward. Go ahead. Keep going, Edward.
He was moved. Edward, continue, please.
Thanks. Well, the challenge is that it's quite interesting that most people today keep saying that they didn't know that these people existed from the Democratic side. And it's kind of interesting that they said that they want to eliminate borders, they want to eliminate the Senate, they want to eliminate. I mean, is this really happening in the United States of America? I mean, can you guys even feel that these people are giving your time? Or am I missing something?
Well, I think that the genocide in Israel, or sorry, Gaza, is really to blame for a lot of it. It's kind of fueled it. But, yeah, it's happening. And it's very alarming. The question is, will they realize the policies won't work and then change their ways? I don't know.
Left California, and the number of productive people that have left New York, when the producers leave, what do? Do you just keep trying to take the money from the producer? I mean, does this make any sense? I'm just lost. The producers being penalized, and the socialists are saying we need to have people pay their fair share. But the people that's paying nothing, what are they paying? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the logic.
There isn't logic, so I don't know. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to understand it.
How could you be persuaded to even listen to someone like this? Hey, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take all the landlords in New York and we're gonna put a freeze on their properties until they can't pay anymore. Okay, they can't get any more. I mean, it's like we're going to put a moratorium, and the public sector is going to take over these properties. I'm just trying to learn, what have these people managed, or have they managed anything other than going to a college and never having real life experiences?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should see what Richard has to say about it. Let's see if he mouths off again.
So you heard what Edward had to say. It didn't stimulate you, Beaver.
What he said is correct.
Edward, I just wanted to remind you that if you're having dizzy spells, hypnosis works. just by listening to instructive words like the blood is circulating through my arms, through my legs, I take the deepest breath of the day, I hold it for 10 seconds. I know it sounds stupid, but words are very powerful. And as a godly man, you believe in the word. The word is a program for the brain. Hello?
Okay, ding the dong now. Ding the dong again.
I'm just saying that meditation is prayer.
You see how he slowed down his speech and he was like trying to concentrate on picking it up. Remember what I said, Beaver?
So I appreciate it.
Joe, you should come up.
So, to Edward's
question. Joe here.
Momdami's freeze is temporary, lasting until September 2027. I feel like you missed out. You didn't mention that, and it's an important part of that.
But it's wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong. In the sense that it's not going to do anything. It's temporary.
Wait, is that MGK from Chillism?
Yeah, but Gerald, my question is, when did the government get the right, the public sector get the right to freeze anybody in a capitalist society? I'm just curious, when did that become a proposal?
The government does that all the time. The government sets minimum, maximum prices all the time. They set taxes on stuff. They bail out companies all the time. America is no different than communist China when it comes to that.
I've heard you but no different than communist China? Come on.
America is no different. You guys bailed out like Ford how many times exactly? There's way more competitors in car industry in China. So America selects winners like Tesla and Ford, subsidizes them, bails them out when they fail, and then no one can compete. It's not a free market. It's basically communism.
Of what communist or socialist is to you?
It's a comparison, but if you're taxing people and then you're giving that to corporations or the rich, I mean, I guess that's not really what communism is, but that's how I'm looking at it. It's not a free market. It's not true free market capitalism. When
I thought we
there's lots of rules and regulations, and the government just bails out who they want to win. Right. The government said nope, can't release that. They're policing that it was a free market. They wouldn't have been able to.
Excuse me, faggot Canadian retard. I'm about to head out for the night to go look at perfect tens and have a neutral. Many people don't know what a neutral is, but it's the new cranberry vodka of 2026. And I just want to shout out to Matt Cool and Beaver here, especially Matt, who apparently is the only Trump MAGA organizer on this godforsaken app. Cheers and kudos to you. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. MAGA.
The rent freeze is useless. What they should do is cap the increase. You cap it at like 2% per year, and then that prevents that keeps it a lot more controlled, but it allows for increases.
To open a business and hire people and hope customers come. You're saying that I should be held to a certain amount of income that I should be able to pay based on someone else's thought. Am I understand that correctly? That the state gets to determine what I choose and do not choose to do based on my income.
Yes, the government gets to set prices on plenty of things. That's all they're doing. Yeah, precisely.
On anything that we sell.
It's plenty of things out there. Control pricing.
In my funeral cemetery business, where the government has priced me and told me what I should sell something for. Please name three things.
industry? I don't know anything about your industry. I'm sorry. You would have to tell me. Probably like some kind of embalming fluids and chemicals. I would assume that you have to use gas, but chemicals are usually controlled.
It doesn't set the price. I'm just trying to find out where you. I'm sorry.
Well, let me look up some examples then. Yeah.
Go for it.
I just want to say that America shouldn't have stopped at the border with Canada. We should have taken out these British faggot retards when we had the opportunity to take the entire northern continent known as America. There is no Canada. Let's be honest. They're 1/1000th of the economy of our massive empire here on the mainland. And we have to deal with these obnoxious faggot retards like Jarl. I am complete. I know I haven't said much.
I just wanted to get up here and point out how this is where we're at with political discourse. Jarl just gaslights the stage and the audience and says, well, there's many. It happens all the time. And then he's like, you know, when he's called on actually having to make some points, he's like, don't actually know one off the top of my head, so I'm going to have to, let me look some up to reaffirm my gaslighting.
You can think of many examples, like general examples, and I mentioned them. Usually they're going to be like minimum prices, but I don't see a problem with setting a maximum price either. I just don't know anything about his industry. It seems weird, like I wouldn't know anything about his industry.
I just want to point out in discourse, what you just did, you completely contradict yourself and what you said prior.
I contradict myself. Let me list out a few examples of controlled pricing in the United States. So apartment rents already in parts of the United States have controlled pricing. Electricity and natural gas, prescription drugs, obviously, that one's obvious, everyone knows that. Automobiles, didn't know that one. Health insurance, didn't know about that one. Raw milk, federal milk marketing orders establish minimum prices. Oh, I guess what's the minimum? Emergency necessities, so they maximum. So if you had an ambulance company, you'd have fixed pricing. You know, medical services. Yeah, those are the common ones. I don't think it's a big deal. What a lot of those things have in common is necessities, right? Like utilities, energy, housing. Housing, I think, is a necessity. So I would see why, like, it makes sense, right? It's all like medical stuff. It's all like the basic necessities.
Can we do a quick diagnostic here? Because I think a lot of people forget that when you are having an intellectual conversation on a conference call, free conference call with random people, you're bound to meet faggot retards that can't even, that's why I like to do a diagnostic. Jarl, what is 100 times 170?
I was listening. What's the question? What? Do you want me to answer a math question? If I heard correctly, just add the zeros. So if you want to say, like, America is capitalistic, and I'm wrong by saying it's not, like, sure, America is capitalistic, but it's not a true free market capitalism, and that's literally all my argument is.
We get it. We don't have separation of state and economy, Jarl. I mean, we've read Ayn Rand. What else do you have to contribute for us to consider not wasting any of our time listening to you on a beautiful Friday summer night? I mean, make it valuable, Jarl. Make your submission interesting, enlightening. Give us value, Jarl.
Ask you a question.
Give us value.
I mean, if you want value, I don't want to. Whatever you guys want to talk about.
You're big. What truths do you hold to be self-evident?
I don't know. I don't think I hold any truths to be self-evident. I don't believe in truths being self-evident. truth is pretty, like, vague.
One truth is that Canada is far inferior to the USA. I mean, that's just evident. It's a fact. It's true. It's always been that way. And it always will be that way. So that should get you started strong.
Keep insulting me, I'm gonna go start more forest fires and pollute your air, okay?
Okay. I didn't insult you, I insulted Canada.
Trump made you patriotic, so.
Who made you patriotic?
Trump made like half of Canada patriotic.
Your former prime minister affirms transgender. He divorces his wife. He giggles. His brother dies in a ski accident. Is he still married to Katy Perry? He arrests truckers, and the current, Trump is hip to the fact that your liberal, progressive, Democrat, pluralist, faggot retard society is full of faggot retards. You're just the byproduct of that faggot retard industrial complex known as Canada. Hello?
I think all Canadians, or most Canadians, would admit Justin Trudeau is a bit of an idiot. But Americans have such a hard time admitting Trump is an idiot. They're both idiots.
Who's the best Prime Minister Canada has ever had?
So far it's Carney, but I mean that's very early to say. That's tough, man. I don't know. I have no idea.
You see, you don't have it all figured out either, girl. I don't know.
John Kitsan I think was really good, but yeah, it's long, it's complicated. But I don't know all the Canadians.
So far as carne asada.
Sorry.
You sound like you said carne asada.
What's that? Carne asada.
You did say that. Like, oh yeah.
Oh, English. I might just say it in English. John Kitsan.
How you been, man? Long time no see, man. How's life? How's life?
Good.
Coming good.
How's everything with you?
Good, well, I've been sitting, just soccer all day. Which was good.
Who do you have to pick to win the whole thing?
I've been just live betting on some bullshit fucking leagues, like Argentina is, first league, Peru, shit like that. Yeah, man. It's being good today. It's been pretty motherfucking good. Give me some carne asada.
It's a slow night tonight. I figured it'd be a little bit spicier out there, but...
Isn't that Friday night? People are fucking.
Friday and fucking.
I was too, I just left.
There's no point to this app if the libtards aren't gnashing their teeth.
Beaver, did you hear any of that debate or not? I don't know what that was. Over in Politically Correct with those two quote-unquote MAGA/conservative people, or no? I forget if you even heard any of it.
Yeah, I heard a little bit. It was the typical dope tried to do a shtick. The lady didn't fall for it. The guy fell for it a little while, but the lady left. And then it just turned into a shit show.
they just firebranded the whole place. I mean, nobody's putting up with this shit anymore. You know what I mean? So I'm not surprised as how they did that, how they went about their business. I was surprised that they were actually somewhat reasonable at the beginning, that being the PC people. But I knew that there's no way these guys didn't know what these folks are a little bit about, because I'm sure Trent told them,
You would hope so.
Yeah, because and then someone said they had been in the room before of this event. So they there's no way they didn't know. They came in like just throwing chairs and just like, who gives a fuck about you people,
Yeah, it's, you fight guests and then you treat them like shit, and then you get surprised that they left.
I mean, it's a typical clubhouse. Actually, they probably think we're better than those folks, because at least we all know, how we all operate, But, I mean, it's no different than the usual stuff that goes on here.
Serendipity, yes, I do think that he spoke. I haven't heard it yet. I heard like a brief part of it. He made a joke about Nicki Minaj. What did he say about Nicki Minaj? Something about
twerking. Yeah,
she started twerking when everybody else ducked.
Crazy country. Crazy country.
You're just jealous.
See, that's just projection. We're actually a highly enlightened country. If you study the founding fathers and the principles of enlightenment, you will see that our craziness, our far outness, is actually theosophical, philosophical, and based in wisdom and even metaphysics. It's faggot Canadians like your former Prime Minister, faggot retard, who probably killed his brother and giggles and laughs about it, divorces his wife, marries a witch known as Katy Perry, and tries to destroy patriots in Canada and ruin their lives. Faggot retards like that, like losers who want to ruin their own country and ruin people's lives because they're faggot retards, like your former Prime Minister, Kevin Trudeau, or whatever the fuck that faggot retard's name is. Fuck him.
What happened to his brother? He killed his brother? I don't know.
Yeah. His brother was skiing, and his brother died, and there's a very strange interview with him, like, since the passing of your brother, and blah, blah, and he's, like, giggling. It's the weirdest fucking, like, bizarre, shocking, like, what the fuck? Like, what really happened here? Like, this is weird. I know weird is a weird thing, or a stupid thing to say on this piece of shit conference call, but look it up. Anyways, I'm telling you, that guy is a faggot retard, and, like, we should restrict that faggot retard from ever coming into America. Ever. He can never come here and visit that witch fucking piece of shit Katy Perry, who performed her witch rituals at the Joe Biden inauguration in D.C. in her little white witch outfit. I'm telling you, these people are Satanist ideologues. They utilize satanic, evil iconography in their communication to us as a nation. These are fucking pieces of shit faggot retards. I am complete.
Yeah, I don't think Justin Trudeau, like, I don't think you need to worry about him. Like, I don't think he's, like, he has no power anymore. He's like an irrelevant, like, like, I don't know why you're worried.
Well, he needs to pay for what he did.
What did he do? Other than be like a terrible prime minister.
Well, did he fuck over his truckers?
Not really. No, they won in court. They got their pay. They got their settlements. Good for them.
That's not enough.
That's definitely enough. And then the court said that the government should never do that again. The usual stuff there.
Yeah, but he needs to pay for that.
As a Canadian, he needs to pay for other things because he has like other ethics issues that like he was like taking money and stuff. Like, how it's complicated, but there's other ethics issues that are way worse in Canada than that, I think.
What are we talking about?
I don't know, I just kind of want to rush Jarl for a moment. So, do y'all remember when Jarl was running around on this app talking about how tourism, how nobody wants to visit America? He went on and carried on about this all last year. Do y'all remember this?
Yeah. Was it people last year?
So we actually have the numbers. So just to point out, 68.3 million international visitors visited America. Now this was down 5%, 5.5% from 2024. But I just want to break it down for you. 18 million from Mexico, 16 million from Canada, and 34.3 million from overseas. So this is what leftists like Jarl do, is they carry on and on about how, oh, no one wants to visit America. He ran around on this app with this lie, and he gaslit, and he went carried on, and in total, it was down 5%. But put that in comparison to how many international visitors visit Canada. 29.6 million non-resident visitors, according to Canada's statistics. Guess where the bulk of it comes from? 22.8 million from the United States alone. That's roughly 3/4 of all visitors to Canada come from America. We literally support your country. You feed off us like leeches. If it wasn't for America, y'all wouldn't even be able to survive.
Joe. Just to clarify though, you said that year over year with FIFA that it's down 5%.
No, this was 2025. Hello, we don't have statistics for 2026 yet. 2026 isn't over. I didn't say anything about FIFA. I specified 2025. See how quick they are to try and I make all these factual assertions, and Jarl has nothing to say to my factual assertions.
I just asked the clarification, Joe. Chill out. It's fine. I'm not saying your numbers, but I'm asking if you said it was down 5%, because that would prove my point. It's down 5%. I'm not comparing it to Canada. Just saying it's down.
Listen, faggot retard. I want to nominate King Nav to the Donald Trump administration. King Nav, I think your insight and analysis is spot on. And wherever you get your gossip from, it's fantastic. And I want you to be at Stephen Miller's side, helping decide the future of America. I nominate King Nav for the presidential Trump administration.
Thanks. No, but Joe, I wanted to say this. One of the biggest mistakes we made as a country was one in 1776, not pushing them further all the way up so that we could have just taken over and destroyed Canada. And then the second piece was in the War of 1812, not pushing further and taking Canada. And then third is not taking Canada when we had our shot. But again, Canada still was loyal to the king and queen. I think they still are to this day. They still have a role for them because they weren't able to get their own independence on their own. They didn't have the balls to fight on their own, so they had to wait and beg and say, please, please give me freedom, please. And then finally, they were nice enough to relinquish and give them freedom. So, yeah. That's what happened. They had to beg and plead for it. They couldn't pick up a gun because they don't know how to. So it's not fair to compare, Joe. That's just not fair to them.
I do think it's funny that you're talking as if you're not currently losing a war that you said would last 5 days, 2
we're
weeks.
Losing? Can you give stats how we're losing?
Oh, we went over this a while ago. You're not losing. America's
You just said we're losing. You said we're losing a war.
Oh my god, you guys are so
But that's not what you said.
So Beaver, I believe it was with Beaver and Matt we had this discussion last time. But what people mean when they say America is losing is they're losing the public opinion, right? It looks really bad. They're losing in terms of image and reputation. People expected this to be over as fast as Venezuela. In that sense, it's a loss, right? But it doesn't mean America's losing the war. But it is a loss in that sense.
So you were gaslighting, hoping we wouldn't call you out. Got it. Understood. So you believe we're losing the public perception.
I'm just repeating a discussion we've had previously.
Right. So you do realize when you say to people America's losing, they don't immediately think losing the narrative. So you know what you're saying when you say it. This is what Joe was saying earlier with the games you play. You should say America is losing the public perception. That's what you should say. And if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But when you say you're losing the war, that means you're losing. And then when I ask you for stats, you and change. Oh no, I didn't mean that. I meant it's a public perception. That's what it's meant. Well, you gotta say that.
Well, do you think that America has won the war?
In Iran, of course.
Okay, well, see now, okay, I'll be fair. Like, see, you just did this. You're saying America has won the war. It is won. It is won. It's over. Right?
I never said it's over. I said they won.
So you're telling me I shouldn't say America lost the war because that's not fair. It's not entirely true. But now you're saying, oh, America won the war.
So what is the definition of when a country militarily wins a war? When a country militarily wins a war, they've decimated the other side. Tell me how. I can give you stats on how we've won. You can't give me stats on how we've lost. For example, we've decimated their ability to fight back. Oh man, John, you just lost again, man. So I can give you stats on how they won. Can you give me stats on how they're losing? Oh wait.
Yeah, I'm sure I can find stats. Yeah.
Okay. So tell me, who's lost more people and in the war? Iran or the United States? Oh wait. Oh, okay. So usually who's the winner? Do the winners are the
King
winners
Nov.
usually the ones that lose less people? I'm just curious.
King Nov, we've killed America.
No, okay, it's a yes no question. It's a yes no question.
You're saying
I'm asking you, it's a yes no question, and then we can go on to the next question.
When you were just arguing that America is winning,
So I'm asking you a question again. In wars, do the winners usually? Why are you so scared to answer? Do the winners? Are the winners the ones that lose more soldiers?
The answer doesn't matter. The answer is yes. First, America killed more people. Go ahead.
So again, I'm asking you a question. So in wars, is the country that loses more people, are they the winners?
That's actually irrelevant to the winner of the war.
I'm just asking you a question. So are they?
Relevant to who's the winner.
Yeah. So the country that can't fight back, that loses the most military equipment and the most people, are they the ones that usually win the war? Are they the ones that ever win the war?
I'm not a historian, but I'm sure there are wars that have been won by the side who had the greater loss. I bet money on it.
Okay. All right. So you believe that Iran is winning the war then, militarily?
I don't. No, I don't.
Okay,
I wouldn't
you
say
said that.
I prefer to say America. If you're gonna correct me and be semantic, America is facing a loss in the sense of, like I said, there. I'm not gonna repeat it. Yeah.
So you believe that America is losing the war in public perception, but you don't believe they're losing militarily. Correct?
No, but I do think, like, if I can elaborate, it's a lot more expensive, a lot more drawn out, a lot more long than America had intended, and that is, in a sense, I don't want to say a loss. How do I word it? It's not a good thing. Period. There. Is that better?
So do you believe that America lost the Iraq war?
No, I guess.
Wait, but that was a lot longer than expected. Hold on, I'm going by your argument. But do you believe Canada lost the Afghan war because they joined it and the war went a lot longer than expected? If you actually look at Canada at that time, I'm just going by your definition. They expected the war and they expected it to last 1 year. It went longer than that. So do you believe that Canada lost that war and in defense of what happened in 9/11?
Sure.
Okay, so you believe Canada lost. Cool. So Canada lost that war. So your people waged a war that went on 11 years or 12 years and lost it, along with America. That's what you believe. Wow. That's
I don't know why we're arguing over that. I just think, like, if the war's still happening, you're right. No one has lost it. I think no one has won. So I'm wrong. I should have said that America lost. But I think you're wrong if you're saying America won. When there's literally a war happening right now, how could that make any sense?
But Jarl, we literally took control of the country of Afghanistan. We literally toppled Saddam Hussein. Regime changed him. We literally won the war. Militarily, we won the war. You can say that the outcomes were not beneficial. That's a whole different point. But when it comes to the actual war, the military won. And even when it comes to Iran, I think it's annoying that people say oh, Iran is winning. No, they're winning. How? We killed off their leadership. Our leadership's still intact. We've decimated their fucking navy. We've been able to touch them however we want, and they cannot do anything about it. Militarily, we we are absolutely dominating them. And so
We call the shots.
Yeah, and so I don't quite get why you're saying how they
He's saying public perception. Pepe, his point of view is, well, I'm not saying that. Yeah, I mean, even though earlier in the war he was saying that America was losing, but he's trying to say.
It's like you're factoring the entire oil for the whole world. Like, there's a lot of factors at play here.
So yeah, you mean we're opening up the strait and preventing them from being able to control the world's oil, and we're doing the world a favor? That's great, including Canada. Amazing. Guys, you do realize, see, this is where you can tell how dumb Jarl is, right? If you don't do this, right? Iran, by the way, has had proxies doing this kind. They're called Houthis. I'm sure Jarl will pretend like he's never heard of them. Who were doing this to oil ships long before this war began. Okay, and they were invading trade routes, and by the way, some of them were Canadians. In fact, I could pull up some that happened before the war. Then you'll say, well, don't, and your country didn't defend those. Why did they defend them? Because your country's chicken shit to do anything. So I think it's important you understand that somebody has to do something, otherwise these people will try to control it. Now, you could be smart like America and say, hey, we want to be energy independent, we want to start drilling our own oil, and we want to start doing that kind of stuff, but you're run by radical leftists who, don't want to do that stuff. But, in this country, they started doing that and started exporting oil and all that. So, yeah. And then they're working on solutions to create a pipeline that goes around the Strait of Hormuz for the world. So there should be some appreciation.
Is the war still going on?
It is, yep.
And you genuinely think one side has won, even though it's still happening?
I do. So, hold on, let me see this here. Wow. Well, I'm just reading something here. Oh, man. 2020, I'm looking at this. 2024, under Donald Trump, Houthis launched an attack in the sea and destroyed Canadian ships. Under Donald Trump in 2024, man, your country really defends you guys. I mean, and by the way, they were oil ships. Holy shit, that affected your country. Oh, anyway, I'm sure Joel's okay with that because, hey, why defend your people?
Let's see what this has to do with the current war at hand.
Your exact words were, oh, you're affecting oil. Oh, you're doing all this stuff. Hey, let me ask you this. If in the end, one country's defending your ability to have free passage of oil, and that's not your country. So shouldn't there be some appreciation? I'm just asking that. I mean, your country didn't bother to defend when the Houthis came and destroyed and killed your own people.
You're saying it's always been happening, then why are the ships not crossing the strait now? It's not me you need to convince, it's the people who are not crossing the strait. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
What are you talking about? The ships are not crossing. So right now we have a blockade. We determine who goes in and out.
Oh, that's a bad look. Everybody, like the whole world, is seeing this, and I know some people here agree, as America just doing a stupid plan because Netanyahu convinced them on a whim, and now it was supposed to be over in 2 days, like Venezuela. It's lasting way longer than expected. The American economy is drying out of oil, and just like the weapons, like a bunch of shit's running out in America. It just doesn't look good to the rest of the world. Disorganized.
This is terrible. We don't look good to the rest of the world. Oh my God.
No, he's right. No, Joe, I'm going to agree with you. You were right.
You basically told you're going to attack Canada, but you couldn't attack Canada right now. You're very busy with another war.
Joe, I got a question for you again. Do you believe, I'm being honest with you, honest question, before Donald Trump took office, Houthis attacked your people, do you say, holy shit, my country should have defended my people? Would you say, it's okay, they died, big deal, some oil got destroyed? What's your view?
No idea. I've never thought about it. I've never looked into it.
You don't care. You don't care. And that's fair. That just tells you who you are. You don't care. I mean, the first thing I hear if somebody says an American died, I'd say, fuck them. Nobody has a right to destroy my people. But you, on the other hand, what amazing patriotism. You just lose all credibility. Amazing.
How many Canadians do you think that have been killed by the Houthis in like the last decade? Do you think it's over 170?
I think one killing anyone of any other nation is horrible. And by the way, more Americans have died in the last, I would say, 10 years by Iran, just proxies killing Americans randomly, than we've killed them since this war began.
I like how you mentioned proxies because you've looked up the number.
So you don't believe that? Wow, that's incredible. Holy moly!
You have to specify proxies because it's not actually Iran.
So you mean, so if somebody, what you're saying is that this, let's see, Jarl has Canadian law. I'll ask Joe here. Joe here, are you there? I don't know if Joe here.
Okay.
So, hey Joe, I got a question for you, Joe. If I pay someone to kill someone, am I guilty of that crime, or am I just off because I didn't pull the trigger?
You would be guilty of.
Not according to Jarl. Jarl says because someone else killed them, it's not me that did it. Got it. Understood. That's Canadian law. That's Canadian law.
I don't think you can shoot through hostages to try to kill like the bad person.
You believe that Iran didn't hire these groups and pay them, even though there's money evidence and Osama's administration said it. Everyone else.
No, you're just like, I don't know why you're saying that. No, I do not believe that. I believe that.
So then I just said, so Iran is directly responsible for the murder of Americans all across the world. More Americans they've killed. And my view is when you kill our people, you should go back. Your view is and Ocean, welcome to the room. I don't know if you were here earlier, but we were talking to Jarl, and I was saying, Jarl, there's examples in 2024 of the Houthis killing Canadians, on ships and all that stuff. What would you say about it? Well, I don't know. I said, dude, you should say fuck them up, but your country just sat on their ass and was like, help me, United Nations, NATO, somebody, and nobody did anything, and you guys were like, okay, well, I guess they just died. Oh, United States, help me. That's what they did, and that's exactly what you're doing. You didn't even have the balls to say, hey, kill one Canadian man, I'll fuck you up. Like, you should have that kind of sense of pride for your country, but I guess, I don't know what's wrong with people out there. Maybe it's the water. Anyway, Ocean, what's going on?
I put a link in the chat. It's a World War II song titled "We've Done It Before and We Can Do It Again." We fought the tanker wars in the 1980s. Iraq and Iran were fighting each other, and then they started bombing ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And finally, the U.S. said enough of this, and they intervened, and it ended the Iraq-Iran war. That lasted for 7 years. So one can acknowledge and understand that people are upset that it seemed like this would end quickly, and it didn't. But the fact that someone made a prediction and that prediction didn't come true in the realm of warfare is not shocking to realists. And the fact remains that the reasons why we went to war remain valid. And so we're fighting this war. The only thing Iran has to hang on is maybe the midterms might change, if Congress flips or something, then maybe funding will dry up, but they just passed a bill that is giving, what is it, 70 billion or something more to the war.
Alan,
So they're going to have some money for a while.
Alan, I just got to read something to Jarl. I don't want to see his reaction. Jarl, what do you think about this? Flight PS752. In January 2020, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, directly shot down Ukrainian International Airlines Flight 752. The strike killed 176 people aboard, including 5 Canadian citizens and 30 permanent residents of Canada. Joe's response? No problem.
Many times. It's like you're the first one to bring this up.
Yeah,
I know you don't want to. Hold on, I know you don't want to hear a response from a black person because I can name a lot of shit where we was fucked up. So go ahead, person. Go ahead.
You don't need to make this a black. We're not talking about black versus white. Like, let's just keep it.
Black American is an ethnic group. It doesn't matter. I can bring up some shit where we was fucked up too.
Okay, no, but we're keeping this like,
Yeah, but we're not making it about ghetto people and the black person.
Alan doesn't like historical context.
Because
Alan
cares. So that's why you don't respect us. We don't respect you, so nobody gives a shit about your religion.
You do not like historical context.
Go over, listen to the Reverend Manning, and maybe you'll learn something. But in the meantime,
you go ahead. You guys who are speaking, go ahead.
Yeah.
We're not doing this.
Yeah. In any event, yeah. I mean, you tell me that now, King, about the IRGC downing that plane and 55 Canadians were killed. I'm trying to understand why that's a bad thing.
So, King, how many children were killed in that school that America bombed?
So,
I don't think Alex cares
you
about
have.
this.
No, hold on. So, Joe. So I asked you a question, and you respond with a question. When you answer mine, does it bother you that 55? You answer my question, I'll answer yours gladly. Does it bother you that 55 Canadians were killed through no fault of their own? There was no apology, and your country did not think about it. Does that bother you?
Yeah, of course that bothers me, and I think my country did think about it. You're wrong with that.
What did they do about it?
We did travel, and we put out advisories, and I'm sure there was other stuff, but that's a good start.
So I'm actually looking right now. There was no response from Canada. So there was no response from Canada. No sanctions put against the IRGC, and the IRGC claimed credit for it. No response from Canada. Your country did shit, and you brag about your country all the time. It's time to shit on your country and say 55 people died.
Well, they didn't do shit.
What did your country do after bombing a little girl's school?
Yeah.
So American school? Because you kill our people, we'll decimate.
King, now, you know what? You fucking Indian piece of shit. I'm really sick and tired of you. If you're gonna acknowledge Canada, at least do like the land rights, the land acknowledgement. Okay? So you're so insensitive.
That's right.
See, the thing is that I think Jarl is happy that those school girls got killed and that America killed them. He gets more pleasure from the idea of America fucking up. But the fact remains that Canada did nothing. I mean, I joke and I say, well, white people will send a strongly worded letter to their congressman if they're upset about something. That's essentially what Canada did. Yeah, we killed those school kids. Yes, it's a tragedy. We didn't mean to do it. It was a mistake. But the IRGC has been killing Americans and other people throughout the world, and they're doing something about it.
But Canada was not alone.
Refuses to do, except they let
Yeah, but they weren't
their
alone.
country, and they're probably fucking Canadian girls.
Hello, are you there? Canada was not alone in their
You
atrocities.
heard me speaking. You couldn't wait 2 seconds.
Well, I'm just letting you know, Canada wasn't alone.
So I just have to point out.
We're gonna hold on. No, this is how this shit starts. We're gonna let Alan finish, then Adam can respond.
Well, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank God. You're a faggot ass fucking racist, Alan, and you know it.
No,
and you can suck my dick.
I just don't.
I don't give a fuck about none of this shit. You have to.
Black people. That's all. I don't tolerate stupid black.
I said Adam Alan. I said Adam can respond. I did not say your piece can respond. Go ahead, Adam.
Listen, I'm not here to fucking go back and forth with people. Someone else can respond.
I want to point out that when King said Canada did nothing, we took them to international courts, so there's like about that. We pursued an ICAO case, we applied sanctions and immigration bans, and we created, various initiatives. So Canada did really quite a bit, and that is exactly what I expect a country, a modern democratic country to do, is to not just start a fucking war.
So
to act big countries internationally.
did they do it again after? Let's see your knowledge. Did they do it again after that? And kill Canadians?
But you just lied. You just straight up lied. You said Canada did absolutely nothing. You said I'm looking at it in front of me and Canada did nothing in response, and that's just a flat out lie. You're trying to call me out on a bunch of little nitpicks, but that's just a straight up lie.
Well, what did they do? If they did it again, then what did they do?
I just listed out 5.
So you believe that what they did was effective because Iran did it again and killed Canadians? That's amazing. That is really awesome, Joel. Like that's the way you do things. No, that's what you said. You said it was really effective, and that's what a country should do. That's what you said. So that's incredible. When it happens again, I guess your view is, hey, it keeps happening. But Canada responded the right way. They did the right. Got it. Okay.
It's a basic.
In a delusional manner that this is better, and it's not. This war is not working.
So you believe it's okay if a country kills one of your people, you don't take an eye for an eye. Your view is, hey, we'll do it. That's it. That's fine. That's cool.
I don't think it's okay to just go rogue, dude. Within your country, if somebody comes and robs your house, you don't get to just go do your own investigation.
Actually, Joel, if someone breaks into my house in America, I have the right to beat the shit out of them. If I feel like I'm in harm, I have the right to beat the shit out of them. Maybe not in Canada, but in the U.S. I can beat the shit out of them.
If you were in a fucking plane and it got shot down, okay, you have to do your own investigation to figure out what happened. It's not the same. It's not self-defense. Give me a break.
What are you talking about? You just gave an example. Someone breaks into your house, and I gave that example, and you say you don't have the right when someone breaks into your house to beat the shit out of them. Yeah, I do.
It's a basic part of interpersonal communications, that in order to communicate effectively, you have to speak in a way that the other person understands. The IRGC does not understand, nor do they care about anything from the any international sanctions, anything that the UN might do, anything that the World Heart might do. They just laughed. That's all. They had no respect for Canada. The fact that all of those things you listed, they left. The only thing they understand is military force and severe economic force, such as blowing up their ability to export oil or cutting it off. That's what they understand. So when you're talking about what Canada did, completely ineffective.
Just want to say, Alan, I just want to add to this. So there was a protest that happened in January of this year, and the Canadian Foreign Affairs Minister, Anita Anand, talked about a Canadian being a Canadian citizen, and it was a major citizen, actually a member of government, that was killed at the hands of Iranian authorities, and was basically, their throat was slashed and everything. Wow, Canada's response was, we're not going to do shit. U.S. is going to do it, and then we'll condemn the U.S. Yeah, amazing. Jar, what a country. And then it also says was killed by security forces. The victim's name has not been given. Canadians, since Canada put sanctions on IRG, which you said were effective, IRGC has harassed, captured, wounded, and killed Canadians who are traveling through the region. That's incredible. And according to Canadian intelligence and victim associates, IRGC has also subjected Canadian citizens within Canada to surveillance, online harassment, death threats in efforts to silence their demands for justice, has beaten and abused them, and the Canadian government has not responded. Wow. In the years following the crash, the IRGC's placed exit bans on relatives of victims living inside Iran, such as the mother of a prominent Canadian activist, Hamid Ismaili, barring them from leaving the country. Well, you know, Canadian, man, they're fighting hard to get their people released. I mean, they took a prisoner. They basically have a prisoner, Canadian prisoner, who's actually a prominent person as a prisoner that's still there in Canada. Man, your Prime Minister's really negotiating for that release, man. But according to Jarl, that's the right way to do things. This is the right approach to do things, to get our people back and to avenge our people. That you know, it's good to know. Good to know how you think.
You know, I remember in the war in Iraq and also in Kuwait, one of the things they talked about was the culture and how when two men started arguing, that literally the only way the argument would ever stop is they had to be torn apart because neither one would ever admit that they were wrong. That's the culture. The only way that you will convince them to give up fighting is that, and to give up any kind of control of the country, is they need to be overwhelmed with force. That's that part of the world. That's the way it works. You can't change things. And the problem that the West has, the problem that the West has, and the problem that the liberals have, and we saw that with Obama, with like, oh well, we negotiated this. It wasn't even a real agreement. It was a political understanding with no teeth. But the problem that a lot of Americans have, and especially the West has, is they believe that people in the Middle East are operating under a Western sense, a Western set of values, and they don't. And they probably won't ever. They negotiate with the West, they walk away, and then they laugh, and they do whatever the hell they're going to do. Which is what we saw with all of these negotiations with Trump and Iran and their understanding and the ceasefire agreements. We always knew they were going to break it. We always knew they were going to break it, but Trump has to let it play out so that the United States and the world can see, yeah, they keep breaking their agreement, so now I guess it's time to take more drastic measures, which is where we're slowly getting to.
Well, Alan, I think that now that Trump played it, he made massive concessions. He made a deal with them. Trump made a deal with them that was ridiculously good for the Iranians. Ridiculously good. And I think in hindsight, he was smart to do that because when he made that deal, he won agreement from Pakistan and from the Saudis and from the Emiratis that if the Iranians broke this deal, that's it. There's no coming back from it. And so Trump very smartly, he built a coalition of the willing. He has a coalition of now 30 nations. There are 30 individual countries that are helping Trump bomb Iran. And so in hindsight, I think the smartest thing Trump did in his whole career was offer that very, very good concession, because by offering that generous deal, he unified everyone in his side. Now, if you disagree, Alan, please.
No, that's exactly, you're saying essentially what I said. It's like, look, I'm giving you guys a break. All you have to do is follow it. And they didn't. So now, like you said, he can go to the rest, he can go to those other countries and said, look guys, I gave them every chance and they still can't get their shit together and follow this agreement. So I'm going to go go full on with them, and they're on board. Meaning the other countries are on board now.
Well, the question I have for you, Alan, and it's a very brief one, is what do you believe China is selling Iran a lot of weapons or a little bit of weapons right now?
I don't know that.
Does anyone have an informed opinion?
And what? How does that affect anything?
Before you go down to the red, look, Alan, hold on. The deal is supposed to be that China and Russia have agreed not to sell Iran any more weapons. That's what the deal is supposed to be.
I mean, look, I for fuck's sake, go the villain in this room and say this. Like, I do think that Israelis were pushing very hard. We can look at, who the main donors were, the private donors, or individual donors. Paul Singer, Miriam Adelson. We can look at the pro-Israel lobby. They were obviously, they saw something in Trump, and they were absolutely correct in this evaluation, where they felt like he could be probably maybe not the last president, but the last president for who knows how long, who would end up doing what he did for the state of Israel. I just, look, Iran is a pain in our ass. Yes, I get it. They call us the big Satan. They say all of this shit. They've killed U.S. troops. It's always been within the vicinity of the Middle East when they've done it. There's a lot of conflation that I've always heard going on between, like, oh, well, they're your enemies, and, okay, ISIS, which, for example, committed a lot of terrorist attacks on Western soil. We're not affiliated with them. In fact, the Iranians, the Shias, hate groups like ISIS, which are Sunni, with the fucking passion. They will kill each other. I think that, that's why Israel, for example, is happy Jolani is in power in Syria. There's no longer this route in which weapons can be, smuggled from Iraq and Iran into Lebanon. I just, like, at the end of the day, I feel like we are fighting. They're going to try to give you this turd. They put on an ice cream cone, a waffle cone, and they put sprinkles on it. It still smells like shit and will taste like shit. But they want you to just, like, say, hey, this is the best thing for America to do, where I absolutely disagree. And, it's not, I love Jews. Like, I have no problem with Jews. But obviously, I look at the world through a much different lens. I'm not a small minority. I'm not a group of people that, there's been a lot of anti-white, I guess you could say, rhetoric for the last, decade or so. But at the end of the day, who's going to do anything to us? Nobody really can. But, they're scared. Israel's always has always felt or had to deal with, like, an existential threat. And so they've always kind of gone overboard in comparison to us, who we never really felt imperiled like they did. But, and I'm not saying this out of malice or because I dislike Israel, but I feel like this war was completely sold to us to basically, as if it's in our best interest. But in reality, I think it was in the best interest of Israel, obviously. And I'm trying to, just because I actually care about Jews enough to say this. Like, this is going to backfire, and people are gonna fucking hate you. On the left and the right, this is just like the worst route you can fucking go. Like, this is where you want to push everyday Americans into a war. It's gonna whether which class they're in, people are gonna have to see their sons and daughters die. And I don't know. I don't know what else to say. In a weird way, they should be mad at Jews, or I should say Zionists, if this war ends up happening. This is like, I don't. This is fucking. It's crazy. I don't even know how else to put this.
You were off to a good start, Pepe. You were off to a good start, and you brought up white people.
I wasn't even trying to bring up white people. I mean, I don't even know what percentage of the military is white at this point in time. Like, I saw, I think like 3 or 4 individuals that were actually killed when, with the strikes from Iran. There was this young Mexican woman. I'm old enough to be her dad. That's sad. That really fucking sucks. And then there's, at least one of them was black. There was a white guy, who I think was slightly older. When I say slightly older, I'm not old enough to be his dad, but he's still a lot younger than me. I don't know. It's what are we going to gain out of doing this with Iran? I mean, everything was kind of going smoothly until we attacked Iran. Now all of a sudden they closed the Strait of Hormuz. They're bombing all of their fucking neighbors. And one of the weirdest things I hear from Zion is just like, look, they're bombing their neighbors. Yet you just got attacked. They're not stupid enough to not understand that, the Saudi prince, who was actually egging Trump on. There's another person, if you want to blame somebody on all of this. The Saudi Arabs, they wanted this to happen. They fucking hate Iran. But is it our fucking responsibility to have to basically sacrifice our young in order to appease these fucking people? And a lot of people will say like, oh, well, look at the benefit to America. First of all, everything was running smoothly before this. The only thing that was not running smoothly before we attacked Iran was, what was happening in Israel. Iran was funding the Houthis, the Hezbollah, Hamas. They were the number one, basically, supporters of the terrorists that were attacking Israel. That's an absolute fact. Yes, they are bad people. We're not denying that. They hate Israel. They hate Jews. They hate, and I believe they also hate us. I would. A lot of Zionists will say that. I absolutely agree with them. But at the end of the day, this is primarily a war to benefit Israel. And people like me, I'm not willing to stay silent over something like this. Like, if Israel was just like, hey, look, we're just like this little fucking podunk state. Yes, we punch way above our weight. We're very industrious and innovative. We help out in a lot of ways. But look, you guys are the 800-pound gorilla. We're the little 4-pound baby brother, can you please protect us? See, I would actually listen to them a lot more so. But it's like the level of manipulation that we have to listen to. Where it's just like, no, you know what, fuck you guys. And then they take it a step further. It's just like, you guys are cowards. You are not fighting the fight that your children will have to fight. Or you're an anti-Semite. They do all of this bullshit. And no, it's... I'm sorry. Like, I feel like, and I'm gonna land here, I just feel like, just be fucking level with us. Like, the amount of bullshit we have to listen to. Look, I am somebody who's largely been on your guys' side, and you would call myself a Zionist. I think that your enemies are fucking animals too. I'm not on their side. Hey, fuck Qatar, fuck Saudi, I won't say Saudi Arabia, but fuck Qatar, fuck, Hamas. Fuck the Palestinians too. And I want to make that very clear. You Palestinians who are listening to me, and you guys will be like, oh my God, I want to join in so we can do some Jew bashing. No, you guys are fucking termites. You guys are disgusting. You guys are terroristic pieces of fucking shit. I don't care about you people either. And so, like, no, I'm not taking the Muslim sides. None of it. But the amount of, like, manipulation I hear from the Zionist side, I'm sorry, I'm going to react. Not because I hate Jews, but literally, it's just like, to me, it's just way too much. We know that your enemies are pieces of shit. You know what? I'm just going to land there. I don't know, is it just me or is nobody speaking?
Nobody's talking.
Well, I'm just curious. So, is there any of you people? So, what I love about this I have a very specific gripe with Israel. It more has to do with like how they, what I would call Israel firsters, trying to fight with other Republicans that are not Israel first. Them trying to talk us into conflicts, which I don't think are necessarily in our best interest. But I am curious. Are any of you diaper-head Muslims in the audience? Would you like to try to maybe say your part of the story? Why we should be on your side, which obviously we shouldn't. Or is there any Zionist in here that just thinks I'm like a horrible anti-Semite and I'm a retarded person who just, my proverbial diarrhea that's coming out of my mouth is nonsense. I'd love to hear from either group.
I have something to say. I think it's way deeper than just like who is supporting who. I think this whole war is just straight off of just like the oil reserves. I think that's really all that the United States cares about. I'm still trying to figure out how does Israel come into everything, but I know on Trump's behalf, I know he wants like Iran's just how he took over Venezuela. He wants to do the same exact thing with Iran because Iran does have a very big, large oil reserve. So it's like if you look it up, you can see that Venezuela has the biggest oil reserve in the world, and that's already taken over by Trump. So the next after Venezuela is Saudi Arabia, which is an ally. So it's not going to too much press them. So after that, it goes Iran. And Iran so-called has nukes. I just feel like that's just like, like a dummy to kind of just go at Iran for their oil reserves. So I think this whole thing is just straight off of oil reserves. And that's like, you know, it's kind of like me personally. I don't want to go back and forth with everything else because I truly know what it is. It's literally the oil reserve. That's why Trump is invading Iran.
I disagree completely, but you're entitled to your opinion. It's cool, bro.
100%. So
I'll take it one step further.
Can I share something? Go ahead, Joe.
I just wanted to say it's not just the reserve, it's the control of the flow of oil to China. Go ahead, Edward.
Yep.
Yes, that's part
of it, right?
Pepe, you forgot to say something.
Okay, but what we all need to look at is since 1979, you know, the actual supreme leader of Iran has decided to go against the West. It's a theocracy, guys. They're not ran like other countries, okay? Most of the Middle East have been held hostage for many years. Actually, we can talk about 47 years. This is very, very interesting. I think it's well, guys, you have to mute your mic because I get some feedback when you're off mic. Right? And guys, we are a republic, okay? That means we the people get to control our individual lives. Well, when you have a theocracy and a few leaders rule your country, and they are not just the number one funder of terrorism. If you guys can put in the chat all of the different groups that Iran has funded, Hezbollah, Hamas, all these different terrorist groups. So you have a religious theocracy with an army that's fighting at the same time against Western civilization. Okay? So we got different values, different things. Now you guys can call it oil, whatever. That's just part of it. But no country, we have 195 of them. No country should be sponsoring terrorism. No country should be forcing their people. You know, I see someone put in the chat about blowing up a school and 168 kids and all these things. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but countries kill children. Unfortunately, war is not good. It's ugly. It's bad. It's horrible. But that's what war is. Okay? So for us to think that that was something that somebody did this on purpose is just, I don't even know what to say to us. But man, no matter what group of people they are, have a desire to control other people. And I believe that the supreme leader in Iran and all the other groups, all of the Muslim groups and Muslim countries in the Middle East, they're also afraid of Iran. They don't want to participate in Iran. Okay? So we got a lot of...
Can I ask a question?
No, can I finish my statement? Then you can ask a question. Okay? So I'll land there. Go ahead, because you threw me off. Go ahead.
I would like to ask you, what about ISIS? You said that Iran support some terrorism organization like Hezbollah and the Houthi and this other organization. What about ISIS and the Qaeda? Do you think they are terrorists or not?
Of course.
What?
Being funny. Hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer, right?
You were in the Matrix for a second, Edward.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks. Can you hear me now? Am I clear?
Yeah, that's one. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I do think that any group, ISIS, Hamas, Hezbollah, all of the groups.
So
that
anyone support ISIS should be supporting terrorism?
Yeah, the U.S. created a back.
U.S. support
Okay,
ISIS.
he's trying to get cheap point because Israel backed ISIS.
Okay, guys.
The U.S. also backed ISIS.
Hold on, guys.
So U.S. is supporting terrorists?
You want me to answer or not?
Yes, please.
You want to tell me?
U.S.
No.
support the
Obviously, but obviously, you guys have decided that the U.S. supported ISIS and created ISIS and wanted ISIS to go against all the different things. I'm just trying to find out for you guys,
didn't answer my question to
I
ask
did.
a question.
No. I did answer your question, but you told me clearly
No,
that you.
I asked a question. Do you
No.
agree?
I'm going to say this again. ISIS is a terrorist group.
So, and U.S. support terrorist group?
Is this a picnic towel on his head happening outside?
I have no man. It's okay. You want to tell me, right, that ISIS is a terrorist group, and then you want to tell me that the United States supported a terrorist group?
Do you agree?
No, that's not what Muhammad, are you wearing a picnic towel on your head?
This is bullshit. Okay, we know Israel backed ISIS as they were fighting Assad. Okay, we get it. Now they have an ISIS leader even that's in fact, in charge of Syria. Now, when it came to ISIS, us backing any of the groups that were trying to get rid of Assad, we did it too. We helped fund and arm ISIS. So. Yep. So once again, like you're trying to make a point where it's just like, oh, the Israelis back ISIS. Okay, yeah, but America did too at one point. I know where you're going, and look, like with you Muslims that want to come in here, you see somebody like myself who's maybe critical of Israel. I do think that the enemies of Israel are absolutely. Pieces of shit for the most part. They and quite frankly, I'm just going to be very frank. I don't think there's ever going to be brotherhood between Muslims and Christians, just as there's never been. And I'll go ahead and listen to your sleazy ass talk about how great or how horrible Israel is, and somehow how great the Arabs or the Muslims are.
Yeah, go ahead, Muhammad.
No, I don't talk about how great is Arab or how worse is Israel. I just talk now about something. Do you agree or no? Yes or no? You agree yes or no? You agree that ISIS is terrorist organization, and you agree that US and US support ISIS? Do you agree with these two facts that everybody know about now or not? Then we can build on that. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, fighting against Assad. Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Okay, so
by
why
you mean like
why do you
originally
think?
armed?
1 second, Florida. 1 second, Florida, please. Why do you think? What's the reason why? Why US? Why do you think US support ISIS? What's the reasons that make US supporting terrorist organization in the Middle East?
We don't anymore.
Go ahead, PP.
Call you PP?
PP or Edward or anyone.
We were supporting anybody who was anti-Assad. Now, Assad is somebody who, for example, was very friendly with the Russians and the Chinese, and somebody that was definitely not willing to work with America's interests. When it comes to why would we want to do that, I mean, we can look at when we were still in Iraq, for example, at the time, the instability that came both from the IRGC and their training and arming of the Shia militias, which, with Syria was obviously, they were a big part of that because the Alawite minority, which a lot of Muslims don't consider them Christian.
Okay, I got your point. But do you think if China or Russia supporting some groups or organization in Mexico or Canada or any place or US itself, and these groups are terrorists, and they think that they are supporting them to be against US? Do you think this is the right
critical, you smooth brain fucking shut.
Yeah, I would say that yes, I would say that China does a lot to try to facilitate terrorism. The United States, as does I think Iran, Venezuela at one point at least. All of these countries.
So you think that this is each
so
country
US
can
is terrorists because they support ISIS, right?
So you think, Pepe, you think that any country would like to fight another country can support terrorism in this country? It's fine for you. It's okay to do that.
you're talking about like the enemy of my enemy is my friend at certain points. Alliances change.
Not just the kind of enemy. For example, if I have like a country, who are enemy to a country that enemy for me, I can support this country. But I mean about terrorist organization, terrorist groups.
That's fine. You know,
not just an enemy.
I'm listening.
I talk about,
look, I've explained this to you over and over. And look, I want to go to bed. And like, look, you're low IQ.
Good night. Just
your low IQ diaper brain, chimp fucking Muslim brain is not going to comprehend this shit. That's fine.
Believe that.
Muslims are bad because they are terrorists, and US is supporting terrorism. And do you think that supporting terrorism is a good thing? Okay, good night, bye.
I'm surprised you use that to flex when it's literally Muslim organizations and terrorist groups that are actually committing the fucking terrorism. You low IQ fucking troglodyte. How did you walk into that one? You goddamn moron. Your people are so fucking stupid. Is that what you're telling me? That we can fund you into committing fucking terroristic acts where you monkeys act on our behalf? You fucking retard. Like, the dumbest fucking shit. Once again, you know what's interesting? At least when I talk to Jews, they're rather intelligent. Listening to fucking low IQ fucking inbred pieces of shit like you, it just shows what kind of unreasonable fucking retards Israel has to live amongst. Okay, just suck a fucking dick. Okay, you go ahead, come back with your stupid goddamn retort. It's retarded.
Pepe, can I speak now? Okay. So, as a Muslim, I would like to speak about this Jewish problem in order to clarify this historical animosity about Judaism and Islam. See, there is a crystal clear verse in the Holy Scripture of the Muslims in Quran in chapter 2, I believe it's 122, where God says how the children of Israel are the chosen people and how they were preferred over all other worlds. So there is no doubt about the fact that they are the chosen people. If a Muslim denies that fact, he's actually going against the Holy Scripture. But there is a condition. If you are the chosen one, then the conditions get different for you. So I believe it's written in the Bible, Leviticus chapter 26, verse 24, which says that if you go contrary to the message of God, your sins will be 7 times more than that of you will be punished 7 times more than that of a common or a non-Jewish person. So considering the fact that being chosen brings a lot of responsibility upon your shoulders. So if you are not true to the message of God, then you will have to face the consequences. And what we see right now in the world, it's up to you. I'll leave it to you in order to answer the question whether...
The vast majority of them do not look at them as the chosen people.
Hey, one time I was jerking off to a girl who became a tranny, and I was...
See, I was...
The vast majority of Christians do not look at Jews as being chosen. In fact, hold on. If you look throughout Christian history, okay, we literally we have a new covenant after Jesus in the New Testament. They like to call it replacement theology, which obviously Christianity was a replacement theology. The vast majority of Christians, up until like a couple hundred years ago with the evangelicals, we did not look at them as the chosen people. The chosen people, first of all, does not mean that they're God's favorite. You know, the evangelicals are crazy. They'll believe one thing, but the chosenness means there's a new covenant, and that it can be fulfilled through the church if you become a practicing Christian. It's not this whole thing where we have to look at Jews as a chosen or special people. That is not something most Christians believe.
Okay, that's really up to you whether Christians believe in that or not. But I gave you the Muslim's perspective. It's clear, crystal clear in our scripture, and I just gave you the references, how it goes.
Well, to be quite frank, I'm not a Muslim, so your interpretation, just like the Jews and the different denominations of Christianity, and I really don't give a fuck about what you guys believe. You guys believe what you believe. I don't have to believe it. And quite frankly, I'm going to say that it has no bearing in what I think should be just or fair when it comes to thinking about geopolitics.
Yeah, I was going to say something because I've been in and out, and people are talking about Israel, and it's the Middle East.
I want to say my goodies.
All right.
By the way, Pepe, if it's your individual opinion, that's totally the Christian scriptures acknowledge it.
All of this really doesn't make any difference. The United States doesn't care if they're Jews or Muslims or Islam or anything else. The question is if you are useful to the United States. Israel has shown itself to be useful to the United States. Other Middle Eastern countries have shown themselves to be useful to the United States, either by supplying oil, by being friendly to the United States, by supplying Israel supplies, technological things, etc., 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 etc. If you're useful, then things will go well for you. If you're not, things will not go well for you. It's that simple. And it's a lesson that certain countries in the Middle East refuse to learn because of their own egos. They think they're bigger than the United States. They think they have more power. And they think just because the American consumer buys the oil that they have in the ground, that somehow that gives them some supreme leverage over the United States. It doesn't. And it never did. And Iran is a good example of just how stupid the Middle Eastern mentality is. It has rich oil reserves in the ground, and they couldn't do shit with it. It took the United States and their engineers and their technology to pull that oil out of the ground. And then, after millions and billions of dollars being invested so that oil can come out of the ground and that Iran can participate in those profits, the attitude is, oh, the United States is evil. Look at what I heard this last night. The Shah was kissing up to the Americans, and he was an American puppet. No, he was a smart person who understood that the United States did Iran a huge favor by developing its economy and by developing an asset that it owned. And yet, what's the repayment? Oh, well, this America's terrible. America is it's debts to America. So, it's simply tiresome to hear this over and over again, how America is evil, when without America, you would have no economy, nor would any other Middle Eastern country. It's been stagnant since the 1300s. And if it wasn't for oil, you'd still be in the same place. And so when it comes to this, And getting back to the main point, Israel makes itself useful. We don't care. If the IRGC freely traded with the United States and became the friends of the United States and said, yeah, okay, the Shah's out, but we're going to continue to trade with you. We're going to be your friend, etc., etc. The U.S. wouldn't care. Instead, it took hostages in it took hostages as soon as it came into power, and it's declared America its enemy. Well, here we are. Iran is getting the shit bombed out of it. We control Karg Island. We control the other islands. We bond military assets. And there's one last nuclear, centrifuges that are deep underground. And they're working on how they're going to just bomb that out of existence. And that'll be that. And they won't give up. They simply won't give up until they're dead. And the United States will take care of that. This is all very tiresome.
And it's totally fine if
That
you're
was
saying
trash, Alan. Please don't do that to us again, bro.
Concrete, shut the fuck up, you dumb ghetto bastard.
Okay, let me
That's
correct
what I was
you.
thinking. Listen, you're dumb. Listen to this amazing asshole, man.
Yeah, see what Concrete does is he comes and whoever the last speaker was. Because that's all he
embarrassing
can do.
yourself.
Because he failed so many concrete things in
You
his
were
life.
glazing the shit out the American eagle just now. You're gonna get pregnant from the fucking eagle the way you were glazing.
Yeah.
Hey, check my brother.
My brother, how you doing?
Good, brother.
Hey, Chuck.
What's up? Good to hear your voice out of you, good to see you guys laughing and stuff. No, I have to deal with that problem with my leg, So I've been away. We love this space, we love you guys, and terrible what's going on at the moment. I think you know what makes me nervous? The fact that Israel is like quiet. It makes me nervous. I'm like, the Israelis are probably going to kill one of the Iranian top generals tomorrow or today, or whatever your time frame is. But do you guys feel that way? Whenever Israel is quiet, I get nervous. Because I'm like, they're after some bullshit.
Israel is a failed state, failed project.
No, it's not. Israel is the best state in the Middle East.
And Mods, will you like
No, what? I can't speak in squiggly lines,
Israel is bleeding money, is bleeding fucking.
No, it's not concrete. Calm down, bro.
Hold on, check. I know you don't like to hear the truth. You can't overshot the truth, bro. You gotta just calm down.
Bro, people have been saying Israel's gonna be dying for the last 3,000
is only 10 million.
Wait a second. Calm down,
check.
People like you have been saying Israel's gonna be dying for the last 3,000 fucking years. Nothing has happened. They're still there, they're still powerful, and everything else. Nothing's gonna happen to Israel. And don't get me to be like, oh yeah, something's gonna happen to Israel. Get the fuck out of here. They're scared of Israel. Why do you think Iran is bombing everybody but Israel at the moment? That big bad Iran. Give me a fucking break. They haven't even sent a single ballistic missile towards Israel. You wanna know why? Because Israel's gonna kill Khamenei again. Khamenei is a rat. He died like a dog, like Trump said. And what are the fuck are they gonna do about it? The Iranians. All these Muslim jihadists, Kasunkum, whatever the hell you wanna call them, they're discussing comebacks. Islam has to get out of America ASAP, 100%. And you have to get rid of Islam. It's a poison, it's a cancer. It kills everything in your society. White, black, Jewish, Italian, whatever the fuck you are, it doesn't matter. But when you bring in Islam, that's when you get the death sentence. Look what happened in New York City. They elected a fucking Muslim. And you know why they did it? Because after 25 years, people in New York left, then they went to Florida. That's why Florida became a red state. Even Matt Pepe, tell me if I'm wrong. These people are sick people. This is a horrible thing that's happening. And you gotta get rid of it once and for all.
Okay. I hope you're done with your monologue, A-Check.
How about you shut the fuck
Yo,
up?
why you letting me overtalk me, yo?
Can I
It's like you
respond?
What the hell are you
fucking
talking
lazy
about?
Israel.
Walkers, get the fuck out with your bullshit, you know?
Chat,
I
you're
don't
just a
care.
useful tool, bro. You and Alan are too
Concrete,
fucking...
calm down, my brother.
Please stop
My
overtalking,
brother,
bro.
calm down, Concrete. We ain't
You're not
gonna
gonna let
fight.
me go? You're not gonna let me go, bro?
Go ahead. Go ahead and tell me why you're so horrible.
So Israel is a failed project. Fucking 10 million people.
So, it's the richest
Yo,
state.
can you stop, bro?
Go ahead and tell me why it's so failed.
Can you stop? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just be quiet. Just stay on fucking mute, bro. Yo, y'all niggas need a daddy. Y'all need to stop fucking using these countries as a proxy
My
for your
father's
fucking...
lived in
Shut the
Israel.
fuck
I already have
up.
a
Shut
father.
up. Shut up. Shut
I
up.
don't
Shut up. Be quiet.
need a
Be
daddy.
quiet.
My
Be
father's
quiet.
left in
Be
Israel.
quiet. Be
Okay.
quiet. Your father would be ashamed listening to you fucking...
No, he wouldn't be ashamed to be proud of me.
Oh my God.
No, he wouldn't. Actually, I saw my father the other day. He was actually proud of me. Concrete. So don't come here and tell me, oh, my father's gonna be ashamed of me. My father's very proud of me. He loves me. And good things are happening. Don't come here and be like, oh, well, you know, your father's gonna be ashamed of me. You can hate Israel all you want. You can hate the United States. The United States of America is the greatest country in the whole entire world. Don't come here with your anti-Israel fucking BS and bullshit. No. And in terms of my father, my father's a great man. Great man. I talk to him every single fucking day. So don't come and say all the bullshit, you know? We don't want this anti-Israel bullshit. We don't want this anti-American bullshit. And you're like, oh, well, yeah, we have to leave Israel alone. Like, Israel's gonna die. You know, from 1948 until 1967, 68, the United States has an arms embargo on the state of Israel. The greatest ally in the entire Middle East. So, why do you come here and talk about your anti-Israel bullshit? It's a waste of time. Because, like, of course they're going to protect Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Israel. Of course they're going to protect Tel Aviv. What the fuck do you want them to do? Be like, yeah, you animals can come and rape my daughter, my sister, burn people alive like October 7th. Fuck off with the bullshit. Go ahead, Concrete.
No, you're not gonna have a conversation. You're just a fucking bot. You're just a robot.
You think I've been out here for so long, I'm a fucking bot? You retard anti-Israel people have been talking this bullshit for so fucking long. Because you have inbred jihadists. Where the fuck you come from? I don't even know. Probably some North African hellhole. What are you talking about, Marcus? You know? You're full of some North African fucking hellhole, you know? You know what? I've been for a long time ago. So you come here to be like, oh, well, yeah, like, oh, yeah, Israel's gonna disappear. Fuck off, bro.
Okay.
What's the question?
Can I speak now?
Go ahead, what's the question?
No, you can't speak with a check. I'm not gonna shut up.
Okay, so Alan, you say that it doesn't matter to the United States of America whether someone is Jewish, Christian, or Muslim, unless and until they go parallel with the interests of the United States of America. History doesn't speak that. We saw how many favors were bestowed upon the state of Israel by the United States of America.
Yeah. Israel is a crook state. Israel is a terrible state. Yeah, Israel fucks up all the Arabs and everything else. You have 1 billion Arabs across surrounding Israel.
Yo, y'all not gonna let nigga check shut the fuck up at some point in this fucking
You're losing the 7 billion Jews. Like, give me a fucking brag, you fucking wankers. Like, you're losing the 7 million Jews. You scumbag. Faisal, shut the fuck up for 1 second. Hang on, bro. You're losing to literally 7 million Jews in Israel and 15 million worldwide. You pathetic Arab, God-shagging, You know what, Walkers? Why don't you guys stop fucking your own damn cousins? And then maybe, you can do something that could fix up your old fucking slaves, you know?
Hey, Check, have you considered that your immigrant opinion isn't worth the weight that it's printed on in this room?
Fucking retards.
Have you considered that your opinion as an immigrant isn't worth 2 shits in this room?
Who are you talking to, Walkers or me?
You. Well, both of
I'm
you,
not
quite
an immigrant.
frankly, but you're the one I
I'm
hear.
not an immigrant. Where do you think I'm fucking out, Florida? You think I'm an immigrant in the United States?
Well, good. I'm glad you're not.
You don't even know me, you dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up, you dumb wanker. Fuckers. I'm talking to you, Islamic jihadists for some junk and the things. So why you Islamic motherfuckers are going to Texas, you're going to North Carolina, you're going to Iowa, you're going to Texas. What the fuck do you think unbreed the American citizens that are there, you dumb fuck? And you have them dying there? Shut the fuck up. People like you are such a cunt. Like you're like a bad hemorrhoid to the United States of America. You're like a bad hemorrhoid. So don't come here and be like, oh well, yeah, nah, this is what we're doing. People like you go back home to your shithole country and do whatever. What's up?
Get out of here. How are you? You are missed.
I'm good now, Hariti. How you doing?
How's your leg?
I'm good now. This guy, Walkers, he just comes and he talks a bunch of bullshit. There's 56 Muslim countries you can move to, Walkers. You don't come to the United States and be like, oh yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
A-Check, I can't believe you're here. A-Check,
Hey bro, how you doing? What's up, bro? How you doing?
With Sony.
Oh, chilling, brother. Sure.
It's good to hear your voice. I still
A-Check,
think
we
you're like
miss
the
you.
superstar.
We miss you. We miss you. It's so good to hear you.
Yeah, we miss you too. Like, I can go away.
I'm here every day, but
no, my feet were fucked. Remember, I told you, I was like, my feet are fucked. That is terrible. And the thing is, I'm like, I kept saying it. You know what, female? When you said that thing, when the Avatar movie was saying, that chick sounds exactly like you. And I'm like,
oh my god.
Katara. You know what she said? She's like, I know what kind of airbender Aang is. What kind of airbender are you? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my god, this is... I gotta get out of here and stuff. Nah, but it's good to hear your voice, bro. You're cool as fuck. Be that sorry, I just had some Kusumkum I had to deal with. And Matt, good to see you, bro. Love you. You're a great man.
Hey, can you tell someone that they're terrible or horrible for us, please, and thank you.
Yeah, it's fine. It's always terrible and horrible. It's true. You're right about that. No, but it's horrible what these people are doing. These are sick people. Sick people. And you have to find a way to deal with them. It's very, very sad. Sad sick people.
Right? You know, like the savagery that's going on in like North Sudan, most of the women have been sexually assaulted in North Sudan. These are facts, right?
I don't care about North Sudan. These people rape each other for a living. North Sudanese are animals. My grandfather had to fight them.
I'm not asking you whether you care or not. I'm saying that most of the women there were sexually assaulted.
I don't
That's
even
a
care
fact.
about North Sudanese women. Fuck those sluts. They're the same sluts who come to the West with the fucking hijab and be like, oh, you know, like the Elon Omar type. I don't care about North Sudan.
I'm not denying they weren't sluts. I'm not denying. Like even Tiger and Larry, some women are sluts.
Bro, fuck North Sudanese women. All the women that I get
Tiger's women are the biggest sluts. The most closer they related to Tiger, the more slutty they are. These are facts.
You're not listening. I don't care about Islamic, Muslim, terrorists, jihadists, Kusumkum, women, North Sudan, anywhere. I don't care. Syria, I don't care.
About
Do not feel sorry. Wait, bro. Do not feel sorry for Muslim women. These are the same jihadists.
No, but Tiger's women are Chinese. Tiger's women are Chinese.
What?
The Tiger's women are Chinese. They have nothing to do with Muslim. Tiger's women eat pork, but they still have their class.
I don't care. Anytime you have Islam, anywhere, in any country, you have bad news. You have horrible things that happen to everybody. You have terrorism, you have suicide bombing, you just have horrible things that happen. Do not do that. These are terrible people. These women are the most worst of the worst. A Muslim woman is a terrible person. Because why? Because they have a society that is built on terrible things that happen to them. So don't come here and tell me, be like, oh, what do you think about the Muslim women in the north? Fuck off. Fuck, I don't give a shit.
You have a do you know what your problem is? You're like a wild boar who would jump into any muddy water the moment you see it.
I'm telling you, I don't like any women. Don't come here and tell me about
Check, you got to shut up at one point in the conversation, bro. You can't just keep talking over
Concrete, go ahead. You just
shut up,
bro.
Just shut up.
Okay, look, the black American is telling you shut up. The two Pakistanis in the room, the Pakistanis are telling you to shut up. I don't know why, but they all came in at the same time.
Yeah, because I'm talking about Muslim women. Concrete, I think, wants to fuck like a Somali woman, whatever his thing is. He's a good guy, great guy, amazing. Wakas, I have no idea. He's from Pakistani too. He rapes everything that moves. You know, terrible people. Should never let them in your country. And the other person is just Faizan. I don't even know. Pakistan is a horrible country. I don't even know why anybody deals with Pakistan. Have you ever been to Pakistan? What?
You know, I kind of wish I went there once, but yeah, it's not a good place for women. Is it for women? You will get raped over there. I would want to visit there because I'm a big guy, right? Like, I'm pretty big. No one's going to mess with me. But if I was a woman, yeah, I would get raped over there if I was a lady. But, yeah, it is what it is, right? Pakistan is Pakistan.
Oh, bro, these are small things. You haven't studied, I know by science, isn't it? That
Right. Oh, science, studied. What did you study? What did you study?
You guys have the problem that you don't let other person.
Why are you showing your stupid feet in your picture? You cunt.
Yeah, you want us to throw up? What the hell are you showing your ankles in the fucking picture that you have, Faisal? Terrible. That's even an Arabic name. You know what, Faisal? Your grandfather and mother were raped by fucking Arabs, and you became an Arab. People actually make mistakes.
This is where Islam is distinguished from you guys. You guys.
Yeah. We don't care about Islam, bro. We don't care about Muhammad.
I'm
Muhammad
talking to you very softly.
Sex offender, and a child molester. We don't care about Islam. You really think we care about Islam? Muhammad was a sex offender, pedophile, child molester, rapist. He was a terrible person. Don't come here and be like, oh, well, yeah, he was such a good person.
Hey,
Fuck
dickhead.
off with your bullshit.
Hey, dickhead, stop being disrespectful of religions.
Don't be fuck Muhammad, bro. You really think I care about Muhammad? What are you gonna do? Jihad and blow me up? Go ahead. Fuck your prophet, fuck Muhammad, and fuck all you guys.
Aging. Do you know how Pakistani people look like? They walk on 4 feet.
What do you say? Can you speak louder?
The moment they see people like you, they jump on them, they break them from the neck and suck all the blood from the piece.
Yeah. Muslims are gonna do jihad. Yeah, like tell me what I don't know. Go ahead and do the jihad. Nobody gives a fuck anymore, bro. Nobody cares. We're tired. We're tired of Muhammad. We're very tired of Muhammad. Listen, that cocksucker, pedophile, child molester, everything. We're tired of hearing about Muhammad. Stop talking about Muhammad. Talk about Jesus Christ.
Talking about your issue, just learn some ethics, how these
Much
rules.
shut the fuck up and don't tell me about fucking
That's
ethics.
the only thing that
Bro,
is the
how
only
much you shut the fuck up and don't tell me about ethics? It's terrible.
30 minutes. Is that what you've learned
Yeah,
so far?
what are you gonna tell me about ethics? What ethics?
You
What
don't
ethics
even know.
does Muhammad have? Muhammad doesn't have ethics. He fucking raped the 9-year-old girl.
Okay,
Don't tell me about fucking ethics or what.
You are a wonderful person. You believe
Shut
that
the
you're
fuck
the
up,
best
bro.
of the best.
Bro,
Why
you
would
raped
you
Aisha when she was 9, bro. Shut the fuck up. Don't tell me about morals and ethics of Muhammad. Give me a break, bro. Nobody cares. Your name is retarded because that's the way you are. And you idiot Muslim on the west.
Walkus, as much as we all hate H.M., he's right now. Prophet Muhammad
Why
is a
don't you shut the
pedophile.
fuck up with the bullshit? Fucking retard. Thank you.
It's all because Muhammad is a pedophile.
Pedophile. Muhammad is a child molester. Muhammad is
Okay,
a
respectfully, guys.
And so are all the Muslims.
Takbir!
Muhammad is a
How many times
pedophile.
Muhammad
Muhammad is a child molester.
Muhammad Hanzir! Muhammad Hanzir!
And so all Muslims. Be Allah Akbar.
But this guy
You guys are fucking retarded. I don't want to hear about fucking Muhammad, bro. Nobody cares about Muhammad the pedophile and the child molester. Shut the fuck up and go ahead and repress all
You want
women.
me to give you some background music? Come on.
Yeah? We need some good one.
Wait, H.M., you don't want to worship a pedophile?
Fuck no, bro.
Yeah.
Not happening.
I mean, Muhammad is their God.
Exactly. This guy fuckers. I'm like, Muhammad is a pedophile, child molester, sex offender. He'd be like getting the fucking death penalty if he was alive today. Fuck off all you Muslims, bro. Just fuck off. You got not happy in society. You break the law society. You kill everybody. You rape your women. You cut off clitorises. And then you go to Western societies and you rape white women.
H.M., tell them about Sudan.
Fucking homes.
Tell them about the 730,000 people in Sudan.
Bro, fuck Sudan.
All the South Sudan, all the South Sudanese being captured by the Sudanese and sold on slave blocks.
No South Sudanese are being captured, bro. We eliminate all the enemies in our notes. You know? These motherfuckers came to our border 1 million. They're like, oh, can I have some food and can I have some water? We're like, you know what, go fuck yourself. We don't want our enemies. We don't feed our enemies. We're not Israel. We're not America.
Provided
fuck up, bro. Just stay in the north, stay in the Sudan, and go shoot yourself with fucking dirty UAE money.
Walkus is
or
a
Iran
terrorist
money.
supporter.
Yeah, every
Just go
single
shoot
day.
yourself with UAE
My
and
breakfast,
dirty
my
terrorist
lunch,
money.
and my
Just fuck off.
dinner comes straight from the pocket of AJ. And I'm so grateful to you, AJ, for being so humble, so kind that you providing food.
I'm telling you to go fuck yourself and to go find your own food.
Well, my dick is not that long to which I could fuck myself.
Because you're a fucking
It's alright. It's alright, Walkus. H.M. South Sudanese. He'll fuck you with his dick.
Well, that would make sense if he should come and try it. That would definitely make sense. Again, he's telling me, fuck yourself. I'm unable to do that.
What kind of thing does you think is small? You have a small man syndrome. Why the fuck would you say that? You don't fuck.
Walkus, you're Indian. We all know that you can't piss without pissing on your fucking zipper.
The guy literally said he's Pakistani. Yo, 3X. The guy literally said he's Pakistani. 3X.
Yeah, Pakistani and Indians are the same fucking shit.
Okay.
Rich, we take it off. We do not.
Yeah.
We
The
use
Walkus,
it out.
remember?
So, H-Check, what do you think about the World Cup?
About what, the World Cup?
Yeah.
It was bullshit that America beat Australia, but you know what? I'll get over it. It's painful. It's terrible.
What about Gamal's little brother? Did you see Gamal's little brother?
The thing is, like, America had to beat Australia because, you have to remember, the U.S. troop presence in Australia can be called back immediately. Okay? It's all politics. Don't take it personal.
You really think I'm worried about dying huddle?
No, it's because Australians are all ex-cons.
Exactly.
No, but Australians are better in sports than Americans are. This is the fact.
I'll tell you a bit of history, Huddle. You want to know why Australians have the accents they do? It's because Australians, everybody in this country is a fucking alcoholic. And they're just functioning as an alcoholic. And we don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Our top footballer yesterday was caught with cocaine in his system, and he was driving 45 miles. Supposed to. So don't come and be like, oh yeah, Australia's supposed to do this and all the bullshit. You really think we care, bro? Fuck no.
No, like, look, most people in the world know that Australians are far more athletic than Americans.
That's not true. No,
that is true. Motherfucker, it is true. Motherfucker.
That's definitely not true.
It is true,
bro.
Oh, so you're telling me a nation with 21 million people is supposed to win more medals than a nation with 340 million?
Bro, we don't breed like Indians that have like fucking 1.6 billion fucking people that fucking like fuck up the whole world.
Yeah, look, you want to bring in anomaly.
Wait, let me finish.
You want to bring in anomaly.
Without using the
Look,
word
South Sudanese can be like 7 feet tall, but are they good at any sport? What sport is South Sudan good at? It's not good at any sport. Pakistan does better at sports than South Sudan. Does that mean South Sudanese are worse at Pakistan?
basic.
Earth to sun, Earth to sun, Earth to sun. Sun, are you in? Come in, sun. Earth to sun.
Hey guys, first I want to apologize because my English is not so good, but I
have to apologize about the PTR, if you don't mind. If you could change that, that would be great. But I would love to hear from you. Tell us, son.
I just came here from a group that it was just opposite here, and majority of them were so radical Islamist people that were insulting. Actually, my nation, because I'm originally Iranian, and they were insulting us, and they were telling something so disgusting, fake stories about our history and about our ancient kings and our history and everything. And I was so angry. And even one of them were here that he just went. The Ralph was here. I saw him. Maybe he saw that I'm here and he went. And he was a very, very rude man. And then I came here, and I'm atheist actually. I'm not believing in any religion. And, if you live and grow up in Iran, I think most of the new generation, especially, are atheists these days. Because of these happening in the world, I just see that you're speaking, that exactly like here in another group, they're attacking another group. And I just wanted to say that why? You know why there is not any woman prophet in the history? Because never women are gonna. We're not gonna to be so. Serious about the life because this is so too short, and we can just enjoy it. That religious is. In my opinion, I'm respect to all the religions and all the beliefs. I don't want to, disrespect anybody or any.
But are you from Iran? Are you from Iran?
Yeah, I am.
So you don't represent any Muslim view at all, because you are atheist. Number one, you are atheist.
many new generation are atheists in Iran. I can't say any percentage because now Iran is closed, but I think that Generation Z and even before that, most of the people, I mean, except the IRGC, except the IRGC.
No, you're going back to past. But I didn't ask about past. I didn't ask you about 1990 Iran. I didn't ask you about 2004 Iran. I simply asked, are you atheist in the year 2026? I didn't ask you 2004 or 2008 or 2011. I didn't ask you that year.
Yeah, she was trying to add context.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, talk about now, right
you
here,
just
right
want a
now.
yes or no. You just want a yes or no simplistic answer. Like answer me yes
You
or
want
no.
to talk about right here? You can say anything
Yeah,
you
she
want,
was
but
adding
talk about right
context.
here, right now. Hey, I was saying that I would.
Oh, that's too bad. Son, thank you for sharing that. I have a question for you. Would you say the group that you were speaking to, did they seem to be, they weren't American, were they? Where would you say they were from?
No, the name of the man that was in charge of that group is Amir, I think so. And I think he was from Pakistan. His accent, I say that from his accent. And he was totally saying some fake things I never heard about them, about the ancient Iran. And then he was just, I mean, using those words to give some credit to Islam. And then I said to him, hey, I don't put any hate about any religions because I believe that none of them works for human, never. And they were just, I mean, for something to control people. I mean, they are working for some people to control a group. And then after that, nowadays in modern lives, it's crazy that still people are fighting about it. And what's the result? I mean, what will happen after? I mean, just pretend that all the people in the world have just one religion. So what will happen after that? This is my question always.
But you know that Amir. So Amir.
He's so rude. He's so rude, man. So rude and not educated. And I'm so sorry about him. I wish he could enjoy more about his life.
So, would you say, I think the religion, we're going to find, whether it's religion, whether it's some other group, I think humanity, until we get the emotional maturity, we're always going to fall victim to the in-group bias. It's social identity theory. Have you heard of that? It's like this, it's by John Turner, psychologist. Basically, they say that people, psychologically, first of all, identity is a very interesting thing. And then they develop their, one second. So they develop their identity and then their self-esteem through groups that they belong to, and then they develop the in-group bias. And then the stronger that the in-group bias becomes, the out-group bias becomes stronger as well. So I think, that's my opinion. I think that it could change. But I have one other question for you. Do you think Americans suffer from xenophobia, or do you think that Americans are pretty well-rounded when it comes to Muslims in the world? First of all, huddle. No, but good. But do huddle. But
yeah, I'm living in the USA now, but I lived in Europe, and before that Iran, and I saw different. I mean, different points of view about the people, and I think that something that people follow nowadays is just if I wanted to say that who is the prophet of nowadays, it's just social media. The prophet of now is just social media, and people, all of the knowledge is something that they receive from social media. So I think that something happens that somebody in charge want to happen. I mean, it's not something that we decide about it. And if they are fighting so bad these days, because maybe they're supposed to fight. I mean that because there is no. It doesn't make sense that you fight in 21st century about religions, about some men that the last of them, for example, were died more than 1,000 years ago. It's something that I fight for you with my king 3,000 years ago that was in Iran. I fight for him now with you. So it makes sense just the same. For me, if you believe that there is a God or anything else, it's just for you. When it's something to threaten all others or fight with others, it's something that a group wants that you do that. I don't believe that it's our willing to do that.
So do you think it's more, let me ask you, so getting back to the Americans and xenophobia, do you think that possibly the religious, hold on, that people look at different religions and they look at them as harmful? Do you think Islam could be considered harmful, or Christianity, or any of the religions? Do you think that they could threaten a peaceful person's way of life?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't have enough information about Christian and Jewish that I tell my opinion. About the Islam, it hurts our people in Iran because of our history, because it was something that forced to us. But for example, that at the same time that the Iranian, many of us don't like Islam now, at the same time in Saudi Arabia, they love it. And it makes sense because this is their roots and I respect them because this is something that belongs to them. This is their history. This is their beliefs and I respect to them. But when they wanted to force it to us that we weren't like that and we had a lot of, they did it with attack and killing or everything, I don't blame the religious. I blame the people that did it in history. But in those times, all the nations did that. All the empires wanted to spread and wanted to catch new lands and kill others for that, or slaves or everything. So that time is past. That time passed.
So you see there's a little bit of maybe they're using religion as a cover for conquest to get more land. So, but let me ask you, today, right, I think pretty much the world is carved up pretty, mostly stable, right? There's 100 and something, 90 something countries, maybe 80, I don't know, a few of them. Obviously, the jurisdiction, what is it called? The perimeters are going to change. But my point is, do you think that there are any religions today that threaten a peaceful person's lifestyle? Like if they were today to move into your community, do you see any religion saying, oh, well, we have to govern this way, or we have to put these laws in place for you too, and not just me? Do you know of any religions that say you have to live under the laws that I say because this is what God says?
Isn't that what she's been answering this whole time, though? Like, she's already been answering your question.
And also, there was an article that a woman gave to Elizabeth more than 50 years ago, and then before that, there were somebody from the Europe that decided to make a religious belt in Asia. To have the control of them. When you make a new version of religion, because this version of religion of Islam that they make, of course, that I don't believe to Islam from the first to now, because it's not ours. It's not never. It wasn't adapted to our roots in Iran, So always people at the same time that many of them maybe were Muslim, many of them didn't like it because they forgot that what happened. But when you go to books and read it, that how they forced Iranian to be Muslim, they killed them, they slaughtered them, and then after that, still always there are some people that are against that. It's not because of Islam, Christian or Jewish. It's because that it's not belong to Iran. It's not Iranian. So when something comes from out, all these people are defending themselves. And then I wanted to say that these days, this Islam that we see with a lot of violence, it comes from, community. A part of that comes from Qatar, a part of that comes from England, and this is just a politic plan. It is not really religious. And they have it. There is an aim to spreading that hey, we can catch these in the world if we spread our beliefs. So the more that they spread something, the more soldier they have. And then they can do something in the world without paying. If you wanted to pay soldiers, it's so expensive for you.
So I have one more question, and then I'm gonna stop interrogating you. I thank you for answering my questions. I heard that, first of all, have you lived in Iran? How long have you lived in Iran for?
More than 30 years.
Okay, so I heard that they have a thing called morality police. That if I, as a nice, peaceful person, I've never harmed another peaceful person or their property in my entire life. I never intend to. I never tell people what to do, what to say, as long as it doesn't come to my private property or my family or my friends or my community. So who, listen, I'm moving you down. That's it, it's fine. You're never supposed to buzz on the best fucking soapbox era. Okay, so this is Sun. So I, as a peaceful person, I don't harm anybody, but I heard that there's these morality police, and if I'm just walking in the street, I heard that that they would just, that these women could just drag me into vans and then haul me off to these warehouses and beat me, whatever. I'll be into jail for my hair or something, like if I don't have my hair covered. Is that something that's like how bad is that?
Yeah, did you ever get lashed?
And like, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, of course. I have some experience like that. And you know what? This regime, IRGC, were staying with playing with some beliefs of people. When they came in Iran, they were different groups. They were leftists, and they weren't religious actually. They were Islamist, and they were a group. I don't know how to call it in English. IMK, or something like that. MIK. We say Mujahideen Khalq. Okay. And then these MK, yes. These three groups were against the Shah, the Pahlavi, and then they became union, and then they did all theories against the regime that time. We believe, we Iranian, most of us, I don't say from all, because they can, unfortunately the internet is filtering for house clubs, so you literally can't see nobody from Iran in Clubhouse, because it's filtering, this application is filtering in Iran. And then, some of them wanted republic, change the regime to republic, and some of them, the Islamists, wanted a radical Islamist, and that was the plan, unfortunately. And in that time, it wasn't happening inside, it happened from outside, from the Arabic countries, and also some European countries. As you know, that Khomeini was living in France in that time, and they brought him from the Nouvelle Chateau near to Paris with Air France, and escorting the planes of England, the army of England. So, and they came to Iran with the foreign ministry of England, and even he stays with Khomeini for some months to, be sure that they killed all of the pilots, they killed all of the armies, they killed many young people at first, and then for staying, because very soon people understood that they were betrayed.
Yeah, but did you ever get lashed?
And after that, they stayed with forcing and pressure on women about the hijab, about the rights, about the mothers. Mothers cannot have their own children when, if they wanted to divorce, or they don't have the right to divorce. If they want to divorce, what?
We know what terrible things happen within the Islamic regime. Do you support the United States and the state of Israel removing the government from your homeland?
Oh, now, right now?
Yeah,
I have two different positions about that. I was so happy when they targeting the Khomeini and RGC and all of them. And we thanked them actually to do that because it wasn't something that people could do themselves. Because as we see, they respond them, with shooting and slaughtering and killing, like the 8th and 9th of January, and that people went to street. And then after that, I think the war came to complicated position. That many of Iranians, are not happy about what is happening because it's just made to a kind of half deal and half war, and it's really hurt them because at the same time, of course, the currency falls down so much, so the economic problems are really serious now in Iran. At the same time, they're dealing with the regime, and people are just confusing what is happening. So, I myself, I was half and half, 50% and 50%. I liked if Pahlavi came back, or if a group from inside of Iran, not from the regime, wanted to get the power of, get the power and just regime change has happened. But in some steps, we saw that this war is not leading to regime change, and it's the point that really disappointing for people in Iran. And just now, that they're just bombing, and it's some at the first it was good, but after that, also it was late because we remember that President Trump tweeted.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, what if they arm the Iranian people? Do you think they're gonna bring back?
I think it's impossible. You should grow up in Iran that you understand what I'm saying.
Give me a second. What if the United States and stuff arm the people of Iran? Do you think they'll bring back their Shah?
I just wanted to respond to this question because many ask me that. You should grow up in Iran that you understand what you see. In outside you may see that Iran nation. No, I just wanted to tell you about.
No. I grew up in Islamic dictatorship too, and now the commanders of the armed forces. So don't sit here and be like, oh well, yeah, it's gonna happen. Do you think it's a good reason for the United States to arm the people of Iran? Like, where's the power of these people? Not these are scumbags. What do you think? Do you think are you gonna be a supporter of the Shah, or well, you're gonna be like, oh no, like terrible, What do you want, son?
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying that arming the people cannot be enough because I wanted to explain you that the Iranian people are not used to see these scenes just like Afghanistan or Pakistan. They are they are so family form people. They are. Because of that, they just slaughter in 8th and 9th of January. They couldn't believe.
But what do you want? It's been a long time.
You asked me that is it really works? I wanted to tell you that I'm not sure it really works because the nation of Iran are not similar to Syria or I mean
I'm
to
not talking
Afghanistan.
about
I mean
Syria
people,
or
most of
Iraq
them
or
cannot work with the
Afghanistan
VPN
or
because
Morocco.
VPN is not allowed in Iran. You know,
Okay, time
they
out,
cannot
time out.
work it.
Hold on, time out.
You're not even
I wanna
listening,
hear
bro.
I
What
wanna
the
hear
hell?
the answers to Achik. Achik is asking you questions. You're not answering them. You're just saying other words.
You're just talking some BS, some bullshit.
Answer his questions. What's your
Like,
count, son?
do you wanna see the Shah of Iran leading Iran or no? Like, it's not that complicated.
I myself like the Reza Pahlavi comes back to Iran, but the more that I respect is that the vote and will of people living in Iran, because they deserve to decide. And then I like the Reza Pahlavi because he wants to make a position to make a free referendum and a free voting that people, I mean, choose themselves. And this is something that I really wish for my land.
Who is going to decide if this is the wish of the people? Is it going to be CNN and Israel? Is the CNN and Israel going to say, oh, yeah, majority of people in Iran want change? Who is going to be the one who measures that, yeah, majority of people want change? Who will measure this? Because, you know, the same statistics we're being fed is the same sources, right? And they give such fantastical claims that it's mathematically improbable. At least, like, the problem with these, especially the white Americans, they don't know shit about math. They know nothing.
I really don't know. You know, we do receive, you know, because our connection is so poor these days, so we receive just the community around us in Iran, and the community that I'm connected with them, I insist that I cannot, I mean, estimate anything in Iran, but the community that I'm connected with them, maybe 70% they like that. I mean, there is a Pahlavi come back. 30% maybe they like that something happens from inside, and 0% supports the regime. So, I mean, I can speak about the maybe, I mean, 2,000 people that I know from different groups or friendly groups or classmates or anything that I'm connected to them, but not more. So I think the only way that, I mean, we can see that what happens in Iran is just first free the Iran. But for free the Iran is not, I mean, in some parts, it was absolutely wrong that happened. I mean that, hey, I mean, negotiation and then not negotiation and then do this and then do that and then let them the time. I mean, this regime cannot be changed. Just the only that they can prove they changed. They should change all the constitution from the base, and they should remove the leader that they have proved that they didn't do that. Because as long as one person decides for all, because the Khamenei and now the junior Khamenei, we're not sure he is alive, I don't think so. But anybody that comes instead of him, one person decides. One person.
Report to the U.S. if there's no regime change.
For USA, you mean whether for USA if the regime change hasn't happened? You mean that?
Yeah, it ends up no regime
I think
change.
that USA hasn't shown that they
USA.
really want regime change in Iran. I don't know why, but in 1979 they helped Khomeini come in Iran, and we know all the Carter helped.
Shame on you! Don't say that. Shame on you. There was
there are. I mean that the Carter helped.
Yeah, no, wait a second. Shame on you! Don't say that. There was 9.5 million Iranians on the street saying Khomeini, Khomeini, Pasha, Khomeini, Khomeini. You really think we're gonna forget that history? There was 9.5 million Iranians that were saying Khomeini's name. You really think like those people were like Japanese or Mexicans or Moroccans? Son, huh? Don't do that.
You think that this demonstration? So you think that this demonstration?
There was a 9.5 million Iranians in Tehran wanted Khomeini. Don't say that. That's a horrible thing you're doing. And you're wrong, too.
So, okay. I think that you haven't read the history of revolution in 1979.
Don't tell me I've not read the fucking history.
Do you want...
and the Americans forced 9.5 million Iranians to protest in fucking Tehran in 1979. I want the mullahs gone. I want Tehran to be dismantled and everything else like that. And I want your Shah to come back home. But don't tell me in 1979. Have you seen that famous photo of that chick? One of them was the left, and she got executed by Khomeini, and the one on the right had fucking like asylum in Sweden. What are you talking about? Like, honestly, you ain't gonna sit here and tell us that in 1979 no Iranians were responsible for the monarchy? Son, like, give me a break. Don't come here and tell us that was the bullshit.
No, it's not a bullshit. If you wanted to know, I can send you video from the
history.
No, from the Carter himself, not from ourselves. I mean that it was something that they thought, you know what, it happened. It was some mistaking in politics that Muammar Reza Shah did, unfortunately. And then after that, in funeral of Muammar Reza Shah in Egypt, they understood that it was absolutely false. That it was absolutely false. I can send you the videos. It's not something that secret. It's something that USA spreaded the documents for that.
No. You're wrong. The United States did not force Iranian people to get rid of their Shah. You're lying. I know you're lying because it's wrong. Jimmy Carter.
I don't have any reason to lying because that's my country.
No. The Iranian people, you had 9.5 million people protesting to get rid of the Shah in 1979. Your parents are responsible for this. Take some accountability.
You know, my parents never wanted Shah to go. My parents supported the Shah. So, I mean that...
No, bro. You guys were hating the Shah in 1979, 1978. Don't come here and tell people like, oh, Iran is a terrorist regime right now because the Shah was there in the 70s or whatever. No,
actually, just wait a minute. If I can find the video, I'll send it here. Okay? Just
no.
wait a minute.
What kind of Bima, did you miss this? Fucked up. Fucking hell.
Bima.
Yeah.
Haven't you missed HF?
I have missed HF.
Obviously, you guys do. Don't come here and say like, oh well, yeah, in the 1970s it was just Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter is the reason why we have the Ayatollah Khomeini. If you have a dictatorship for 47 fucking years and the United States comes there to get rid of them, shouldn't you be more grateful than that to be like, oh well, yeah, especially with all the people that serve. Iran have been blowing off the legs of American soldiers from like 1979. They blew them up, the Beirut bombing, 1982, 1996, 1995, 1996, 1997, 2002. It's your fucking government. Like, this has nothing to do with the Americans. The Americans are trying to get their troops killed.
So I think I found it. Sorry, Chick. I think I found it. Just a minute. I think I found it. So, can you check it, please?
Yeah, definitely.
So please just listen to that. Then I mean, you can understand what I'm saying, what I'm coming from.
You really want me to look at Nick Fuentes' argument? Is that what you posted?
Just please listen to that. No, just please listen to that. I don't want to blame anybody because this is just politics. I just wanted to clarify what happened in Iran. I just wanted to say why a majority group of Iranian couldn't be here because even the voting that happened at the first of 1979 that was a fake voting. After that revolution. And what is happening in Iran is just after Muammar Reza Shah unfortunately passed away, so all of them just became like a secret. So nobody knows what was really happening in Iran.
So you're here talking about Muhammad Reza Pahlavi Shah, and he's a Sunni Muslim, right? Son, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, Muhammad Reza Shah and Reza Shah, both of them.
So
Yeah, both of them. Yeah, you
then
know.
why is it that you want his son to become ruler of your country after his father's name is Muhammad Reza Pahlavi Shah? He's a Sunni Muslim. He's not even a Shia Muslim. Why do you want that?
First, the Reza Pahlavi himself is an atheist, and he's not believing in any religion. And then, you know, as I told you, when you don't know about the inside of nation, you just, I mean, say with something that you experienced already. Because, you know, you should believe that everything that has happened in a nation, it has a story from 1,000 years ago. So because of that, first I told you that what happened in Iran, that Islam came and then remained, and then a part of Iranians were Muslim, and then it became more or less. I explained first because of that, because you know, for many people it's complicated. What is really happening when, for example, they in their identification they are Muslim, but at the same time they are claiming that they are not. So this is something that, for example, in this regime, when you are born as a Muslim, then you cannot change officially your religious, never. So this is something that many people maybe they don't know. And I mean, I can say that, hey, you're right, because you don't have any experience in Iran. But on the other hand, many things about, I mean, that happens in Iran, about the violence or anything is so exaggerated, because again, there is not any real information from Iran, because they compare it with the neighbors. But of course it's not the same, because I mean, the way that we live is different than the way they live, and I respect them, of course, but we are different, just different.
So I have a question.
I
Sorry, I have
want to
another
tell you.
question too. Just real quick. The remember the morality police thing that we were talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Then yeah. So
I have a question. But I have a question. Do you know? I just want you to get. I'm curious to know how well you would know an American population. Do you know what would happen to a person who tried to kidnap me on the streets and throw me in a van, being a woman, and let's say they clearly were, I mean, it was a religious, do you have any idea like what would happen in that exact moment? I'm not talking about legally, I'm talking about, how do you think something like, when you imagine it, how would you imagine?
It happened for many women in Iran. It happened for many women.
No. My question is, what do you think would happen if that same situation happened to an American woman in America? Same
of
situation.
Course, all of the American. I mean, I always say that for the American that they tell us, and they say that, hey, we have some code dressing too. I tell them, what the f you're saying, because they are not the same, not at all. And you know,
but do you know my question? Do you know my question? I'm curious. The question is, I'm walking down the street. I'm American. I'm walking down the street, and somebody, a woman, wearing hijabs, they kidnap me, and they put me in a van. And my question is, but this is what I want to know what your answer is. What do you think I would do in that immediate instance? Do you think I would go with them to the warehouse and, you know, like what do you think
you
would
don't
happen?
know what will happen to you after that, as like Mahsa Amini was killed.
But what do you think would happen to me? But let's use me. What do you think would happen if that happened to me today? What do you think I would do?
In Iran or here?
Here in America.
I think that it is, I mean, the worst criminal that may happen in America.
I'd shoot him in the face. I would shoot them. I have a gun, and I would shoot them because if I didn't have a gun, I would gouge out their eyes and slice their throats. I mean, it would be really bad. It would be really bad. There wouldn't be like a destination to go to. It would just be I think I hope a lot of women in America, I mean, I say that, I mean, some women are weak, but they would probably go along with it. But I mean, I don't think.
Because
you
of
do
that, I
realize
think
that,
that
right?
it's good that you can carry gun here, but it's something that happened in the right time. So people know how and when use it and how they defend themselves. But I mean,
it could be a knife.
I
think the
wish
difference
it
is
was
like,
even the same. If it was, even the revolution didn't, settled in 1974, and after maybe 2 or 3 years, they were just fell. But I mean that after these many years, that nobody know, even they don't know how to use a weapon. You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't even need a gun. I would risk my life, and this is what I'm interested. This is what, like, I'm trying to get to the point, like the mentality, right? For women in America, I think I can't speak for all women. I think the majority of women would be, we're gonna do whatever we need to do. Like, this isn't right, and this isn't something that we're going to, typically just allow to then happen over and over and over. Like, these women would become targets, and I mean, like, they would risk their lives. Like, I would do egregious things without, like, even if I didn't have a gun, you know what I mean? Like, I would choke them out. I'd take off a piece of my clothing, rip it, choke them, kill them. I mean, like, they would die. They would definitely die. But I wonder why people in Iran don't do that. Why don't women in Iran do that?
Because they're brainwashed to think that the RGC is untouchable. That's not.
Because the morality police aren't the IRGC. They're just regular citizens, right? That's what I hear.
No, they are not regular citizens.
I hear that
those
they're
women are not regular civilians.
They're Sharia police. They're Sharia police.
Yeah, they are.
They don't have guns like the United States. They don't have 300 million guns in the country. There's no Second Amendment.
Yeah, but that's not BEMA's.
Well, thank God, right,
Price? There's a different mentality in the United States. If a woman were to be kidnapped by some random people in a van, she would do everything. She would keep a knife on herself if she knew there's people running around.
A knife? How's a knife going to go against an AR-15?
I don't know. I don't know.
How does a knife go against an AR-15?
If stabs you right in the fucking face, or in the eye, or in the throat.
Be real. You're an American. You can buy a gun at the next store. We can buy guns here right and left. Be real.
Why this guy's like crashing out? I'm trying to be civil. I'm not crashing out. I'm not being
He's right, though. I mean, what's a knife gonna, like...
Yeah, but BEMA's point she's making, which is a very valid point, that she would do anything. She would claw them, gouge them. She would do anything, scratch, bite.
Yeah, but have legal recourse after the fact. They don't have that.
But her point is, when you listen to the Iranians are just like, oh, well, they got us. There's nothing we can do. And just going to have to go, and they're going to have to rape us and hang us from a crane.
Except we live in a country where you can buy a gun at every goddamn liquor store damn near. Okay, come on, let's be real. We all know any of us can go out and get a gun within the next week or less. So stop acting like the Iranians are somehow ain't shit because they're not shooting people.
Yeah,
this is America, bro.
You think when we say knife, we're talking about like a little butter knife. But nobody has a meat cleaver, a chef knife. If you know that there's going to be people picking you up, a woman, even BEMA size, picks out a fucking 8-inch chef knife or a meat cleaver and starts whacking you in the fucking head. And her point is she's going to go down fighting. And even if they kill her, she's at least going to make them fucking pay.
Typical American arrogance. You got a Glock. You got a Glock. We can get a Glock and AR-15.
Listen, my mom is 63. My mom is 63 years old and blind. You come in that fucking house, she's picking up a meat cleaver and she's whacking you in the fucking head.
She probably got a Glock.
She will. She
probably got a Glock.
She does have a gun. But
exactly. That's exactly my point.
With anything. I watched my mom when I was fucking 14 years old. Me getting jumped by a 16-year-old came over and grabbed that motherfucker and was tagging him in the fucking face. My mom would pick up a meat cleaver and she would whack you in the fucking top of the skull. And there may be 2 or 3 other guys that are then going to grab her and fucking beat her up and kill her. but she's at least gonna make you fucking pay and suffer. But when we listen to the Iranians are like, oh no, they got us, nothing we can do. I guess we'll just have to go willingly. Except for 3,000
I think that you're absolutely wrong. I think that you're absolutely wrong. If it was like that, so those women and men that were killed and slaughtered in the street, but just because of one woman that was killed, her name was Mahsa Amini. So I respectfully I'm not agree with you, but I think that you're comparing. I mean, you're comparing doesn't make sense. That you compare. I mean, a kidnapping. But in Iran, this is the army. This is the army that arrests you.
Look, listen, darling.
Son, do you mind if I ask you for clarification?
Listen to my opinion, darling.
I don't know what these. Go, be quiet. So, son, I have a question. You guys have almost 90 million populace in Iran. It's like 80 to 90% hate the IRGC. That leaves you with about 75 to 80 million people. But my next question is, do you guys not have beer bottles? Do you guys not have gasoline and you can put gasoline in a beer bottle and put some cloth in it with a lighter? Do you guys not have butcher knives? Do you guys have not have chef knives that you guys used in their houses? Like every Iranian could get fucking knives, put them in their pockets, go out in the street, and when the IRGC fucking starts shooting people, instead of running away screaming, oh shit, they're shooting at us, everybody just bum rush them. Go at the fucking 1,000 soldiers with meat cleavers and chop them up in the middle of the fucking street. And if you guys did this shit would be over in one day. We have it in, South America. We have it in fucking Africa. We have it all over the entire fucking world where people go and get butcher knives and fucking meat cleavers and they chop up the entire fucking military. The IRGC's total number is like 190,000. The Artesh is like 400,000. The Artesh are not even the ones out fucking shooting you. You guys have 80 million people versus 190,000 that are controlling you. And it's because they brainwash you into believing you can't do
I wanted to tell you something. Sorry, if you're done, you're done.
Yeah.
So I wanted to tell you something that is
For
really
your information,
happening.
this guy's a Jew, okay? So he hates Iran.
Yeah,
But anyways,
nobody
it doesn't
cares that
matter.
I'm a Jew.
So I wanted to tell you something. No, I just wanted to answer your question. Doesn't matter if what you believe or what. I respect that. But I just wanted to tell you that something that happened in 8 and 9 of January. In the cities that I know exactly the information about them, about the second city of Iran, the Mashhad, and the cities around them, and also about the Rasht and the Bobol. And that some cities I have the exact information that I'm telling you. They didn't went out with the phones because they were threatened that if we get your phones, we will kill all of your families. So the youth that came out, they came out without phones. So the videos comes out. There are just maybe one of million of happening that really happened. But we saw in Neshapur, a city around the Mashhad, the nuclear weapons. Can you? The poisons, the poison weapons, and the video comes out. And again, I can send it for you if you want. And then also, for example, in Mashhad, they had the weapon, the machine, the machine gun. And it wasn't just like that. Just targeting and shooting one by one. It was, killed at the minute a lot of people. And then I explain you. I think that you didn't get my word. That people in Iran are not used to that. If you live 1 month in Iran, maybe most of the boys in Iran cannot fight. It's totally different, but that you see from our neighbors. Syria, Afghanistan, or Pakistan, that you see people.
We agree with you.
Just trust on me, because, for example, I don't know anybody can shoot with a gun around me in all of my family or friends. None of them never tried it even. So it's absolutely different culture. So it's too hard to push them to that part. But about the numbers that came out in 9 and 8 of January, there were millions and millions. Just trust on me, because that on the videos, even you see the millions.
Millions of what?
I mean, millions of people came
Protesters.
out to protesters. Really, millions. They're in thousands.
3.8 million populace and 16 million in the metro area. Our point where we're trying to make, we understand that you guys are brainwashed.
Bro, stop pulling numbers out of your ass. Son
we
will
understand
deliver
some
the
of you guys
numbers.
think you can't fight against
No,
our tech.
he's from
There's
Iran.
only enough
Why
for
are you pulling numbers
190,000.
out?
The point we're trying to make here is, if you guys, if 9.8 million people who hate the IRGC and hate the fucking government were to go with their kitchen knives, their 8-inch knives that you cut vegetables with, and you guys were to go out there and when they start shooting, instead of running away, you just ran at them and started stabbing them, you guys would win the war in fucking 1 week. Every time they come out and attack you, and the reality is, I know you're going to say that, oh, we don't know who the IRGC is. You guys don't live in a fucking country where you don't know somebody's fucking cousin who's in the IRGC and he lives down the street. The reality is 10 men could go, or 20 men could get their knives and their meat cleavers, that they chop the lamb or the fucking chicken, and they could go and kick in the fucking front door of that IRGC guy, and they could go in the middle of the night while he's sleeping and just start chopping him up in his bed. And if you guys did that, they would fucking surrender. Nobody wants to get fucking chopped up. But you guys don't have the fight in you, like Beam was saying.
They would get slaughtered if they did that.
190,000 people versus 80 million people with butcher knives.
You're gonna get all the rest of those people coordinated to do 10 at a time. I think different houses and have it all planned out.
No, just fucking doing it every night. If they spread messages to find the IRGC people, which they already know where they live, it's not that hard to figure out. Like everybody here could figure out where fucking government officials work, where they fucking live. You could fucking target them. You could, they're driving around in fucking Toyota pickup trucks and shit. They're not driving around in fucking armored cars. Pull a fucking donkey cart out in the middle of the fucking street and then bum rush their fucking car and just fucking bash their fucking brains in. Like, you could just target them nonstop until eventually they would fucking surrender. I mean, this is why the United States won against the British, is because we didn't line up in formation and fight them. We fucking hid in the fucking wars in the woods, and we stole the fucking fighting tactics of the indigenous Americans. We hid out in the fucking woods and started sniping these motherfuckers. And we started going for all their fucking top brass until eventually they fucking surrendered. I mean, that's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to fight guerrilla fucking barbaric archaic fucking warfare, and you're gonna have to start dragging these motherfuckers out, just like they did in where was it? With the fucking the guy. Come on, Beaver, help me out. The guy that was the government official where they drug his body out in the middle of the street, and I mean, they did it to Gaddafi. They did it to the U.S. Embassy guy where they dragged his body out in the middle of the street. You start doing that to all their fucking guys, they'll give the fuck up. Ain't nobody that's making fucking peanut bullshit fucking pay gonna continue this fucking war, no matter if they think they're gonna go to Jannah or not, or they're bringing on the fucking 12th Caliph. If they start getting drug out in the middle of the streets, people start going at them like fucking West Africans and chopping them up into fucking pieces, this shit will end real quick.
Did you ever ask us about like the concentration camps?
I mean, there was a lot of fucking Jews that did that type of shit. There was Jews that fought back and stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's literally stories of Jews going through and killing the fucking guards and getting all the fucking people out of the concentration camps. It's a little different when you're in a fucking prison, chained in with fucking, guys with machine guns and fucking, there's only 1,000 fucking, military soldiers, but there's only 10,000 people in the camp. When you have 80 million people who are pretty much for the most part free to roam around their fucking shit, who can get fucking, butcher knives, and they have all this shit in their kitchen. You go get beer bottles, you go get some gasoline, you fill them up, you put some cloth in it, you light them up, you fucking throw them at them, and you fucking firebomb the fucking shit up. If you just do this relentlessly, but the problem is they're not willing to lay down their lives. We literally had an Iranian woman that said, oh, if Trump pulls out, we're going to go out in the middle of the street and kill ourselves. And I'm like, why would you kill yourself? Why wouldn't you at least take out a couple of these motherfuckers? Like, shit, just do anything.
I don't disagree with you. I agree with what you said.
Hold on. Rich, it sounds like you might have to go over there, get on live stream, and show them how to do it for real.
Yeah, we're not going in with the green berets. We're not putting boots on the ground. We're not going to instruct them. They're just going to have to get out and do it themselves.
No, I said you. Like, you
I know. But they're not going to listen.
on live stream,
Yeah,
show them how to do the little gasoline with the bottle and shit. It sounds like they need some guidance.
Well, if you
and
want to,
have
send
all the
anybody,
answers to that guidance.
Timothy, if you want to send anybody, send John Kitover with the book account. He was intel guy in the fucking military. He knows how to go over and fucking train everybody online. And he's already got 1,000 accounts, right, John?
Good point. I think Daniel wanted to go. Daniel, did you want to go?
Yeah, thank you. What do we need is we need Rich, right? We need Rich saying Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila, Hava Nagila Man Mishkova, right? We need to sing that song. Much of the IRGC building, shoot him up, right? That's how he do it.
Oh, what did you say, Cuckosaurus Rex? I was busy doing something.
Would you fight like that? Would you take your meat cleaver in charge?
Fuck yeah, she would. She already said she would.
Hell yeah.
I don't think so.
Are you kidding me?
I can guarantee, like I said, anybody breaks into my mom's house, even if she's fucking blind and disabled, 63 years old, she will pick up a fucking meat cleaver and she will whack one of the motherfuckers in the head before the rest of them get you. And she's fine. She's willing to fucking die for that. But that's the American mentality. I mean, but the Iranians have just been brainwashed like a bunch of North Koreans. And they think the big bad boogeyman's undefeatable. Unless America or Israel comes in and does it for them. Or, their biggest argument is, we need to send in the military. We need to put all the ground forces there. We need to march all the way to fucking Tehran. And then we need to bring in Green Berets to fucking train everybody and teach them how to use fucking M4 carbines and M16A1s. We need to teach them all how to do that for the next couple years, and then fund them with fucking billions of dollars of fucking guns and munitions. And then eventually, maybe they can actually fucking go and fight the IRGC on their own. But Kurdistan's not going to do it. U.S. and Israel's not going to do it. They need to step up, fucking do this shit. But that's not what's going to happen.
That they compare the nations with each other.
Just real fast before I jump off here, and I know all of you Iranians hate when I say this. But the reality is somebody in your all's top brass in the IRGC is going to step up and become the new Ayatollah. And he's going to be friendly with us. And he's going to run the country. And you're going to keep the IRGC just like you did with Maduro in fucking Venezuela. We elected his vice president as the new leader. She's willing to play ball. Cuba's doing the same thing. They're all falling in line. And eventually somebody's going to step up and say, hey, U.S., I'll be the fucking frontline guy. And I'll let you guys sail all your ships through here. And when China gets out of line and when you want me to put pressure on China, we'll stop letting their fucking ships go through and we won't ship them anything. And we'll fucking put a stranglehold on the CCP. And when that person steps up does that, then you guys are still stuck with the IRGC. And then we'll be friends with the IRGC. Just like we were when we fucking overthrew your fucking Shah and we put the fucking IRGC in charge in the first place.
Top armchair general in Trump's.
That's crazy. Crazy, isn't it?
Right, bro.
We should let John Kitover talk. Go ahead, Johnny boy. But serious John, not like joking John.
He said he was going out to stock tins at bars.
Going to chop down trees. In Daniel's case, it would be going out to find dudes to get fucked by.
Exile, right? I don't understand this reactionary attitude from the Jews, right? You guys literally were lost for hundreds of years, right?
Wait, when have we lost the war since 47? Or 48?
Condescending to Iranians, right?
No, I'm asking since 48. When have we lost the war?
You were in the concentration camp. They were literally
but not since 1948. Since 1948, we've won every war because he who fights in the name of Allah shall surely prevail. And the land who's given, the Holy Land who's given to Beni Israel. So Allah's on our side, Hashem's on our side, Jesus is on our side, and you guys are fucked. So keep fighting the good fight, Daniel.
You guys are getting fucked.
How? We're winning every fucking war. Gaza doesn't exist. Like, you guys cry about all the buildings being gone.
and all the women and children being slaughtered, living in fucking internment camps. So it sounds like we're winning. Show me where the Jews are in fucking internment camps and fucking kicked out of their country. But I know you're gonna be like Amir and be like, oh, tomorrow, Bibi Netanyahu's gonna be arrested, and then we'll hang him. And it never happens. You guys are losing it, and you're just sore losers about it.
Arabia will get a nuclear warhead from America, right? So
yeah, there's already ICBMs from the United States in Israel, and Israel has their own ICBMs. So good luck on that. You know how long it takes to go from the United States, from fucking Wyoming to fucking Moscow? 42 minutes. Good luck.
Alright, new title. How about it?
Pussy Muslims.
Anybody want to take on the title or no? Don't be scared now. Been shitting on Israel for forever, so why not get in here and get it done?
Jews. It's not about Israel. I don't give a shit about Israel. I just don't like Jews.
Why? Why not?
Jews. That's retarded.
See, other people, they have a problem with Israel, but not Jews. They don't care. Like, why would you have a problem with a group of people? Like why? I don't understand.
People get evicted from 170 countries. You ask yourself, is it those countries' fault or that group's fault? I don't know, man.
Where's AJ? EJ.
I have a question, but it's slightly off topic.
I'm here. You want to respond, DJ?
Who said that? I didn't even see.
Daniel.
Let me see here. Okay, yeah. So I'm a Jew. I'm one of the few Jews who's been chosen to live forever. What else do you want to know?
Well, at least they make them tall and handsome and smart, right?
You're so cute. Let's make out tonight.
Oh my god. So I have a question. It's off topic. Can I?
Why not? It's been like that all night. Go ahead.
Oh, I know. I'm staying with this topic. That was just this topic. Yes, I think that BB should be arrested. Why? I'll tell you why. I don't think that you can do what you do to another population. I think there is enough evidence in these multiple reports, like 100 pages of reports about what they do. I don't have any problem with Israel defending itself from people that are harming them. What I have a problem with is the creation of new victims at such a careless rate. I can't.
Whose reports, Bima? Whose reports?
Multiple.
Amnesty? These are these places?
No, UN.
And what did we learn about the UN on these reports? Did we learn that the UN had their own employees part of the...
Not that one.
terrorist organizations?
The ones that I'm referring to are actually pre-October 7th. So these are reports that I've read.
And who was on these committees? Was it Iran and Syria? And let's look at who are on why does Israel come up at the UN more than any other country? Do you think that there's problems around the world and there's countries that are acting in bad faith around the world, but they don't seem to come up at the UN? Only Israel? What does that seem like?
That's actually an interesting point.
Why is Israel mentioned more than
I'll tell you why why they're mentioned more. I think they're mentioned because the majority of vetoes, the large majority of vetoes that the that the U.S. have been in defense of Israel. And I feel like even if it's just
But why does it come up more than like why do they not talk about the Uyghurs or what's happening with in Sudan or like in other countries where there's killings and like why does Israel come up? I mean, I don't have the statistics, but it's like an inordinate amount of time for a little place the size of
That's
Jersey.
the argument I always hear is like, why isn't other genocides like brought up or whatever? You know, what do you think about that?
I would say it's because of what I was just saying. It's the U.S. backing. The U.S. has not backed. And let me just say what I had said again. I'll just repeat it. The U.S. has used almost half of every veto that it's ever in the U.S. to defend Israel. There is no other country that the U.S. uses it to defend, to stop, where other countries are saying, trying to make motions, whatever else. Okay, so I think that just factually,
The defense is justifying the offense.
So Abby, I just want you to just pull this apart for a second, okay? Because I know it's Israel, and so there's a sentimentality here, but just looking at it factually, like if we were to say country A, country B, we know that country A, okay, is part of, no, we're going to say country out here. How can we do this? We're going to say country 1, okay? Country 1 through country 5, those are going to be the big 5, okay? Now, the rest of the countries are going to be letters. So if country 1 of 1 through 5, the big 5, is using half of its veto to constantly protect just country I, it brings attention to it. And it's just like, why? So I mean, like, it's causation versus correlation. I mean, I don't know the answer to that.
No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It has to do with who's bringing the charges, and look at who the countries are, and look at the Arab nations and the countries that have done this over and over. And of course the U.S. is defending an ally. And the U.S., by the way, defends its allies. However, I do want to comment on the topic, and I'll put the stuff in the chat, but have we talked about the U.S. code at all? Both the two sections that impossible for the U.S. to have anything to do with or what the actions are of the mayor. He's already broken federal law. Has anyone talked about
the mayor of New York?
Oh, yeah. Has anyone talked about the two U.S. code sections? Beaver brought that up? Matt?
No.
Pepe? No? Okay, so who wants to talk about the two U.S. code sections?
So this is in relation to the why we don't recognize the ICC, right? So the ICC,
yes.
Yeah.
Why we don't recognize the ICC, and anything in furtherance of recognizing the ICC or doing anything related to charges of the ICC on U.S. soil or in the with respect to any force, threats of force in relation to it is a violation of U.S.
Abby, really quick, can any of those members indict their own people? I've always wondered this. They can never do their own people, right? You're basically like giving cover to yourself by joining these groups, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe you can. This is like a little sidetrack there, but I was always wondering about that. I don't know.
But yeah, and we have under the Servicemen's Act. Let me try to put the specific to. One is 18 USC. The other I think is 20 USC.
That's my initial reaction why we don't recognize it, because those folks can conceal themselves inside this group. They can't indict themselves, their own leaders, for criminal charges. That's why we want to recognize. That's my guess.
We're not party to the Rome Agreement. Hold on, let me get the actual law so I don't sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. So, and I put this a little bit ago, Matt. I don't know if you read it. I put this. There's a actual YouTube of it. You can play it if you like. It was on Fox. Hold on. I'll put the YouTube in the chat and you can play it. It's Mark Thierson was explaining.
How long is it?
So it's 22 U.S. Code 7423, which is the American Servicemen Members Protection Act. Oh, it's like it's a minute.
Okay.
It's a minute.
I could play it, could try it on my thing here. I don't know if it's working right now, but let me know when you want me to play it too.
Yeah. I mean, if you can.
Okay, let me try it. Hold on. Let me go. Let's see. I can just do music mode.
But this should answer the question for anyone.
Okay, hold on. Alright, I'm gonna try it. Just thumbs up if you can hear it or not. 1 second.
Look, if Mamdani tries this, he's the one who's going to be going to jail, not Benjamin Netanyahu. I looked up the law, okay? There are 2 laws involved here. The first one is 22 U.S. Code 7423, which says that no agency or entity of any state or local government may cooperate with the International Criminal Court in response to a request for cooperation by the International Criminal Court pursuant to the Rome Statute. That's the American Service Members Protection Act. It applies to allies. Second law, 18 U.S. Code 112, protection of foreign officials, official guests, and internationally protected persons, which Netanyahu would be all 3 of those. Whoever assaults, strikes, wounds, imprisons, or offers violence to a foreign official, official guest, internationally protected person shall be fined under this statute and imprisoned for not more than 3 years or both. And whoever does it with a deadly or dangerous weapon will be imprisoned or fined or imprisoned for up to 10 years. And not only, there's another 6 months for threatening or intimidating a foreign official, which Mamdani has already done. So right now, under the law, Mamdani is facing 6 months in prison. Benjamin Netanyahu, if he tries to go ahead with it, and he sends the New York police armed with weapons, he could face up to 10 years in prison under this law. And I would tell President Trump, you should have the Attorney General announce that if he tries it, he will be prosecuted, he will be arrested and thrown in jail and prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
That is fabulous, Mark Thiessen. That is fabulous. Let's just use the criminal code. That's absolutely terrific.
It's the law.
Yeah, it is the law. That is exactly right. I just love that.
Were you thinking about were you talking about the United States should arrest him, or a third party should arrest him outside, not the United States?
I think it's difficult because this is like war.
So like, why would we arrest him? I mean, he's
right. No, not the U.S., but it would have to be like a joint world thing.
But don't you live in the United States, and aren't you a citizen here, and the laws of the United States are what govern you and govern, and that's the jurisdiction you're subject to, so
well, she's an anarchist.
Follow those laws, Bima?
No, I do, but I'm not following why you ask.
The laws of the United States, because this is our federal law.
No, Bima's saying a different party should arrest, like, outside of the U.S., like, whoever...
Like Ugandans? I mean, who should do this? Like the Syrians? Like a real civilized group like the Syrians? Or like who are you suggesting, Bima?
I would say, could you list 10 countries that you would trust to make good decisions for the world? Like, what do you think are 10 good, noble country leaderships? Could you at least name 10?
Nope.
Well, that's okay.
I mean, well, let's see. Well, pick the country and who their leadership. How many? Let's talk about Italy. Like, how many governments has Italy had since its formation? Does anyone know? Like, how fast they go through their governments? Or the UK? Like who's a new prime minister? Like this morning, because that may change this afternoon. I mean, you're kidding me, right?
Who issued the warrants for the arrest?
The ICC, which we are not a party to. And by the way, the guy that issued them just got arrested for molesting, for sexual harassment or the sexual assaults. The prosecutor at the ICC. I'll find the article. I'm sorry, now you guys are making me like have to find stuff, but I'll find the article. That's been in the news also.
Well, the only reason I'm asking is because, I mean, the guy, Mamdani, why would, like, what an idiot. Why would the United States or anybody in the United States arrest an ally? But someone other, like, I could see someone thinking that he should be arrested by some other criminal court or whatever outside of the U.S. Like, but why would we arrest our own person? That's so stupid.
Yeah, he's virtue signaling.
It's a bad thing. I don't know why he did it. It was because you're right, Beaver. It would be something outside the U.S., not the U.S.
We're not a party to the ICC. Yeah. And by the way, we have never, it's against federal law, we have never arrested or directly followed any orders of the ICC and taken anyone into custody ever. There was a question of whether we did. Actually, it was two African situations, and one was Uganda, the other, I forget the other country, the guy turned himself in to his own authorities. The guy went to the U.S. Embassy and turned himself into the U.S. Embassy, and we turned him over to his own country, and the other one was Uganda. I forget the names of the two guys. It's the only times. And we did not have any direct contact with the ICC. We're not a party to it.
Was it an extradition? What do we call the word? Extraditing?
Extradition.
No. One. The guy was like a really bad. Wait, I'll try to get you the names.
So let me ask you. Because I'm gonna do just a thought experiment, do some devil advocate here. Kind of Bima's question, because I think it was a good question to ask. If our allies were all to say, like, okay, we kind of agree with this kind of situation, what would you say to those folks? So, like, if it's another ally that we have, another two allies that we have, another three allies, how do you approach that situation? Like, if it ever got really that bad, you think?
Well, I mean, there are issues and decisions that our allies make that we don't fully support. We're in NATO, so we have obligations under NATO, but it doesn't mean that all of their foreign policy is our foreign policy. In this circumstance, I mean, someone could search it. That's probably faster than I can as to who's party to the particular ICC. I think of our allies, I think Spain is, but there's many countries that are allies of ours that are not a party to it.
Yeah, no, I know that. I was just taking actually ICC completely out of it and just going with what if there was a coalition of those folks that got together and were just like, if you step into our particular area, we're gonna arrest them, So I don't know. I'm just playing out like other scenarios that could be in the future. It might not be Netanyahu, it could be somebody else, I don't know what we could do. I don't know.
I'm not sure why we would be the concept of government, right, and governance and governing, there's the smaller, right, local, and then it grows. And so inside of a country, because it's ran by one government, you then have all your little local jurisdictions, but they all generally are going to fall under that government, right? So just imagine the world being the United States, and all the countries are little states. Now the countries, which would be akin to the states, have to get together and they have to make agreements. They have to say, hey, look, if the UK and Canada and France and Germany and Japan and South Korea, whoever, Poland, Netherlands, Norway, whatever, we all get together and we say, this is the criteria of how we're going to manage keeping the world at peace by identifying, war criminals. If one of the countries gets out of whack, so to speak, right? So, like, one of the states gets out of whack. It's still the same. It's the same structure. It's just larger. It's just worldwide. And I wouldn't see if you have all of these countries, like in the case, let's say hypothetically that all of these countries did come together, Canada, France, all the Norway, Denmark, Italy, they came together and they said, hey, look, Australia, Japan, they said, hey, look, yeah, Netanyahu is committing war crimes. If the U.S. was to get in the way of that, and we have a general consensus, right, and the criteria is there, I mean, I think there should be a trial.
So, I mean, Bima, there's just so much to unpack on this. I mean, again, you can look at the history of the UN, and I mean, I am not an advocate for the UN. I think that it's been skewed. I mean, you have councils, the Human Rights Council in the UN, and look at the countries that are members of it, and look at the atrocities committed by those countries. I mentioned some of them. I mean, you have countries that have been serving on this, like China and what they do with the Uyghurs, and Syria and Iran. I mean, it's just a fraud. And with respect to the U.S., we have our own foreign policy. I put in the other chat, because I don't know someone can Google this and find it, the statement issued by the U.S. Attorney General with respect to the ICC and how we have not consented to it, and it's a legal opinion by Todd Blanche of how we have it has no jurisdiction whatsoever in the United States. And not only does it have no jurisdiction, it's so important that it has no jurisdiction that we have federal law that you just heard in that interview that protects and penalizes if anyone tries to do anything in furtherance of it. That's how much we don't agree with it in our foreign policy.
Yes,
and that passed through Congress. That's federal law. Okay, it enacted through Congress. So that's how much we don't accept that the
Abby, what's your metric of being war criminal? Either for a country or a person.
Excuse me?
What is your metric of being war criminal, either for a person, as a governor, or a country? How many people should be died?
Well, I don't know. I mean, first of all, if we want to have a fake accusation of the word genocide, maybe you need to take a look at what happened in Germany, and you might understand what a genocide is, or what's happened with the Khmer Rouge, or you want to look at real genocide. Whatever the number is, and you could take the Hamas Health Ministry's number, and this room is not about getting into this argument, but if you want to, you could take a look at their number of 60, 70,000, and I would argue that if it's 70,000, take the higher number, 50,000 were combatants. And you need to understand what a combatant is, and what you might consider to be someone in civilian clothes is also taking part in the actions that happened within Gaza. So, I mean, there's also people that died of natural causes in the course of 2 years in war. Not in war, in any civilization, about 1.5% to 2% of a population will die of natural causes. So we're assuming no one had cancer there and no one ever had a heart issue. So you can add that. But all that being said, it's a false statement. So with respect to this particular, I mean, I can get into the argument and so can other people. That's not what this room is about. But I think if you look at Nuremberg, you look at those those that were individual criminals that masterminded what occurred in Germany, and Nuremberg would be a good example of it. Obviously, the same would be with
that you don't take
Imperial Japan.
So far, I understand that your take is, Bibi is not war
No,
criminal.
I don't. He's because there's no crime.
Yeah, right.
Well,
but there's-
to you, maybe to those that want to find fault with Israel, they're going to blame him. But there's no crime. They were at war. They were attacked. Innocent people, people in a music festival, people in their homes, people that we loved very much on Clubhouse were murdered, were taken as hostage. They reacted and they went to war. And those are casualties of war, and actually not many casualties compared to it was going back to the U.S. and whether the U.S. and we are those of us that live in the U.S. I don't know where you live and are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. It's federal crime.
Sure.
You didn't even talk about how they put babies in the oven though. Like how they put babies in the oven. How like mothers are raped in front of their families. You didn't even talk about that stuff, and which many of that happened on that day.
We can go on and on. I wish we could get. I don't know if I can send a text to Shlomi if we can get him to come in the room and talk to us. Ali, maybe you'd like to hear from someone who was held hostage. Would you like to hear that?
Who was held by a journalist and a doctor?
Yeah, yes. So they're considered civilians who were killed, and when they rescued them. Yeah, they were killed when they rescued him. By the way, and then another one actually was killed. I told you the story, Rich, when I was over there. The news there. They tracked down the one that was also holding him hostage. But they would be considered civilians to you, and part of the civilian deaths. And these are the people that held this man as a hostage in their home.
Two of the people that we were friends with on Clubhouse before October 7th. One of them died. The other was captured for over a year. Right? They made him shit in a bucket. They kept moving around. The two people who held him captive, which were civilians, was a doctor and a journalist.
Okay, my only question is like, why do some of these Muslims, some of these Middle Easterners, Muslim, Pakistanis, etc., why do they have so much inbuilt hatred towards the Jews? Like, it's just total disregard for the humanity.
Or the Quran tells them so.
I'm sorry. Hello. Hi, my name is Alicia.
Yeah, now it's caught on like some of these
Hi,
Baptists.
Alicia. Nice. Hi, Alicia. Sorry about that.
Hey, Alicia. How you doing?
I'm doing well, but I think we can talk about two simultaneous things that are happening right now, or has happened, and there's atrocities in incumbents of. So, like, it's just like, yes, a horrific thing happened, and yes, that was horrifying, and yes, there was retaliation, but we have to understand that there are two sides that also people disagree with on both ends. However, genocide is not the answer to equating to what the atrocities are, and the answer to that, if I'm making any sense.
Well, could you define, if you have a population that is 700,000 and it grows to 7 million, do you think that you've ethnically cleansed and you've committed genocide against that population if it grew in the course of 70 years from 700,000 to 7 million?
I have this question, Abby, first, Alicia. I'm sorry. Like, when in daily basis videos coming out that babies and children are being dead there, how do you stay silent against it? Like, you only go for quantity.
What, on October 7th?
No, and also...
we're talking about October 7th. We're talking about
we talk about October 7th all the time.
Do you want to see the videos? You should.
Yeah, I want to.
Yeah, well, you probably.
Posting videos. I think.
Yeah.
Have you seen the official videos, Alicia?
Yeah, I've seen everything.
You saw the 45 minutes?
Listen.
Alicia, did you see the 45 minutes? I'm just
listen,
asking. No, I'm not being antagonistic. I'm just curious. Did you see the
You are.
No, what?
You're not
What
listening to me.
the official one?
Dying on daily basis.
She's not. She's asking if you've seen it. She'll send it to you. If not,
No, I can't. I can't. It's not something I have the custody of, or
It's never something
it's very specific.
anyone wants to send to anyone.
You can't send it. You can't send it. It was.
It was available. Everyone saw it.
No, everyone did not see it. It was very specific how you got to see it. That's why I asked if you were invited to one of the viewings of the 45-minute video. Did you see it?
I was not invited. I
Okay.
was just introduced to it as social media does immediately. So
It wasn't on social media.
It was.
The 45
it
minutes.
Absolutely was. It
No.
was absolutely.
It was held. It was actually
Okay.
specifically not. I mean, there are pieces of it that you can see that were released, but the actual 45 minutes was not. It's never been released out of the private viewings of it.
I'm not doing tit for tat. I'm not doing.
It's not that. That's why I asked you if you saw it.
No, Abby. Daily basis.
Hold on. I just want to let y'all know. I'm a sniper today.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna be coming off the mic too much. I'm gonna just be sniping. So if you find yourself in the audience, Timothy sniped you. Thank you.
He's a silent sniper, guys. Be careful. It's a little worse.
Timothy, did you deal with LeBron yet and that subject, by the way?
Yeah. So here's my just one question. Like on daily basis, videos coming out that Israelis killing people in Palestine, like also the babies, children. So this is why, most people, as you see in the result of the vote, they see it as a war crime. So now you can just fight it and just focus on the other things, or you can, in a very objective way, analyze everything that happens there. Like even journalists cannot get into Palestine right now. So there must.
Or what's Palestine? Like, where are you defining Palestine? Because that's what do you mean?
Yeah, so
I think it means the territory of Israel.
Yeah.
Are you talking about when you say Palestine? Where are you talking about specifically?
So everybody knows what Palestine.
No, they don't. So I asked you, where's Palestine?
At least it's a word that reminds people of.
But you said it. Journalists can't get into Palestine is.
So here is West Gaza. Like journalists cannot get in.
Okay, and where in the West Bank journalists go?
Oh, yeah, and also.
Where in the West Bank can't journalists go?
Yeah, dude, just let me finish.
No. You made a statement, so I'm
Also,
asking.
she's not a dude.
Yeah,
she's a lady. Thank you.
Okay, just let me finish this, then you can ask your questions. Also, they could not get into, also Flotilla Free could not get into those regions. Like, they were from Europe, right? Like, Europe cannot get in, journalists all over the world cannot get into the region, and taking daily basis, videos coming out, the children being dead there. So, what's your take about that? This is my, very objective question. I would like you to answer this.
So first of all, the West Bank, if you're talking about Judea and Samaria, there are areas A, B, and C. And in the area that is controlled in the West Bank, which you're calling Palestine, is controlled by the Palestinian Authority. That would be the area like where Ramallah is. And there are journalists there every day. There's lots of journalists. There was just a U.S. member of Congress there. Anyone can go into the area that is controlled by the Palestinian Authority. So I think that's why I asked you to be very specific when you choose your words. So if you're talking about areas A, B, or C, which is in the area that you call the West Bank, I would call Judea and Samaria, that there's no problem for journalists to go into the area controlled by the Palestinian Authority. So are you talking about Gaza, that area specifically, when it's at war and it wasn't safe and there was issues of safety, then that was the reason that they were keeping people out of a war zone. again, Israel had, in 2005, Israel left that area. There's not a Jewish person that lives in Gaza, by the way. There's not a kosher market or a synagogue, or there's no Jews that live there. So they left in 2005. With respect to a war zone, and it's not safe, then they made that determination. However, to have the false narrative that it's criminal, and words like apartheid or genocide, they're words that are very convenient to try to have accusations. But again, we live under U.S. jurisdiction, and we're not party to those that are making that accusation. And you asked me about the main person at the ICC, and that person just got arrested, the main prosecutor. I think his last name is Khan. But I did want to, if you don't mind, and please, Timothy, you moved me down. I was trying to talk about the U.S. law and whether the arrest could happen in the United States. And I don't know if I was finished with that, or
No, I
if
moved
there
you
was...
down because he couldn't finish his dialogue without you interrupting. So I'm not in a chances mood today. Like I might let you get it off a few times, but I'm standing on business tonight. So I just want you to be on your best behavior. Nothing against you. You're a good person. Again, I'm sniping y'all tonight. So I'm on that tonight. Thank you.
Can I just do one victory lap about LeBron, though, with you?
Abby, you're talking too much. Let the others also. You're occupying the room. Like, when you don't believe in the word Palestine, you also need to consider that Israel is there only for 80 years. Okay, 80 years is not that much. So we can easily go back in history and just investigate by ourselves. I'm talking about the perspective of the people in the world everywhere, in Europe, Asia, Middle East, America themselves. Like, there are many people believe that whatever happens there is genocide based on some facts, based on videos that are coming out in daily basis. They are like killing children also, like every day. Like, I also know Israelis, coming out and say that there's a genocide going there. Like, right now they're killing. So denying it is simple and requires you to be a missioner of one specific side to come and deny it and just occupy the room by not letting people talk about it. This is, whatever you do right now is not good. Not good for you.
Now, may I respond since you said my name?
So every children is equal, so you have to consider
So where are they right now in their killing children, as you say? And you also made a statement that Israel's only been there 80 years. The Jews have been living in that land for a lot longer than 80 years, and it is the homeland. It is our ancestral homeland. It has been our ancestral homeland for a shit ton of time, a lot longer than your family can claim their homeland. I'll guarantee you that. But I would suggest just one thing to read that might give you perspective. It's called the Bible. It might help you. And take a look at that, and maybe you'll understand that it's longer than 80 years for living in that area, and that they've been in that area. Again, I'm responding to him, and right now they're defending on the northern border, and probably about to take missile attacks from Iran. So, but you'll probably think that that's a good thing. Otherwise, can I finish up on, are we done on the U.S. law, Matt, what I put in, and were there any other questions on it?
Here is the thing, Abby.
No, Ali, I don't really need to engage anymore. Timothy, do you mind if you finish on the other subject?
No, do it.
No.
She does not want to engage with you, Ali. And I just want to know, just you personally, Ali, when your mic get muted, that doesn't mean you unmuted. I just want to let you know, like, when you get muted, you go right off of unmute. So I've been sparing you, but I just want to let you know, when you get muted, that means stay on mute, brother, until they're done talking, and then you can gladly unmute your mic. It's not that hard, brother. Thank you.
Sure, brother. Just one more thing. Like, Jewish people also living inside of Iran for 2,000 years. 2,000 years. So Jewish people, I do agree that they are very old in the region, especially in West Asia, but it's not like that they are focused on some religion, and we should just create a country for just one religion, because they are scattered all over the region. They already living in Iran for 2,000 years. Doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that Jewish people should come and take the Iran as the whole country for themselves.
Did
So
he
people,
just say that you shouldn't have a country for one religion? There's 53 Muslim countries in the world. So do you think they should all disappear too because a country shouldn't have one religion? Is that your premise?
no. Here is the thing. For example, Iran.
Thank you, Abby, for this.
Yeah. For example,
I mean, again, this is kind of. Hold on, guys, please. Can I finish with Matt for a second? Did you see the letter I put in that Todd Blanche just issued? And are we done with the argument with respect to the arrest in the United States?
I mean, it was an original argument between you and Bima in that way, but I see what you put in the chat. Yeah.
Bima, where's
I never thought they recognized that, and that's never been my opinion. I was just playing some hypotheticals out, but go ahead, yeah.
Bima, are you and I back and forth on that? Did you see?
Is it the U.S. that should be arresting him, or should he be arrested in general by anybody?
By everybody, yeah.
Yeah, I think it should be a world thing. I think there's enough evidence, even pre-October 7th, that the charges that they have, that the ICC at least, the charges that they brought against him, you see, I think there's enough evidence even pre. So I think that
you're not saying the U.S. should arrest him. That's the only thing I'm trying to get clarification on. You're not saying the U.S.
The U.S. like somebody, he comes into our country and then our police arrest him.
Yeah, like what Mamdani called for. Like, we can't do that. That's absurd. So I didn't know if you were going from the perspective of Mamdani, or what Mamdani said, or are you talking about just in general third party outside of the U.S.?
Yeah, but I don't think that would matter too much. I think if the world, if a group of countries agreed,
what
then
countries,
it would be the responsibilities.
But I mean, we can't arrest our ally. Yeah. Like, we're done, in conjunction with him is what's going on. So then that would be kind of stabbing him in the back, right?
Even how would he physically do that? Because his Secret Service guys would be fighting with the NYPD. I don't know how that would, because they would literally fire back. Yeah, there'd be a shootout. You know what I mean? They're not going to let Bibi Netanyahu be arrested. You know what I mean? So I don't know how the optics of that works. You know?
Yeah. So
it's the supreme law of the land, and it's our federal law. And he broke it. He's already in violation of U.S. Code 18-112. So, I mean, again, you live in the jurisdiction of the United States. This is our ally. We're in the midst of prosecuting a war with that ally. So it's making no sense. And when you say that you think that this is pre-October 7th, I mean, on what basis? Do you know, do you have any idea what attacks have been like when you're in Israel and you are subject to missiles coming in from the Houthis, or the constant Kedusha rockets that would come in from Hezbollah in the north, or the rockets that have been shot at them from Hamas in the south, but from the proxies of Iran? If we've not learned anything from this war, whether you like Trump or you don't like Trump, I mean, under all of our presidents, we have seen that Iran is the biggest state sponsor of terror in the world and uses these proxies, specifically those three, and there are others as well.
Proxy, man. What do you say?
They don't use the proxy. What did you just say?
Israel itself is a proxy.
Are you denying that Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthis are not acting as proxies and shooting at U.S. vessels and U.S. servicemen as well as Israel and have been shooting at Israel and attacking the United States for 47 years?
Have you ever searched this keyword that when and why Hezbollah created?
Yeah, I really didn't. I was talking to Bima.
Yeah, no. Have you ever searched that when and why Hezbollah created? On what?
You know what? They exist, and they exist to kill, and they've killed American servicemen, American civilians, Jewish civilians, as well as civilians in Saudi. I mean, we can go around the world in South America. How they exist. They are. I want you to search something, and then I really want to go back to dialoguing with Bima. Search the U.S. State Department list of designated terrorist organizations and take a look at how long Hezbollah has been on that list and how long Hamas has been on the list.
Sure.
And they are designated. We're in the United States. We're subject to our jurisdiction and our laws. And under our laws, they're designated terror organizations. Enough said.
It's not only your laws. It's not only
But you're on a U.S. app right now.
Alicia, did you ever get to finish? Sorry, I just want to make sure that, because I saw you left, I didn't know if you ever got to finish. Alright, never mind, continue.
Anyway, I'm done. Bima, are you and I done on this one?
I just want to say that it's not only your laws, it's international law. So the keyword is this, that when and why Hezbollah created.
International law. What's international law? Can you define it?
Yeah, international.
Yeah, what is it? What is it?
International law is something that not only based on your laws, it's a law for all humanity living on planet Earth. So
it's a law for humanity living on planet. Guys.
So you have to.
Someone, is Joe awake?
Well, I mean, we don't have to follow some arbitrary law that some other group made up. I mean, what does that matter to us?
No. But you have to be fair.
Thank you, Wallace. Yeah. There's no such thing as international law. We'll start with that.
Yeah, and when you investigate over incidents, you have to have a bird's eye view, just looking to planet Earth from a bird's eye view, and go to the truths of the incidents.
How do you feel about the Uyghurs? You think we should go after China? What do you think? Should we go after China?
Like, should everybody, like...
No, are you Muslim? Your name is Ali. So they're killing Muslims in China. How do you feel about that?
Doesn't matter. So here is the...
It doesn't matter?
No, just wait. Just look at what I say. Don't.
No, I don't look at what someone says, by the way. That's not how you do it.
No. This is how you do it. If you're
you hear what someone says.
So here's the keyword. Everybody should understand. Everybody should understand why Hezbollah created.
Okay. I think this is a U.S. based stage, and we don't recognize any international laws, just to let you know. So that's the end of that discussion. I don't know why we're talking about that. I know that we all have to feel good and have humanity for everybody, but we don't have to actually. So.
Then forget about allies then. If you don't have an international overview, forget about having allies in this world.
No,
forget about.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna answer. Hold on. So we have our allies, and that's all we care about. We don't. You don't determine like what our allies are. I don't know what you're going on about.
If you're not abiding, international law, forget about allies then.
No,
just
allies have
go by yourself.
They have no obligation to international laws either. They're for us. That's the whole point. We're all on one accord. Like we don't have to oblige to any international laws.
So you want to stay biased, then stay biased, yeah. Then don't come to us with any commercials, okay? America is like...
I think he's hijacking the room. Can we go back to...
We're done with that particular piece, because...
Just search about the Hezbollah.
We'll never recognize international law. I don't know what part of that you don't get. I don't know. No, I have no clue what you're talking about, but...
Are we still on this topic though, Matt? Just general?
I would be curious to know more. I mean...
Well, see, I think it boils, like, did Israel go overboard in their response? And is there such a thing as going overboard in war? Like, that's what people, I think, whether it's genocide or not, technically, if it's that or that, like, I think people get hung up on that. Like, that's not really I think most people just mean, did they go overboard? Like,
Do people get hung up
Beaver,
on
do you think
genocide?
Harry Truman went overboard and dropping
possibly. I mean, I wasn't around back then,
Nagasaki and
but
Hiroshima?
possibly.
I don't know, my father, I mean, you have family that served in that war. Talked to my father who was in that theater fighting, I mean, and against the Japanese. They were very happy that we made that choice. I don't know, I mean, the same extent in Dresden. Did the U.S. go overboard in Dresden? Because we killed babies in Dresden.
Is the threat, what's the threat neutralized or not? Like, and if it's not neutralized, then it's not overboard.
My only response might be to that is what responsibility do, in this case, I know it's Hamas, but at the end of the day, they're all kind of bundled up in a little ways. Do the Palestinians have for October 7th? Like, what's the responsibility they have for that? That would be my only response to that, you know. And then
I see. I mean, I think it's an unanswerable question.
It can't be overblown. But go ahead, respond to that.
Yeah, like, I mean, at what point, like, then can Israel just go and decimate every single living being in that area after, I guess there is no, like, what's the saying about love and war? Like, all is fair. So, like, what do you say was an appropriate response? I don't know. I just think people that are observing it from, that don't really have any skin in the game are like, damn, they've gone overboard.
So Beaver, I think the question I think the proper question to ask Abby in this context is, Abby, what would you consider, or what do you think they would consider is an actual war crime if Israel were to do?
I mean, to me, that's good. Look, if they wanted to decimate, they could have gone in with very stronger weapons. Let's say they possibly possess, and have taken out, the entire society if they wanted to. Of how many million people? 2 million people. So no, 2 million of how many? First of all, again, when you talk about Palestine, if you're talking about area A, B, or C, or you're talking about Gaza.
It's not A, B, or C, it's Palestine.
So, no, it's not Palestine.
Alicia, I think you're a little inebriated, but I think Abby, for this context, we're talking about.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Let's stick to this one focal point.
I'll answer Beaver.
Abby, I mean, Beaver's question is, what constitutes a, I guess, quote unquote, war crime or genocide, I guess, for you? Or more so the war crime. Is that what you're asking, Beaver? I forget.
Yeah, that's
the systematic
question is like a Shoah.
to build. Yeah, if you build a Shoah, if you create a Shoah, and you systematically exterminate. I mean, what we dealt with, and I welcome everyone on the stage and the audience to take a visit to Germany or Poland and go see it with your own eyes while those camps are still standing. I mean, that's a war crime. With respect to going in and putting leaflets before they dropped bombs to surgically go into an urban area to try to find your enemy, when your enemy says, we're coming and we're going through our tunnels across your borders, which they uncovered, 35 tunnels before October 7th. And we're going to murder your citizens in your country. You have to defend your country, and they went in surgically and went from, in an tight urban areas, from home to home, finding the perpetrators.
The Uyghurs would classify as a war crime, right?
3x.
Yes, 3X. I think Khmer-Rouge. How many died?
Yeah.
How many died in Cambodia?
Oh my God, tens of millions.
Let me.
Yeah, I mean, that's, to me, this is.
But let's focus.
Combatant to civilian ratio is something I think you have to look at.
But when you see it visually, Abby, because I'm just taking it from what I see pictures. I don't know much more than that. The place looks level. So how do you reconcile that?
It's not level. I mean, there are many areas that are not leveled. But again, I'd look at combatant. I'd look at combatant to civilian. Remember, you had bigger that you've got the Uyghur killer there. You had more mileage than the New York subway system. If you think about if you've ever taken the subways in New York and how extensive that is, underground as terror tunnels. That you had to go in, and that's where you had your citizens there. You know, they were holding hundreds of their citizens, Thai nationals, American citizens, British citizens. I mean, citizens really from all over the world.
That's a war crime, right?
That's a war crime.
Can I say something,
Okay.
Matt? Hey, Matt, can I say something? With all respect.
Who's that? Lipton?
I'm Lipton. Yeah.
The soup?
No, hold on. Please, don't disturb now. It's my turn. So
We
basically, I
got
was
quiet, just to let you know a little bit, but for me.
No, I wanted to say something because I've been.
No, Matt was saying your microphone's wide.
Shut up, Rick.
Well, at least for me, it is.
So basically, I was just going to say, like, you know, all this war is like Squid Game in Israel and Palestine and stuff. So basically, they're playing like Squid Game with the Palestinians. It's like crazy there.
So, Squid Games, like, so they would all, like, move forward. You're talking about the Palestinians would all move forward a little bit, and then, like, whoever's around gets bombed, and then they move forward. Or is that what that's your
Yeah, a little bit like that. Like,
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I don't know about that, but okay.
Anyway, the combatant to civilian ratio, I think if we look at the numbers out of World War II, and you look at other wars that our country's been involved in, and then you look at the amount, I was trying to highlight the amount of deaths, even if you took their number as a real number, which we don't know, it's the Hamas's, it's a terror organization's number, but even assuming that, and the amount that were actual combatants, the amount that I said add in natural cause deaths, you have a very low civilian to combatant ratio there in the course of the 2 years.
So what is
2.5 years.
statistic?
So-
Is it like the grower or the shower?
Are you following me, Matt, on my answer to that?
Yeah, I hear you on that, yeah.
And what was it in World War II, the combatant to civilian? You
You
know?
want me to look it up?
Yeah, Rich usually knows this.
Okay.
Tiger, go ahead. You've been trying to get in for a minute.
Right. First off, you know, these Jews that been spewing lies about China, it's not the main topic. But if you guys are so concerned about China and Xinjiang and Uyghurs, just go on YouTube and search for whatever video you can find on the place, and compare that with whatever the Jews have done to Gaza, and just keep a note that the Jews call Uyghur situation in Xinjiang a genocide, and they deny whatever is happening in Gaza a genocide. Just think about that. And just notice what Abby says, right? When it comes to, you know, the Gaza situation, when people are pressing her about, you know, how we should reconcile with the fact that a lot of civilian buildings are being leveled, a lot of babies are being killed, her answer is that there are many areas that have not been leveled in Gaza. Just think about that for a moment.
It's interesting that he said Jews, by the way, Beaver.
For me, what it boils down to, though, is if the threat has been neutralized, and, like, if the people of, like, Gaza, if they're no longer, like, I mean, if no Israelis are at any danger at that point, and they keep going and going and going, and if that happened, then yeah, I think that is wrong. But I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying that a lot of people probably have that speculation in their mind, like if these people were neutralized and they were no longer a threat, and the battle, you have the upper hand now, like, and you keep going and going and leveling everything, then I think most people objectively would think that yeah, that's too much.
But they're not doing that. They're not doing
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they are or did.
No, they're in a ceasefire. They're not doing that. And by the way, did you notice he said Jews? Let me remind our friend from China that the Israeli IDF has Druze, D-R-U-Z, in very, very high ranking within the IEF, Muslims, very high ranking in the IEF, in the IDF, and Christians and Baha'is. I mean, so it's the Israeli society, which 2 million of the people that live there are Muslim. It is not just Jews. So if you want to look at, so we need to, but it's interesting that you talk about a religion as opposed to a country that's defending itself right now from being attacked and having its civilians and its citizens, and many of the citizens that were attacked on October 7th and held hostage were not Jews. There were how many Thai nationals that were held? Do you want to go through those numbers? Maybe Rich, my statistician, can give you those numbers. But
So my response is this.
Yeah, and the Uyghurs, we don't have to just look at videos. We listen to our U.S. government on what's happening with the Uyghurs.
My response is that if you actually look at the IDF command structure, you're going to see that the people are giving those commands are Jews, because in the IDF they have rules to limit how much participation the minorities who are not Jews can rise up in the ranks.
And how do you know that?
Wait, my Chinese friend Tiger, wait. Hold on, my Chinese friend, wait. So basically, if the Jews join, I said my Chinese friend, can you wait 1 second, please? So I said basically, I'm speaking like you're speaking.
I was speaking.
No, I was speaking and then you just interrupted me.
Everyone shut the fuck up and fuck Israel.
Yes, so basically, the Druze and all these minorities, Christians, they are forced to join. If they don't force, they're gonna get killed by the Syrians, the terrorists, or the other people, the other groups. They're gonna kill the minorities there. So of course, many people, they surrender, they join with the dark power, aka Israel and those team to survive. So Abby, I don't know if you can try to progress that too. Maybe you just...
Y'all need to stop mentioning Abby. Make your submission and stop mentioning each other.
Abby's Israeli.
I'm not Israeli.
I was going to bring up another
but I'm going to answer Lipton. They are being attacked, the Druze. It's very sad. How many of the kids were killed on this?
You're not cutting me off.
Y'all not about to talk over each other.
I'm gonna go because that was my turn.
Chinese guys speak.
I want to mention something.
Nah, none of y'all finna go. I'm tired of hearing from both of y'all. I want to hear from somebody new.
I want to bring up another point.
You can go after Zach.
So the point is this.
So what I was saying was, I don't know why we're talking about October 7 when this didn't start in October 7. This actually started in 1948 when they stole land from the Palestinians. I know exactly what I'm talking about. What happened was, October 7th was a setup by the Israeli government. It didn't come from Gaza. It came from the Israeli government. It was a plan.
It is not...
let me finish, please. Let me finish. Please, let me finish. And what I'm going to say here is, Israel started this war, and I don't call it a war. Why? Because Israel has things that the Palestinians don't. Okay? They have all these kind of weapons when the Palestinians don't. So how can you call it war when there's one side that has weapons and one side that doesn't have weapons? That's not a war, it's a genocide. Okay? And every empire falls. So one day they'll fall, and then the Palestinians will get their land back. You guys all agree?
Maybe in 1,000 years. Yeah, maybe in 1,000 years.
And how many Arab armies attacked in 1948? Was it 6?
They all lost in 6 days.
There wouldn't have been.
67? Wait, 6 days, right?
There wouldn't.
Y'all have to stop with this theory that, man, niggas is at war right now, bro. Last time I checked, there's no rules in war. If you don't have shit, if you're lacking ammunition or whatever, guns, that's your fucking fault. Figure that shit out. I'm at war with you.
Yeah, I just said that.
That has nothing to do with me.
I understand that, but If that's the
So
case,
don't call it no genocide because your ass don't got no fucking guns. That's your fault, nigga. That don't got nothing to do
I have
with me.
nothing to do with that. Listen, I'm American. I was born and raised in America, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm proud American. I'm actually Italian.
Yeah, no, I'm just speaking to your point. Like, you say, oh, it's not a war, it's a genocide because they don't got no weapons, X, Y, Z. That's your fault, nigga. I'm still at war with you.
Nigga, I just said I accept that. I accept that, nigga. I do it.
So I have a question for you, brother.
What did he say?
So you're telling me it's okay to kill babies?
Wait a minute, what did he just say, Timothy?
He said something,
called him
bro.
that.
I let it slide because I just let it slide, bro. But the answer to that question,
Free Israel, nigga. Free
do I
Israel.
think it's okay to kill babies? Absolutely not. But at the same time, I stand on what I stand on. If I'm going at war with you, I believe there's no rules in war, man. Just like if we're in the street and we fighting, or you fighting
Israel, nigga.
there's no rules in fighting, bro. I can't tell you, hey, you can't pick up a stick or you can't pick up a rock. Like, bro, it's no rules, bro. So take that same thought and put it into war, bro. Like, it's sad that motherfuckers go after kids, they go after people, family and shit. But, bro, there's no rules in war, gang. That's what you sign up for.
Okay, but I want to say one thing, though. The same people
I like how
that
Zach said they don't have weapons, yet they shoot rockets at Israel every day.
How big was the Egyptian Air Force in 67?
Oh, it's huge. They decimated.
Yeah, they
What were you saying, Zach?
I was saying was, the same people that the Palestinians are in war with are the same people that don't like nobody because we're all goyams. If you're not Jewish, you're a goyam. You know what that means?
No,
Nation. It means a nation.
No, goyam means that
It
if
means
you're not
nation.
Jewish, that means you're like basically an animal. You're a nobody to them, okay? And they believe
Goy
that.
means nation. Goyim means nation.
Stop cutting them off, Rich.
Thank you, sir.
He asked a question.
No. Anyways, let me continue. So, if you're not Jewish, that means they consider you a goyim, and they believe that you're not God's people. I don't believe with that because the same God that created you is the same God that created me, regardless of what religion you are. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga, free Israel, nigga.
At the same time, fuck Israel. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think that they think we're cattle. I'm sorry. I'm good. I guess, right? But I don't think.
I love you, Beaver. I don't think you're
You're
cattle.
fucking goy. Don't deserve to live in this world, man.
You little brother, you are Goya.
You know what I'm saying? So listen, I have Jewish friends, and they're not Zionists though.
This is why some of y'all don't need to be in a fighting, or some of y'all don't need to go to war, because you'll be on one side trying to tell the nigga that's going at war with you what they can and can't do. Like, they gonna give a fuck, bro. Some of y'all just need to sit in the house, be on some simp shit, because that's what y'all sound like, some fucking simps and bitches.
Man, nigga, man.
Are you a pro-Israeli or pro-Palestinian? I'm just curious.
Honestly, I could care less about either one.
American.
I'm pro-American.
We're all pro-American here.
I'm actually a pro-American myself because I was born and raised here, and I love America. So I'm not saying one thing. I go by what's wrong and right. I have Jewish friends. I have friends from different kind of religions. But my Jewish friends, they're actually against their own people in Israel because they know they're doing bad stuff to other people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have a Jewish boss, so I get what you're saying, but like I said, bro, war is war, bro. You can't tell me how I'm finna go at it in war, bro. Like, that's just, you're not finna do that.
Okay.
Do you respect the laws in the U.S. that you live here? Do you respect the laws in the U.S.?
Of course.
Yeah, so you respect the U.S. code?
I
federal laws?
My parents are Italian, and I was born here, so I'm American Italian, or Italian American, whatever you want to call it.
How do you feel about Little Italy being ignored by your mayor?
I mean, whatever's going on, that's only temporary. But anyways, let me finish. I have a question for you, Timothy. If I was to come to your house and I tell you to get the F out of your house, this is my house, would you accept that?
Absolutely not.
That's exactly what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians, man. Trust me,
That's not true.
I mean, and like Rich said, you're supposed to fight back, nigga. Shit.
I understand
Fight.
that.
Yeah, you feel me? If you don't got no guns, you gotta use your hands. Like, bro, I look at it like the streets, bro. Like, that's just as simple as that, bro. Either you gonna lay down, either you gonna get up there and fight, or you gonna lay down, bro. You got two options.
Honestly, man,
Wait, why are you guys all talking over him?
A lot of you guys here are very close-minded.
Right, stop talking over me. But like I said, you got two options. You gonna either fight or you gonna lay down. There ain't no in between. Pick and choose what you want to do.
What do you want to say, Muhammad? Go ahead. Muhammad.
Yeah, greetings everyone. I hope you are all doing well. What's going on this community, man?
Are you a boxer?
No, that guy is like a new guy. So, I guess.
No. I'm new here. I'm not boxer, man.
Well, welcome to President's house, man. Make sure you turn in your ticket, bro. At the top, follow the house. You know what I mean?
Did you guys play his speech, Timothy? Did you guys play his speech tonight? Anyone talk about it?
No, but
At the Correspondence Dinner.
Oh, no. I didn't get a chance to
I heard that.
Mohammed, did you want to say anything to the title, or did you just want to just kind of listen?
Guys, don't.
I guess he just wants to listen.
All right, bet he just wants to listen, man. So.
Timothy, where you from exactly? Where in America are you from?
But I'm not gonna sit on myself, you know what I mean? But I'm from Chicago, bro. I'm living in Cleveland right now, bro. 6-0 Crip, you know what I mean? Shout out to my Crips, you feel me? So I mean, I grew up in a violent environment, bro. So when niggas be talking about this war shit, I mean, it's not like the streets, but I try to think of it like the streets, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
So basically, you're telling me you're in the game.
Absolutely, I'm in the game. Yeah, absolutely.
Peter's the same.
So I
Peter
have a
had a
question.
very
If
tough
I was to walk
time.
in the block with the red bandana, would you come up to me?
In today's society, nah, bro. Like it ain't like that, bro. Just cause you were on the opposite, I got friends that's Bloods, all types of different gangs, bro. Like nah, not at all.
Okay, no, I was just curious, bro. Listen, I'm not gang affiliated. I'm not none of that, bro. I'm saying I don't believe in those kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah, that's cool, bro. That's understandable, brother. I mean, that's alright, but like I said, brother, I ain't trying to center myself for real, man. Let's speak to the title for real.
Of course, man. Listen, I believe in peace, and I believe in all humans, and I believe we should all stick together as one, you know.
As long as it's not the Jews, right, Zach?
I never said that. Like I said, I have Jewish friends, and I respect them. They respect me, but they're actually against it. The Zionism, Zionism, and Judaism is two different things.
What's Zionism, Indeed?
You don't know.
Zionism is basically poison.
Zionism is an entity, and it's a political movement.
Yeah, but what does it mean when you hear the word Zionist?
Well, Richie is stupid. He doesn't know. Basically, what Jerry is
I
like
know
a
he doesn't
monster.
know. He doesn't know that it means the right of the people to exist in their indigenous homeland. That's it.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's what Zionism means.
Connie, you don't get to define it, bro. Like
So
we
you
can
tell me
define
that
it
you-
for ourselves.
bro,
Wait, we call it, you
you
said
tell
that
me
we
that
think
you
people
doesn't
are
mean-
cattle.
bro.
You just said before that we think everyone's cattle. Like you said a very disparaging thing. You're like that was pretty bad what you said, don't you think? And by the way, you're Italian. How do you feel about Mandani like ignoring Little Italy? Think that was cool?
They believe
Listen, I believe, and it doesn't matter. Listen, every mayor,
ancestral land must belong to them.
every
That's what
mayor
Zionism
that's out there is controlled by people we don't even know that they exist. Okay.
So, Timothy, I'm gonna
That's why
question
it's called
you.
television.
So, Zach,
we don't even know it.
So, Zach, I have a clarifying question.
Y'all talking over each other. Take a deep breath. Serene, you said you had a question, sir?
Yeah. Do you know Jonathan Pollard, Timothy?
I don't care, brother. Who wants to pick up the mic and talk on the
No,
topic?
he said it's important.
I don't care about that shit.
But that guy was a traitor.
Well, he hilarious.
Listen, I want to answer the question that the lady asked me. I forgot her name.
No disrespect, though. But go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna answer the question about. She asked me about Mamdani. Okay, and I'm gonna repeat what I just said. So basically, every mayor that was out and existed in life, they're all controlled and they're all told what to say and what to be said. So I don't believe in no mayor. I don't believe in anything because they're told by people that we don't know that exist. Basically, they're only puppets.
Does the same thing apply for presidents?
It's the same thing with presidents.
everyone.
So Zach, I have a clarifying question, Zach. So if every Jew on earth describes himself as a Zionist and they give the definition that it means the right of the people to exist in their indigenous homeland, and it's defining a group of people, which the definition matters, and if the people who it's describing are the ones who coined the word, would that not mean that that's what Zionism means, and would you accept that?
Like I said before, I have plenty of Jewish friends, and each one of them told me the same meaning, and that those meanings were a different meaning than what you're telling me. So, by it being said by a Jewish person, I would rather believe it from a Jewish person than a person like you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm Jewish.
Well,
he's
Jewish
too.
Okay, but the difference is that
I'm Jewish. Abby's Jewish.
I understand that, but you're a Zionism. You're a Zionist. You're not a Zionist.
Dr. Jordan's Jewish.
I understand that, but you're a Zionist.
You don't get to define. You don't get to define to us what we are. You don't. We can define it for ourselves. And you know what? Guess what? We've done a pretty good job of it. We can handle that ourselves.
No, let me guess, Abby. He's talking about. How you doing, Abby? He's talking about. He probably. Shut up, Rich. No, he probably has a lefty Jewish friend in wherever he live. Where do you live at? New York?
No, I don't live in New York.
When you say plenty of Jewish friends that you have, how many Jewish friends exactly do you have?
I have about, I would say 17 of them.
17 of them, okay. So we're talking about 15 million Jews. And you're telling us 17 friends that you have define the fucking word Zionism to you, and you taking their words, but you're not taking every
okay,
other
but
Jew on the
you're
planet
telling me
Earth.
50 million, but there's only 50 million on this app right now. You know what I'm saying? There's not
I'm just saying. Does the majority of Jewish people support their nation? Yes or no?
A lot of them don't. A lot of them don't.
Oh my God, bro! Vast majority of Jews. Do they support it? Yes or no?
To answer your question, Ocean,
These people are stupid. Yes,
why do you sound like a Jew, Ocean?
He said he asked a yes or no question. I don't know why you guys keep trying to put your soliloquy. It's a yes or no. Like it's just that simple. Did y'all go to school? I know some of y'all went to school.
No, they didn't. That's what I'm saying, bro.
He's not asking for he not asking for a thesis. He not asking for an essay. He's asking for a yes or no.
90% Ocean.
No, Rich, here's the thing, bro. I don't know how some of these people live life. I swear to everything in my motherfucking life. I don't know how you guys are alive. Some of you are so stupid. I don't know how you guys are alive.
Right.
Like this life is hard. This life is tough. So how are they going to survive it with this fucking capacity of the fucking brain that you have?
Ocean, you mind if I ask you a question? Or can I talk to you, Ocean? So last time I looked it up, it's between 85 and 90% of Jews globally identify as Zionists. And
That sounds like a majority to me.
Yeah, and the definition that we all know is the right of our people to exist in our indigenous homeland. That's it.
Theodore Herzl had this definition. Well, let's go with the founder of the
Soren, I want you to exist in Iran.
I understand that Theodore Herzl, the founder of the Zionism, found a different definition. He said
It wasn't the founder of Zionism.
Okay,
Zionism existed for
no,
way before Theodore Herzl was born.
You talk a lot, Abby. The political Zionism, which was be talking about today, was actually founded by Theodore Herzl. And I want the people in this room to look it up in the internet. What is Theodore Herzl? First thing first, who is Theodore Herzl? Look him up and let's find out what's the definition you come up with. It's a settlement colonial project. That's what it is. It's got nothing to do with this new definition of Zionism you guys come up with to fit your narrative. It's a settlement colonial project.
Was the U.S. a settler colonial project? Was the U.S. a settler colonial project?
Yes.
Hang on. It was the settlement colonial project defined by the Theodore Herzl. So if you have any that, bring it to Theodore Herzl. Not Robert.
So is the U.S. a settler colonial project to you, Soren? Oh, I got Tiger and Soren in the same room, guys. What do you think, Ocean? What do you think of this?
All right, I see y'all. There's some new new faces in the room, so let me go ahead and give y'all a room reset. You're in the President Trump room, you know what I mean? I see some pink tickets. I see a bunch of pink tickets. Y'all go to the top, cash those pink tickets in.
Hello?
My name is and I'm the sniper. So if y'all want to, you keep interrupting each other, you know, I'm going to snipe you to the audience. I'll gladly bring you back up after that person is done speaking. So I'm not giving no warnings. So we trying to have a good conversation. If you want to speak to the title, go at it. But when I'm not letting y'all, you know, 3 people talk at one time, that's just slow.
Timothy,
so again,
this is book.
I'm
I'd
gonna
like to
snipe
be
the
put
fuck
in the
out of
queue.
you, like this nigga right here. You see the book nigga? He in the group.
He's showing him an example right now.
That was just an example. So just everybody please be on your best behavior, man. You know what I mean? I don't want to be on no bully shit, but I have a duty to make sure this room runs smoothly. So respect the mods and speak to the title, man. You want to take your personal shots, do it after you speak.
Can I say one thing before I go?
Okay, I got a question for Sora. Hang on. Laura, I got a question for you. Hold on.
Abby, you know most of the people that voted for Mamdani were
Dad,
Jews.
hold on. Just chill out. Hold on. Soren, I got a question. So, Jews and Muslims have coexisted for a long time, no?
No.
Yes, hold on.
Yes, correct. Yes. Correct. He's right.
So, can they be Zionists and still be together like that, or no?
If the Zionism definitions is what they were talking about, the self-determinations of the Jews to come to another people's land, of course not. But if the Zionism means the settlement colonial project, that's exactly what they did to Australia by killing Aboriginal people, what they did to Canada, First Nation, what they did to United States Indian. If that's the definition, at least they're honest with the definitions. You can't just come up with new definitions to fit the narrative.
Rich, why?
Matt,
Rich, why did you say no? Why did you say
because Jews and Muslims have not coexisted because the Muslims have constantly persecuted Jews.
You're 100% wrong, man. Stop with the
They
BS,
forced them.
man. Stop